Your Erroneous Zones. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of spiritual growth books. Your Erroneous Zones. For Tracy Lynn Wayne. I love you in that special way that I describe on these pages. The entire theory of the universe is infallibly directed towards a single individual, and that is you. Walt Whitman. Introduction. A personal testimony. One speaker addressed a group of alcoholics determined to show them, once and for all, that alcohol was the worst of all evils. On his table on the dais he had what at first glance appeared to be two glasses filled with a clear liquid. He explained that one was filled with pure water and the other was filled with undiluted alcohol, also pure. He placed a small worm in one of the glasses and those present could observe how it swam across the surface towards the edge of the glass, then it slid calmly until it reached the top. Then the speaker took the same worm and placed it in the glass filled with alcohol. The worm disintegrated in full view. "There you go," said the speaker. "What do you think? What conclusions do you come to?" A voice from the back of the room said very clearly, "It seems to me that if you drink alcohol you will never have worms." This book has many worms in the sense that you will hear and perceive exactly what you want to hear based on many of your own values, beliefs, prejudices, and personal history. It is difficult and delicate at the same time to write about self-defeating behavior. Taking a deep look at yourself with the intent to change may be something you say you are interested in doing, but your behavior often proves otherwise. It is difficult to change. If you are like most people, even the innermost fibers of your being will resist the hard work of eliminating the thoughts that support your self-alienating feelings and behavior. But despite the worms, I think you will like this book. I love it. And I enjoyed writing it. While I do not believe that mental illness should be discussed lightly, I also do not believe that it should be treated without humor, or with archaic and mysterious language. I have tried to avoid complicated explanations, mainly because I do not think that being happy is a complex matter. The state of health is a natural state, and the means to achieve it are within the possibilities of each one of us. I personally believe that a well-balanced combination of work, reflection, humor, and self-confidence are the ingredients that are needed to live an efficient life. I do not believe in fanciful formulas or historical excursions to delve into your personal past and discover that the passage from diapers to the toilet was done clumsily and abruptly and that other people are responsible for your unhappiness. This book outlines a pleasant procedure to achieve happiness, a procedure that is based on being responsible for oneself, on committing to oneself, in addition to the will to live and a desire to be everything you want to be at this moment. This is not a complicated procedure, but common sense. If you are a healthy and happy human being, you might think, I could have written this book. You are right. You don't need professional training or a PhD in the psychotherapeutic professions to understand the principles of efficient living. That is not learned in a classroom or in a book. This is learned by committing to your own happiness and doing something to achieve it. I work on this every day, while trying to help others decide on a similar alternative. Each chapter in this book is written as if it were a psychotherapy session. I chose this form to provide as many self-help opportunities as possible. A particular wrong zone, or type of self-destructive behavior, is explored, and the historical antecedents of this behavior in our culture, that is, in yourself, are examined. The goal is to help you understand why you are stuck in this self-defeating zone. The specific behaviors that correspond to this erroneous zone are then detailed. The types of behavior we refer to are everyday acts that may seem perfectly acceptable but are actually detrimental to one's happiness. I do not give examples of clinical cases with serious emotional disturbances, but rather the daily neurotic messages that we all emit are pointed out. After looking at behaviors in the wrong areas, we move on to examine the reasons that lead to clinging to behaviors that spoil happiness. This involves looking seriously and carefully at the psychological support system that you have built for yourself to maintain this self-frustrating behavior, rather than abandoning it. This section tries to answer the following questions: what do I get out of this behavior? And why do I persist if it hurts me? As you examine each erroneous zone, you will surely notice that each of the payback sections has similar messages. You will find that the reasons for maintaining neurotic behavior are quite consistent and are present in all the wrong areas. Essentially, it is safer to hold on to a known response, even if it is self-defeating. You can also eliminate change and take responsibility if you keep your wrong zones intact. These rewards of trust and confidence will be evident throughout the book. You will begin to see that your psychological maintenance system works to keep you out of guilt and to neutralize your opportunities for change. The fact that you engage in many self-defeating behaviors for the same reason only makes total growth more possible. Eliminate these reasons and you will destroy your wrong zones. Each chapter ends by providing a straightforward strategy to eliminate this self-neutralizing behavior. This structure corresponds exactly to that of a psychotherapy session, that is, a study of the problem and its externalization, an examination of negative behavior, an insightful and deep perception of the why of the behavior, and, finally, the formulation of concrete strategies that eliminate the conflict zone. Occasionally this method may seem repetitive. It's a good sign, a sign of effective thinking. I have worked many years as a psychotherapist. I know very well that effective thinking that can modify self-destructive behavior, does not appear simply because something has been said about it. An inside perception, and in that sense, it must be repeated over and over again. Only then, when it is fully accepted and understood, can you begin to modify the self-destructive behavior. For this reason, certain themes should be pounded over and over again on the pages of this book, just as they should be brought up over and over again in successive sessions of psychotherapy. There are two central themes that appear repeatedly throughout this book. The first has to do with your ability to make decisions about your own emotions. Begin to examine your life in light of the decisions you made or did not make. This will make you responsible for who you are and what you feel. To become happier and more efficient, you will have to become aware of the options available to you. You are the sum total of your choices, and I am thrown enough to believe that with the proper motivation and effort, you can be whatever you set your mind to. The second theme that will emerge on these pages is taking charge of your present moment. They are words that will reappear many times. It is an essential element to eliminate your wrong areas and create your happiness. There is only one moment when you can experience something, and that moment is now. However, a lot of time is wasted in reminiscing about the past and thinking about the future. Dedicating the present, the now, to full satisfaction is the cornerstone of positive life, and virtually all self-destructive behaviors, wrong zones, are efforts to live a time that is not the present. Options and the present moment will be emphasized on almost every page of this book. With careful reading, you'll soon be asking yourself questions that haven't occurred to you before. Why do I choose to be upset right now? And how can I use this very moment more positively? They are the inner questions asked by the person who is moving away from the wrong areas and towards happiness and self-confidence. This book ends with a brief portrait of a person who has eliminated all the wrong zones and who lives in an emotional world controlled internally rather than externally. The following 25 questions have been developed to measure your ability to choose your own fulfillment and happiness. Answer them as objectively as possible and evaluate yourself and your current way of living. Answers that are affirmative indicate self-control and good decision-making skills. 1. Do you think for yourself? Chapter 1. 2. Are you able to control your feelings? Episode 2. 3. Are your motivations internal or external? Chapter 7. 4. Have you freed yourself from the need for approval? Chapter 3. 5. Are you the one who establishes your own rules of conduct? Chapter 7. 6. Have you freed yourself from your need for justice and fairness? Chapter 8. 7. Can you accept yourself as you are and avoid reproach? Episode 2. 8. Are you free of the need for hero worship? Chapter 8. 9. Are you a doer or a critic? Chapter 9. 10. Are you attracted to the mysterious and the unknown? Chapter 5. 11. Can you avoid describing yourself using absolute terms? Chapter 4. 12. Can you love yourself all the time? Chapter 10. 13. Can you take your own break? Chapter 10. 14. Have you eliminated all dependencies? Chapter 10. 15. Have you eliminated accusations and accusations from your life? Chapter 7. 16. Have you managed to stop feeling guilty? Chapter 5. 17. Are you able to avoid worrying about the future? Chapter 5. 18. Can you give and receive love? Episode 2. 19. Can you avoid crippling anger in your life? Chapter 11. 20. Have you eliminated procrastination tactics as a lifestyle? Chapter 9. 21. Have you learned to fail efficiently? Chapter 6. 22. Can you enjoy something spontaneously? Chapter 6. 23. Can you appreciate humor and create it? Chapter 1. 24. Do others treat you as you would like them to treat you? Chapter 10. 25. Are you motivated by your potential for growth and development or by the ability to repair your deficiencies? Chapter 1. At any given time in your life, you can choose to answer yes to all of these questions if you are willing to reject many shoulds and shoulds that you have learned in the course of your life. The real option lies in deciding to be personally free or to remain chained to the expectations that others have of yourself. A friend of mine, Doris Warshay, wrote a poem after listening to one of my lectures. He dedicated it to me and titled it, New Directions. I want to travel as far as possible. I want to achieve the joy that is in my soul. And change the limitations that I know. And feel my spirit and mind grow. I want to live, exist, be. And hear the truths within me. I trust that this book will help you eliminate any worms or blinders that could prevent you from enjoying new and beautiful experiences and also to discover and choose your new directions. 1. Taking charge of yourself. The essence of greatness lies in the ability to choose for self-fulfillment in circumstances where other people choose to be mad. Look over your shoulder. You will realize that you have a partner by your side who is constantly accompanying you. For lack of a better name, call it your own death. You may be afraid of this visitor or use it for your own benefit. The choice up to you. With death such an eternal proposition and life so incredibly short, ask yourself, should I avoid doing the things I really want to do? Will I live my life as others want me to live it? Most likely, your answers can be summed up in a few words: live. Be yourself. Enjoy. Love. You can fear your own death in a negative way or use it to help you live in a positive way. Listen to Tolstoy's Ivan Ilyich as he waits for the great leveler, contemplating a past completely dominated by others, a life in which he had given up being master of himself in order to fit into the system. What if my whole life has been a mistake? What? It occurred to him that what had seemed completely impossible before, especially the fact that he had not lived as he should have, might after all be true. It occurred to him that his vital impulses, brutally suppressed by himself, he had barely experienced them, might have been the only true and real thing in his life, and everything else false. And he felt that his professional obligations and the whole organization of his life and his family, all his social and official interests, all this could have been false. He tried to defend and justify himself to himself, and suddenly he felt how weak what he was defending and justifying was. There was nothing to defend. The next time you have to decide about your own life, that you have to make a personal choice, ask yourself a very important question. How long am I going to be dead? Faced with that eternal perspective, you can now decide what you prefer, what you choose, and leave to those who will always be alive the worries, the fears, the question of whether you can afford it, and the guilt. If you don't start acting this way, you can already formulate the concrete possibility of living your whole life as others think it should be. Certainly, if your stay on earth is so short, it should be at least pleasant. Simply put, it's about your life, do with it what you want. Happiness and your own intelligence quotient. Taking charge of yourself means putting aside certain widespread myths. At the top of the list is the notion that intelligence is measured by the ability to solve complex problems, to write, read, and compute at certain levels, and to quickly solve abstract equations. This view of intelligence posits formal education and academic knowledge or culture as the true measure of personal fulfillment. It fosters a kind of intellectual snobbery that has had very demoralizing results. We have come to believe that a person is intelligent if he has a series of academic degrees, or a great ability within some scholastic discipline, mathematics, science, a huge vocabulary, a great memory to remember superfluous data, or if he is a great reader. However, psychiatric hospitals are crammed with patients who have all the credentials duly presented, as are many who do not. The true barometer of intelligence is a happy and effective life lived every day and every moment of every day. If you are happy, if you live every moment, making the most of its possibilities, then you are an intelligent person. The ability to solve problems is a useful addition to your happiness, but if you know that despite your lack of ability to solve certain kinds of things, you can choose what makes you happy, or that, at least, you can avoid what it will make you unhappy, then it can be said that you are smart. You are smart because you have the most effective weapon to combat NCS, the nervous breakdown. You may be struck by the fact that it tells you that there is no such thing as a nervous collapse or depression. The nerves do not collapse. Open someone up and look for their broken nerves. They will not appear. Smart people do not have NC because they are in control of themselves. They know how to choose happiness over depression, because they know how to deal with the problems in their lives. Note that I did not say solve the problems. Instead of measuring their intelligence by their ability to solve problems, these people measure it by their ability to remain equally happy and valuable, whether the problem is solved or not. You can start to consider yourself really smart based on how you choose to feel when faced with difficult circumstances. The difficulties of life are very similar for everyone. Everyone who is with other human beings in any social context has the same difficulties. Disagreements, compromises, conflicts are part of what it means to be a human being. Similarly, money, old age, disease, death, natural disasters, and accidents are events that present problems for all human beings. But while some people manage to avoid immobilizing discouragement and unhappiness when faced with these events, there are others who collapse, become inert, or suffer a nervous breakdown. Human beings who recognize problems as something that is part of the human condition and do not measure happiness by the absence of problems, these are the most intelligent human beings we know, also the rarest and most difficult to find. Learning to take full charge of yourself will involve a whole new mental process, and one that can be difficult because too many forces in our society conspire against individual responsibility. You must trust your ability to emotionally feel what you choose to feel at any given moment in your life. This is a radical concept. You have probably grown up believing that you cannot control your own emotions, that anger, fear, and hatred, as well as love, ecstasy, and joy are things that happen to you. An individual does not control these things, he accepts them. When some painful event happens, one naturally feels sorry, and hopes that something good and joyful will happen very soon so that one can feel good. Choosing how you will feel. Feelings are not simple emotions that happen to you. Feelings are reactions that you choose to have. If you own your own emotions, if you control them, you will not have to choose self-defeating reactions. When you learn that you can feel what you prefer or choose to feel, you will begin to set out on the true path of intelligence, a path that has no side paths. This path is new because you will consider a given emotion as an option and not as a condition of life. This is the heart and soul of personal freedom. With logic you can attack the myth of not being in charge or in control of your own emotions. By means of a simple syllogism, a logical formulation in which you have a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion that is based on an agreement between the two premises, you can start the process of being in charge of yourself, both mentally as emotionally. Logical syllogism. Main premise: Aristotle is a man. Minor premise: all men have facial hair. Conclusion: Aristotle has facial hair. Illogical syllogism. Major premise: Aristotle has hair on his face. Minor premise: all men have hair on their faces. Conclusion: Aristotle is a man. It is very clear that when you resort to logic, you must be careful that the major and minor premises agree. In the second example, Aristotle could be a monkey or a mole. Here's a logical exercise that can forever rule out the notion that you can't take charge of your own emotional universe. Major premise: I can control my thoughts. Minor premise: my feelings come from my thoughts. Conclusion: I can control my feelings. The major premise is clear. You have the power to think what comes to mind. If something unexpected occurs to you, something that you chose to put in your head, even though you don't know why you did it, you still have the power to make it disappear, and therefore you continue to control your mental universe. I can tell you, think of a pink antelope, and you can turn it green or turn it into a wild boar, or you can just think of anything else you want. Only you can control what enters your head as a thought. If you do not believe in this, simply answer this question: if it is not you who controls your thoughts, who controls them? Is it your spouse, or your boss, or your mother? And if they are the ones who control what you think, then send them to them for psychotherapeutic treatment, and you will improve immediately. But you know that it is not so. You and only you can control your thinking apparatus, outside of extreme cases of brainwashing or conditioning experiments that are not part of your life. Your thoughts are yours, exclusively yours to do with what you want, keep, change, share or contemplate. No other person can get inside your head and have your thoughts as you experience them. It is you who really controls your thoughts, and your brain is your own, and you can use it however you want and determine. Your minor premise is not debatable if you examine the historical evidence and use your common sense. You cannot have a feeling, emotion, without first experiencing a thought. Without the brain, your ability to feel disappears. A feeling is a physical reaction to a thought. If you cry, or blush, your heart beats faster, or any of the possible emotional reactions from the endless list of possibilities happens to you, it means that you have first received a signal from the center of thought. When the thought center of your mind is damaged or short-circuited, you don't feel emotions, you can't feel them. With certain types of brain injuries, you do not even feel physical pain. Your hand can literally be completely charred and fried in the fire and you do not feel any sensation of pain. You know that you cannot neutralize your thought center and at the same time experience any sensation in your body. It's not possible. So your minor premise is supported by a truth. All your sensations come to you preceded by a thought, and without function the brain cannot experience sensations. The conclusion of the syllogism is also inescapable. If you control your thoughts, and your sensations and feelings come from your thoughts, then you are able to control your own feelings and sensations. And you can control your feelings by working out the thoughts that preceded them. To simplify, we can say that you think things or people are what make you unhappy, but this is not correct. You are responsible for your misfortune because it is your thoughts about things and people in your life that make you unhappy. To become a free and healthy person, you have to learn to think differently. When you have managed to modify your thoughts, then your new feelings will begin to emerge and you will have taken the first step on the path to your personal freedom. Let's take the syllogism more personally by taking the case of Cal, a young executive who spends most of his time worrying and suffering because his boss thinks he's stupid. Cal is very unhappy because his boss has a very low opinion of him. But if Cal didn't know that his boss thinks he's stupid, would he be just as unhappy? Of course not. How could you feel unhappy about something you don't know? In other words, what your boss believes or does not believe is not what makes you unhappy. What Cal believes is what makes him unhappy. Furthermore, Cal is responsible for his own unhappiness by convincing himself that what someone else thinks is more important than what he thinks himself. This same logic is applicable to all events, things, and people's points of view. Someone's death is not what grieves you. Until you find out, you cannot be sorry, so death is not the cause of your pain but what you tell yourself about that fact. Hurricanes are not depressing by themselves, depression is uniquely human. If you feel depressed because of a hurricane, you are saying to yourself things that depress you about the hurricane. This does not mean that you should fool yourself by saying things that make you enjoy the hurricane, but rather that you ask yourself, why am I going to choose depression? Will getting depressed help me cope with the fact of the hurricane? A more efficient way? You have grown up and developed in a cultural environment that has taught you that you are not responsible for your feelings and sensations, although the syllogistic truth shows you that you always were. You have learned a number of sayings to defend yourself against the fact that you are the one in control of your feelings. Here is a short list of set phrases that you have used over and over again. Examine the messages that these phrases send. You offend me. You make me feel bad. I can't help feeling what I feel. I'm just angry, don't ask me to explain why. That person makes me sick. I'm afraid of heights. You embarrass me. I accelerate when she is near me. You make me fool in public. This list could go on and on. Each sentence contains within itself a message that announces that you are not responsible for what you feel. Now rewrite the list correctly, that is, in a way that reflects that it is you who controls what you feel and that your feelings and sensations come from the thoughts you have about anything. I was offended by the things I said to myself about how you reacted to me. It made me feel bad. I can avoid feeling what I feel, but I have chosen to be angry. I have decided to feel angry because generally I can manipulate others with my anger since they think that I control them. I make myself sick. I scare myself in the heights. I am ashamed of myself. I get turned on when I'm around her. I play the fool for taking your opinions about myself more seriously than my own, and for believing that others do the same. Perhaps you think that the sayings in list 1 are simply figures of speech that have become clichés that are used in our cultural environment and do not have much meaning. But if that's how you think, then ask yourself why the phrases in list 2 haven't become clichés. The answer lies in the influence of our cultural environment on our thinking that teaches us to think like list 1 and moves us away from the logic of list 2. The message is crystal clear. You are responsible for what you feel. You feel what you think, and you can learn to think differently about anything, if you decide to do so. Ask yourself if it's worth it, if it makes up for you to be unhappy, depressed, or hurt or offended. Then examine, deeply, the kinds of thoughts that are leading you towards these feelings of weakness. A difficult task. Learn not to be miserable. It is not easy to change your mind. You are used to a certain type of thinking and its debilitating consequences. It takes a lot of work to get rid of the thinking habits that you have assimilated so far. It's easy to be happy, but learning not to be miserable can be difficult. Happiness is the natural condition of the person. This is evident when looking at young children. What's difficult is getting rid of all the shoulds and shoulds that you've digested in the past. Taking charge of yourself starts with being aware of yourself. Pay attention when you say things like "I have been offended." Think about what you are doing at the moment you are doing it. New thinking requires being aware of your old thoughts. You have become accustomed to mental patterns that identify the causes of your feelings in external events. You have used thousands of hours of reinforcement to support these thoughts, and you will have to balance the balance by putting thousands of hours of new thoughts, thoughts that take responsibility for your own feelings. It is difficult, really difficult, but what does it matter? It's certainly no reason to stop. Remember the times when you were learning to drive a car with manual gearboxes. You were faced with a problem that seemed insurmountable. You had 3 pedals but only 2 feet to operate them. The first thing was to become aware of the complexity of the task. Release the clutch slowly, the car too fast, there is jerking, press the accelerator pedal at the same time as you release the clutch, the right foot stops the brake, but the clutch has to go in, or you will hit another jolt. Millions of mental signals, always thinking, using your head. What I do? I am aware, alert, and after 1,000 trials, mistakes, and repeated efforts, the day comes when you get in your car and drive off. No hesitation, no shaking, no thoughts. Driving with a manual clutch has become completely natural, and how did you do it? With great difficulty. With a lot of thinking in the present, a lot of remembering, with work and effort. You know how to regulate your mind when it comes to doing physical work, such as teaching your feet and hands to coordinate their efforts to drive a car. The process is less known but works the same in the emotional universe. You have learned the habits you have now by using and reinforcing them throughout your life. You feel miserable, angry, hurt, and frustrated automatically because that's how you learned to think a long time ago. You have accepted your behavior and you have not worried about the possibility of changing it. But you can learn not to be miserable, not to be angry, or hurt, or frustrated in the same way that you learned all those attitudes of self-frustration. For example, you have been taught that going to the dentist is an unpleasant experience and that it is associated with sensations of pain. You have always felt that it was unpleasant and you have even said things to yourself like, "Gave the lathe." But these are all learned reactions. You could make the experience work in your favor by deciding that it is an enjoyable procedure. You could, if you really decide to use your head, make the noise of the lathe make you think of a beautiful sexual experience, and each time its purr sounds you could train your mind to imagine the most orgiastic moment of your life. You could think differently about what you used to call pain, and choose to feel something new and pleasant. It will be much more enjoyable and rewarding for you to master your own dental circumstances than to hold on to old images and simply resign yourself. Maybe you have a hard time believing it. You may say something like, "I can think of what I want but I still feel miserable when the dentist puts the drill in my mouth." This brings us back to the manual clutch. When did you think you could handle it? A thought becomes a certainty when you elaborate it, not when you try to do it once and then use your lack of skill or initial failure to stop doing it as a pretext. Taking charge of yourself involves a greater effort than simply speculating on new ideas. It involves determination, the decision to be happy and to judge and destroy each and every one of the thoughts that produce self-immobile unhappiness. The possibility of choice. Your fundamental freedom. If you still think that you are not choosing to be unhappy, try to imagine that things happen in the following way. Every time you feel miserable, you are subjected to an unpleasant experience. Perhaps you are locked in a room alone for a long time, or forced to put yourself in a crowded elevator where you must spend several days. You can go without eating or force yourself to eat a dish that you find particularly unpleasant. Or maybe they torture you, other people torture you physically instead of mentally torturing yourself. Try to imagine yourself being subjected to any of these punishments until you get rid of the painful sensations. How long do you think you would keep holding on to them? Most likely, you would take care of your feelings and sensations quickly. So it's not about whether or not you can take charge and control your feelings and sensations, but whether or not you really will. How long will you last before deciding? Some people choose to go crazy rather than take charge of themselves and control their lives. Others simply indulge and plunge into a life full of suffering because the dividend of compassion received is greater than the reward of being happy. What is involved here is your ability to choose happiness, or at least not to choose unhappiness at any given moment in your life. This may be an overwhelming idea, but it is also an idea that you should consider carefully before rejecting it, since rejecting it means giving up. To reject it is to believe that a third party is in charge of you. But choosing happiness may be easier for you than some of the things that complicate your life every day. Just as you are free to choose happiness over unhappiness, you are also free to choose between self-fulfilling behavior over self-defeating behavior. If you drive a car during this time, chances are that you will find yourself frequently in traffic jams. Do you get angry then, or insult the other drivers, quarrel with your passengers and vent to anything or anyone who gets in front of you? Do you justify your behavior by saying that traffic makes you sick and that you just can't control yourself in traffic jams? What if you decide to think about something else? What if you decide to use your head in a constructive way? It may take you some time to do so, but you can learn to talk to yourself in a different way, get used to a different behavior that could include whistling, or singing, or recording verbal letters on tape, and even take time procrastinating your anger for 30 seconds. You will not learn to like crowds, but you will, although very slowly at first, to think in a new way. You will have learned not to feel uncomfortable. You have chosen to replace, step by step, slowly but always moving forward, the old self-frustrating emotions with new healthy and constructive emotions. It depends on you and the choices you make that your life experiences are stimulating and enjoyable. Boring parties and committee meetings are fertile grounds for choosing new sensations and feelings. When you are bored, you can get your mind to work in different ways that are stimulating, such as changing the subject with a key observation, or writing the first chapter of your novel, or working on different projects that help you avoid these types of situations in the future. To use your mind actively, what you have to do is see what are the people and things that create conflict for you, and then decide what are the mental efforts that will make these same events and these same people act positively for you. For example, in a restaurant, if you get upset because the service is bad, first think about why you shouldn't choose to get upset because something or someone doesn't work the way you want. You are worth too much to be disturbed by someone else, especially if that person is of such little importance in your life. Think about what strategies you can use to change the moment, walk away, or do anything. But don't let the situation disturb you. Make your head work for you, and little by little you will get into the habit of not bothering yourself when things go wrong. Choose health over disease. You can also choose to eliminate certain physical ailments that do not stem from some known organ failure. There are many physical ailments that often do not stem from physiological disorders such as certain headaches, backaches, ulcers, hypertension, hives, skin rashes, cramps, various aches, and so on. I once had a patient who swore she had had a headache every morning for 4 years. Every morning at 6:5 he waited for it to arrive, and then he took painkillers. She also kept her friends and co-workers well informed of her sufferings. It was suggested to this patient that she actually wanted to feel these headaches and had chosen them as a way to get people's attention and sympathy. It was also suggested that she could learn not to wish this for herself, and that she could try to shift the pain from the middle of her forehead to the side of her head. She was going to learn to control her headache, or to realize that she controlled it by making it change places. The first morning he woke up at 6:30 and lay in bed waiting for his pain. When he arrived, he could think about it elsewhere in his head. He chose something new for himself and finally stopped choosing to have headaches. There is plenty of evidence to support the theory that people choose to have tumors, arthritis, heart disease, accidents, and many other ills, including cancer, ills that have always been thought to happen to people by chance. In treating the mortally ill, many researchers have come to believe that the way to alleviate the ailment is by helping the patient not to desire the disease in any form whatsoever. Some cultures treat pain in this way, completely dominating the mind and making self-control synonymous with mind control. The brain, which is made up of 10 trillion working parts, has enough storage capacity to accept 10 news per second. It has been calculated, and by doing conservative calculations, that the human brain can store an amount of information equivalent to 100 trillion words, and that we use only a small fraction of this space. This instrument that you carry with you everywhere is very powerful, and you can choose to use it in different ways, some so great and so fantastic that they had not even occurred to you until now. Try to be aware of this as you go through the pages of this book, and try to choose new ways of thinking. Don't be too quick to say that this kind of control is a form of quackery. Most doctors have seen patients opt for a physical illness that has no physiological causes. It is not uncommon to see people who mysteriously fall ill when faced with some difficult circumstance, or who avoid getting ill when being ill is simply impossible at the time, and thus postpone the effects, perhaps the fever, until there is no such thing. Such an important circumstance, and only then do they collapse. I know of the case of a 36-year-old man trapped in a horrible marital situation. He decided on January 15 that on March 10 he would leave his wife. On February 28, he developed a 40-degree fever and began vomiting uncontrollably. This became a recurring situation. Every time he plucked up the courage to decide to leave his wife, he would get the flu or a fit of indigestion. I was choosing. It was easier to get sick than to deal with guilt, fear, shame, and the unknown that the fact of separation entailed. Listen to the commercials we hear on television. I am a stockbroker, so you can imagine the headaches I have to endure, the stresses. But I take this pill to take them away. Message: you cannot control how you feel if you work in certain types of jobs, teachers, executives, parents, so trust something to do it for you. We are bombarded with such messages on a daily basis. What they hide and imply is very clear, and it is that we are defenseless prisoners who have to have something or someone to do things for us. Silly stuff. Only you can improve your luck and make yourself happy. It is up to you to take charge of controlling your own mind, and then you should try to feel and act in the ways you choose. Avoid immobility. When considering your potential to choose happiness, keep the word immobilization in mind as the indicator of negative emotions in your life. You may think that sometimes anger, hostility, shyness, or other feelings are worth it, and for that reason, you want to hold on to them. The extent to which these feelings immobilize you should be your guide. The immobilization can oscillate between total inaction and small indecisions or hesitations. Are your anger keeping you from doing or saying things you want to do or say? If so, it is because they immobilize you. Does your shyness prevent you from meeting people you want to meet? If so, it means that your shyness immobilizes you and makes it impossible for you to have experiences that are yours by right. Does your jealousy and hatred contribute to giving you a stomach ulcer or raising your blood pressure? Do they prevent you from doing your job effectively in your job? Can't sleep or make love because of some negative feeling in the present moment? These are all signs of immobilization. Immobilization, a state, which, to a greater or lesser degree, makes it impossible for you to function at the level you would like to function. If certain feelings lead you to that state, it's not worth it to keep looking for more reasons to get rid of them. Here is a small list of some occasions when you may find yourself immobilized. They oscillate between minor and major states of immobility. You're immobilized when you cannot lovingly address your spouse or children even if you want to. You cannot work on a project that interests you. You sit around the house all day thinking about your problems. You don't make love and you would like to. You do not play tennis or golf or take part in other pleasant activities because of an unpleasant feeling that you carry with you. You do not dare to introduce yourself to a person who attracts you. You avoid talking to someone even though you realize that a simple friendly gesture would improve your relationship. You cannot sleep because something worries you. You cannot think clearly because you are angry. You say something heavy and unfair to someone you love. Your features tremble or you are so nervous that you do not function as you would like. The immobilization covers a wide territory. Almost all negative emotions cause a state of self-immobility, and this is already more than enough reason to eliminate them from your life. Perhaps you think of a circumstance in which negative emotions are beneficial, such as addressing a child with an angry voice to emphasize the fact that you do not want him to play outside. If the angry tone is a simple strategy to achieve the desired result and it works, then great, it means that you have adopted a healthy and positive strategy. However, if you yell at others not because you want to achieve something or emphasize something, but because you are internally disturbed, then it means that you have immobilized yourself. It means that the time has come to start choosing new attitudes that help you achieve your goal, that the child does not play in the street without experiencing sensations that are painful and harmful to you. In Chapter I return to the subject of anger and how it can be postponed and appeased. The importance of living in the present moment. One of the ways to combat immobilization, no matter how small, is by learning to live in the present moment. Living in the present moment, getting in touch with your now, is the core of a positive life. If you think about it, you will realize that there really is no other moment that you can live. The now is all there is, and the future is simply another present moment to be lived when it arrives. One thing is for sure, that you can't live it until it actually shows up. The problem lies in the fact that we live in a culture that downplays the present, the now. Save for the future. Think of the consequences. Don't be a hedonist. Think of tomorrow. Prepare for your retirement. Avoiding the present moment is almost a disease in our culture, and we are continually conditioned to sacrifice the present for the future. If we take this attitude to its logical conclusions, we will realize that it is not only a matter of avoiding enjoyment now but of escaping from happiness forever. When the future comes, it becomes the present, and we must use it to prepare for the future. Happiness is something that happens in the morning, or is something elusive, fallacious. The disease of avoiding the present moment takes many forms. Here are 4 typical examples of avoidance behavior. Mrs. Sally Forth decides to go to the forest to breathe fresh air, enjoy nature, and get in touch with her present moments. As you walk through the woods, you let your mind wander and focus on all the things you should be doing at home. The children, the shopping, the house, the bills to pay. Will everything be okay? Then at other times his mind wanders to all the things he will have to do when he leaves the forest. The present, occupied by past and future events, has been lost, and the enchanting and rare occasion of enjoying a present moment in contact with nature has been lost forever. Mrs. Sandy Shore is going to the islands to enjoy a vacation, and she spends all her time tanning in the sun, not for the pleasure of feeling the sun's rays on her body, but in anticipation of what her friends will say when she returns home with a gorgeous tan. Her mind is focused on the future, and when that future moment arrives, she will feel like she can't be back on the beach sunbathing. If you think that society does not encourage these kinds of attitudes, think of a commercial for a tanning product. They will hate you more when you go home if you use this product. Mr. Neil N. Prayer has a powerlessness problem. When you are experiencing the present moment with your wife, your mind begins to wander and think about past or future events, and the present fades away. When she finally manages to focus on the present moment, she imagines that she is making love to someone else while she also thinks of her lover. Mr. Ben Fishin is reading a book and trying his best to concentrate on what he is reading. Suddenly you realize that your mind has gone on a mental excursion. His mind has not absorbed a single idea. He was avoiding the material written on those pages, although his eyes focused carefully on each word. He was literally participating in the ritual of reading while he occupied his present moment with thoughts that related to the movie he had seen the night before or the exam the next day. You can marvelously enjoy the present moment, that elusive time that is always with you, if you give yourself completely to it, if you lose yourself in it. Absorb everything that the present moment offers you and disconnect from the past that no longer exists and the future that will come in time. Hold on to the present moment as if it is the only one you have. And he thinks that remembering, wishing, waiting, regretting and repenting are the most common and most dangerous tactics to avoid the present. Often the avoidance of the present leads to an idealization of the future. In the future, at some wonderful time in the future, life will change, everything will be ordered and you will find happiness. When that important moment arrives and what you hope for happens, your graduation from college or university, marriage, a child, a promotion, then life will begin in earnest. And most likely, when that moment arrives and the expected event occurs, you will be disappointed. It can never be what you expected. Try to remember your first sexual experience. After such a long wait, The orgasms did not have the character of a jubilee or the violence of an epileptic seizure, but rather a wondering between amusement and wonder why people were making so much fuss about sex, and perhaps also a feeling of, is this really everything? Of course, when something that happens to you does not live up to your expectations, you can get rid of the depression that it produces by starting to idealize again. Don't let this vicious cycle become a lifestyle for you. Interrupt it now, strategically right now, with something that fills you up, and makes you feel fulfilled in the present moment. Years ago, in 1903, Henry James gave this advice in his novel The Ambassadors. Live all you can, not doing so is a mistake. It doesn't matter much what you do as long as you have your life. If you haven't had that, what have you had? The appropriate time is any time that one is still lucky enough to have. Live. If you look back at what your life has been, as Ivan Ilyich did in Tolstoy's novel, you will discover that it is very rare that you regret something you have done. It is what you have not done that will haunt you. In other words, the message is very clear. Do it. Do things. Value the present moment. Hold on to every moment of your life and savor it. Give importance, value your present moments. Think that if you waste them with self-defeating attitudes, you will have lost them forever. The theme of present moment awareness appears on every page of this book. The people who know how to catch that present moment on the fly and make the most of it, maximize it, are the people who have chosen to live a free, efficient, effective, and full life. And that is a choice that each and every one of us can make. Growth against imperfection as a motivator. Two types of needs can motivate you to choose a full and happy life. The most common form of motivation is called imperfection or deficiency motivation, and the other, healthier type is called growth and development motivation. If you place a stone under the lens of a microscope and look at it carefully, you will notice that it never changes. But, if you put a piece of coral under the same lens, you can see that it grows and changes. Conclusion: the coral is alive, the stone is dead. How do you tell the difference between a flower that is alive and one that is dead? The one that is growing is the one that is alive. The only true test of life is growth. This is also true in the psychological universe. If you are growing, it means that you are alive. If you are not growing and developing, it is the same as if you were dead. Your motivation may come from a desire to grow and develop rather than a desire to repair your deficiencies. If you come to recognize that you can always grow, improve, develop, become bigger and bigger, that's enough. When you decide to freeze or experience painful emotions, then you have made an anti-growth decision. Motivation for growth and development involves using your life energy to achieve greater happiness rather than to have to improve yourself because you have sinned or because you are somehow incomplete. One of the corollaries of choosing growth and development as motivation is mastering yourself in all the present moments of your life. Being in control of yourself means that you are the one who decides your destiny, that you are not one of those who temporize or conform to what life offers them. Rather, you choose what your world will be like for you. George Bernard Shaw put it very well in his play Mrs. Jaron's Profession. People always blame their circumstances for who they are. I do not believe in circumstances. The people who do well in life are the people who go in search of the circumstances they want, and if they don't find them, they make them, they manufacture them. But remember what was said at the beginning of this chapter. Changing the way you think, or feel, or live is possible, but never easy. Let's be hypothetical for a moment. If they tell you, while threatening you with a gun, that in a year you will have to do something very difficult, like run a mile in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, or jump off the highest springboard in the pool with impeccable style, and that if you don't do it they will shoot you, surely you would dedicate yourself body and soul to training yourself to achieve these goals until it was time for you to act. You would be training your mind at the same time as your body, because it is your mind that tells your body what to do. You would train constantly, incessantly, without falling into the temptation to give up or lessen your effort. And you would fulfill your mission and save your life. This little fairy tale is bound, by the way, to prove something. Nobody pretends to change their body from one day to the next, and yet many of us hope and pretend that our minds are capable of a sudden change. When we try to learn a different mental behavior, we intend to try it once and then instantly become part of ourselves. If you really want to free yourself from neuroses, realize yourself and control your own decisions, if you really want to achieve present moment happiness, you will need to apply the same type of rigid discipline that you needed to learn to think in a self-frustrating way, because you will have to retrace the path mental that you have followed to date. In order to fully achieve this type of personal fulfillment, you will have to repeat ad nauseum that your mind belongs to you and that you are capable of controlling your own feelings. The rest of this book will be dedicated to trying to help you achieve your own goals by precisely starting by repeatedly stating those issues. You can choose what suits you best, and your present moments are yours to enjoy, if you really decide. Be in charge of yourself. 2. The first love. Self-esteem cannot be verified by others. You are worth it because you say it is so. If you depend on others to value yourself, this assessment will be made by others. You may have a social illness, an illness that cannot be cured with a simple injection. It is very likely that you have infested the virus of self-loathing, and the only known remedy for this is a good massive dose of self-love, or self-love. But perhaps, like many people in our society, you have grown up with the idea that it is wrong to love yourself. Think of others, society tells us. Love your neighbor, the church preaches to us. What no one seems to remember is loving yourself, and yet that is precisely what you are going to have to learn to achieve your happiness in the present moment. As a child you learned that loving yourself, something natural back then, was the same as being selfish and spoiled. You learned to think of others before yourself, to give them greater importance because that way you showed that you were a good person. You learned to annul yourself and they fed you concepts like you must share your things with your cousins. It didn't matter that they were the things you loved the most, your personal treasures, or that neither mom nor dad might not be sharing their adult toys with others. You may even have been told often that children are silent when adults speak and that you must know your place. Children are considered beautiful and important by nature, but by adolescence the messages of society have already taken root. Self-distrust is in full swing. And over the years this feeling is constantly being reinforced. After all, you shouldn't go around the world loving yourself. What will others think of you? Hints are subtle and the intention behind them is not bad, but they do manage to keep the individual at bay. Beginning with parents and family and continuing with school and friends, the child learns these charming social manners that are like the mark of the adult world. Children never act like that to each other unless it is to please the grown-ups. Let them always say please and thank you, bow, get up when an adult enters the room, ask permission to get up from the table, put up with the eternal caresses on the cheeks and the head strokes of adults. The message is very clear: adults are important, children don't count. The others are important, you are insignificant. Do not trust your own opinion was corollary number 1, and there was a huge package of reinforcements that came under the heading of good manners. These rules covered by the word manners helped you internalize the judgments of others at the expense of your own values. It is not surprising then that these same questions and doubts, these same definitions that deny you as a person persist into maturity. And how do you get these self-doubts in? You may have trouble on the important issue of loving your neighbor. But love for others is directly related to the love you have for yourself. Love, suggestions for a definition. Love is a word that has as many definitions as there are people to define it. Try this one to see how it goes. The ability and willingness to allow loved ones to be what they choose for themselves, without insisting that they do what you like or satisfy. This may be a workable definition, but the fact is that very few people are capable of adopting it for themselves. How can you get to the point where you can let others be what they want and choose to be without insisting that they live up to what you expect of them? Very easy. Loving yourself. Feeling that you are important, beautiful, and that you are worth a lot. When you have recognized your worth and how good you are, you will have no need for others to support and reinforce your worth and your values by adjusting their behavior to your instructions. If you are sure of yourself and have confidence in what you think, you will not want or need others to be like you. First of all, you are a unique being. On the other hand, that would deprive them of their individuality, and what you like in them are precisely those traits that differentiate them and make them what they are. The thing begins to assemble. You manage to love yourself and suddenly you are able to love others, and you are able to do things for others by being able to give and do things for yourself first of all. So you will not need tricks to love and give. You will not do it because you expect retribution or gratitude but because of the authentic pleasure you feel in being generous and loving. If your being is worthless, or is not loved by you, then it is impossible to give. How can you give love if you are worth nothing? What value would your love have? And if you can't give love, you can't receive it either. After all, what is the value of love that is given to a person who is worthless? Being in love, being able to give and receive, all of these things begin with a being who is capable of totally loving himself. Take for example the case of Noah, a mature man who pretended to love his wife and children tenderly. To show his affection, he bought them expensive gifts, paid for luxurious vacations and was careful, when he was away on business trips, to always sign his letters with the word love. However, Noah could never tell his wife and children that he loved them. And he had the same problem with his parents whom he loved very much as well. Noah wanted to say the words that often crossed his mind and yet he would get stuck every time he tried to say I love you. In Noah's mind the words I love you exposed him. If he said I love you someone had to answer I love you too, Noah. Your declaration of love has to be met with an affirmation of your own personal worth. Saying those words posed too great a risk for Noah, because they might go unanswered and then his entire worth was called into question. If, on the other hand, Noah could start with the premise that he was kind or loved, he would have no difficulty saying I love you, or I love you. Love, Noah, he would see that this has nothing to do with his own self-worth since it was intact since before he even began to speak. If his love was reciprocated, it was his wife's problem, or whoever Noah loved. At that moment, it could be that he wanted the other person's love, but it would not be indispensable to his self-worth. You can challenge all your feelings according to your ability to love yourself. Always remember that at no time and under no circumstances is it healthier to hate yourself than to love yourself. Even if you've behaved in a way that you dislike, hating yourself will only lead to immobilization and harm. And instead of hating yourself, try to have positive feelings. Let the mistake or the error serve you as a lesson, make the resolution not to repeat them but do not associate them with your self-esteem or self-worth. This is the crux of both self-love and love for others. Never confuse your own value, which is a given value, with your behavior or with the behavior of others towards you. And, I repeat, it is not easy. The messages that society sends us are overwhelming. You are a bad boy, instead of you behaved badly. Mommy doesn't like you when you behave this way, instead of mommy doesn't like the way you behave. The conclusions you draw from this type of message are: she doesn't love me, I must be a mess, instead of mom doesn't like me. That is your decision, and although I don't like it that way, I still believe that I am important. In his book Knots, Dr. R.D. Laing summarizes the process of internalizing the thoughts of others to equate it with your own self-esteem. My mother loves me. I feel good. I feel good because she loves me. My mother doesn't love me. I feel bad. I feel bad because she doesn't love me. I am bad because I feel bad. I feel bad because I am bad. I am bad because she does not love me. She doesn't love me because I'm bad. It is not easy to get rid of the habits of childhood. It is quite possible that your image of yourself is still based on the opinions of others. While it is true that you learned your first ideas about yourself from the opinion of adults, it is not true that you have to carry them forever. Yes, it is difficult to detach from the old chains and cleanse the open wounds, but it is even more difficult to hold on to them if one considers the consequences that this implies. With a little practice and mental training, you can make loving choices for yourself that will surprise you. Who are the people who love easily? Are people who have self-destructive behavior? No, never. Are they the ones who humble themselves and hide in a corner? No, by the way. Becoming efficient, achieving effective giving and receiving love begins at home on your own, with the purpose of ending the behaviors emanating from low self-esteem that have become a habit and a way of life. Tuning into the wave of self-acceptance. The first thing you have to do is destroy the myth that you have only one concept of yourself and that it is permanently positive or negative. You have many images of yourself and these vary from moment to moment. If you were asked, do you like yourself? It could be that you answered with a collective no after piling on all your negative thoughts about yourself. Breaking down the areas of what you do not like to catalog them in specific areas will direct your efforts towards definitive goals. You have different opinions about yourself, from a physical, intellectual, social, or emotional point of view. You have your own opinion regarding your talent for music, sports, art, mechanical tasks, literature, and so on. Your self-portraits are as numerous as your activities, and through all these behaviors there is always you, the person you accept or reject. Your self-esteem, that ever-present gentle shadow, your advisor for your personal happiness and self-control, should not be directly related to your self-worth. You exist. You are a human being. That's all you need. You are the one who determines what you are worth without having to explain to anyone. And your own worth, which is a fact in itself, has nothing to do with your behavior or your feelings. You may not like how you have behaved at any given time, but that has nothing to do with your self-worth. You can choose to be valuable to yourself forever, and from there undertake the task of making your images of yourself. The love of the body. It all starts with your physical self. Do you like your body? If you answered no, try dividing this answer into different parts. Make a list of the things you don't like. Starting at the top, your hair, your forehead, your eyes, eyelids, cheeks. Do you like your eyes, your nose, teeth, and neck? And what about your arms, fingers, chest, and stomach? Make a long list. Also include your inner organs. Your kidneys, spleen, arteries, and femur. Now think about the dark ingredients that make you up. What do you think of your Merlando caesura, your cochlear zone, your uvula, your adrenal glands, and your external auditory pin? You have to make a long and complete list. It's not that you have a good body, you are your body, and if you don't like it, it means that you don't accept yourself as a human being. You may have some physical features that you dislike. If they are parts of your body that can be modified, make changing them one of your goals. If your belly is too big or your hair is a color that does not suit you, you can consider them as choices made in previous present moments, and you can make new decisions appropriate to this present moment. Those parts that you disapprove and that cannot be modified, too long legs, too narrow eyes, too small or too large breasts, can be seen in a different light. Nothing is too much nothing, and long legs are neither better nor worse than hair or no hair. What you have done is accept the definition of contemporary society regarding beauty. Don't let others dictate what is attractive to you. Decide that you like your physical self and that it is valuable and attractive to the way you see it, to you, rejecting the comparisons and opinions of others. You can decide what is pleasant and to your taste, and make lack of acceptance of yourself a thing of the past. You are a human being. Human beings have certain smells, make certain noises, and have hair in certain places. But society and industry constantly send us messages regarding the physical condition of the human being. Be ashamed of these features, they tell us. Learn how to disguise behavior, especially if you hide your true self with our product. Don't accept yourself for who you are and hide your true self. You cannot be in front of television for an hour without receiving this type of message. Ads that bombard you daily tell you how bad your mouth, armpits, feet, skin, and even your genitals smell. Use our product and feel again like a real and natural being. This way you deodorize all the orifices of your body with the appropriate perfumed product, because you do not accept that part of yourself that exists in all human beings. I know of a 32-year-old man named Frank who has learned to reject all his bodily functions and regard them as unspeakable and disgusting. Frank is compulsively clean in everything when it comes to his body, to such an extent that he feels uncomfortable when he sweats, and expects his wife and children to behave in the same way. Run to the shower to get rid of any offensive odors after you've cut the grass or played a game of tennis. And besides, he and his wife can't have sex if they haven't showered before and after making love. He cannot tolerate his own body odors, nor can he live with someone who is more accepting of himself. Frank vaporizes his bathroom with special perfumes, uses a multitude of cosmetics and toiletries to always smell good, and worries that others will not like or accept him when he becomes human and begins to smell like a human being. Frank has learned to reject his odors and his natural bodily functions. He has adopted attitudes that reflect personal self-rejection by feeling ashamed or compelled to make excuses when allowing his body to function naturally. But a human being implies having many natural smells, and the person who is working to accept himself and to love himself should not feel offended or bothered by his natural characteristics. In fact, if Frank were completely honest about himself, and erased all the learned messages that led to a rejection of himself, he might even recognize that he enjoys his own body and all those smells, glorious smells, that the body is capable of producing. And if he doesn't want to share those smells with others, he might at least be able to accept them into himself, tell himself that he actually likes them, and not feel ashamed in front of others. Accepting yourself implies acceptance of the physical self and the possibility of enjoying it, eliminating social and cultural impositions that force you to be clean or simply to tolerate your own body when it behaves in a natural anti-cosmetic way. This does not mean that you have to go around showing off your smells and your person, but it does mean that you can learn to enjoy being yourself. Many women have accepted these socio-cultural messages and behave as they are supposed to behave when it comes to their own bodies. Shave your legs and armpits, completely deodorize, scent your body with manufactured, unnatural perfumes, sterilize your mouth, make up your eyes, lips, cheeks, put fake padding in your bras, spray your genitals with an appropriate perfume and fake your nails. Implicit in all this is the idea that there is something unpleasant in the natural self, in the essential and human self, and that the only way to be attractive is to be artificial. This is the saddest thing. The finished product is a false self that takes the place of your natural self, which is the one you carry with you wherever you go for most of your life. You are being prompted to reject your beautiful self. That the advertisers encourage you to do this is understandable in view of the profits they make, but that you buy the products is less understandable since you are choosing to discard your real and true self. And you can stop hiding your beautiful and natural self. So if you choose to use any cosmetic aid, do not do it because you do not like what you are hiding, but for reasons of personal fulfillment or to enjoy something new. Being honest with yourself in this field is not easy, and it takes time to learn to distinguish between what we really like and what the cosmetic industry says we should like. Choosing the most positive images of yourself. It is possible to make the same kind of choices with all the images you have of yourself. You can choose to consider yourself a smart person by applying your own standards to yourself. Indeed, the happier you make yourself, the smarter you are. If there are areas where you are failing or performing poorly, such as algebra, spelling, or writing, this is simply the natural result of the choices you've been making so far. If you decided to dedicate more time to the practice of any of these tasks, there is no doubt that you would get to do them better. If your image of yourself is not very intelligent, remember what we said about intelligence in Chapter 1. If you underestimate yourself, it is because you have acquired that notion and you compare yourself with others in certain types of variables related to academic or school categories. This will no doubt surprise you, but you can choose to be as smart as you want. Ability is really a matter of time, rather than an innate quality. One fact that supports this statement is that of the standards for grading school aptitude tests. These standards show that the scores achieved by the best students at a given level are achieved by the majority of students at the subsequent levels. Other studies show that although most students are able to master certain learned tasks, some do so sooner than others. Yet the label poor and even retarded is often applied to those who progress more slowly toward achieving complete mastery in whatever field. Let's hear John Carroll talk about it in his article A Model for School Learning, featured in Teacher's College Record. Proficiency is the time required by a student to master a discipline. Implicit in this formulation is the assumption that given enough time, all students will be able to master a given discipline. With enough time and effort you could, if you so decided and chose to do so, master almost any academic discipline. But you don't make that choice and you have very good reason not to. To what end would you apply present moment energies to solve dark problems or learn something that doesn't really interest you? Being happy, living effectively and efficiently, and loving are better and more important goals. It is about showing that intelligence is not something that you have inherited or that has been given to you. You are as smart as you decide to be. Not liking how smart you have chosen to be is simply a way of underestimating yourself, of despising yourself, which can only have detrimental consequences for your own life. The logic of being able to choose your self-portraits is applicable to all the photographs of yourself that you store in your mind. Your social behavior is as appropriate as you choose it to be. If you don't like how you behave socially, you can try to change without confusing your behavior with your own self-worth. At the same time, your talent, be it artistic, mechanical, athletic, musical, etc., is largely the result of choices you have already made and should not be confused with your personal worth. See Chapter 4 where your descriptions of yourself and why you have chosen them are discussed in great detail. Using the same approach, the preceding chapter tried to show that your emotional life was the result of what you had chosen. Accepting yourself based on what you think is appropriate for you is something you can decide to do right now. Repairing or modifying those things that are not up to what you want can be a delightful occupation, and there is no reason for you to choose to feel inappropriate or unworthy, simply because there are things in yourself that you have decided to improve. Self-disgust can take many forms, and you may be engaging in self-underestimating behavior. Here's a short list of typical self-understatement behaviors that fall into the category of self-veto. Refuse the compliments you receive. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not really smart, I'm just good luck. Make up excuses to explain why you look good. Thanks to my hairdresser, she is able to make a frog look like a beauty. Trust me, it's thanks to my wardrobe. Green is my color. Give credit to others when you really deserve it. Thanks to Miguel, without him I would be nothing. Marie did all the work, I just supervised her. Using references to other people when you speak, my husband says. It seems to Mom. Jorge always tells me that. Support your opinions on others. Isn't it true that this is the case, dear? That was what I said, isn't it, Marta? Ask my husband, he tells you will tell. Refusing to ask for something you like, not because you think you can't afford it, although this may be the reason you give for not doing it, but because you think you don't deserve it. Not having orgasms. Do not buy something because you think you have to buy it for someone else, even if this sacrifice is not necessary, or not buy the things you would like to have because you think you do not deserve them. Avoid giving yourself tastes such as flowers, wine, or whatever, that you love because you consider it a waste. In a room full of people, when someone calls out loud saying, "Hey, silly," you look at the person taking you for granted. Using nicknames with pejorative implications to refer to yourself, and make others use them too. A friend or a lover gives you a jewel. A thought like this immediately crosses your mind. You must have a drawer full of jewelry in your house to give to the other girls. Someone tells you that you look very good. The phrase that forms in the head is, "You are completely blind," or "You are trying to make me feel good." Someone takes you to a restaurant or a theater. You think, it's always like that at first, but how long will it last when I find out what kind of person I really am? A girl accepts an invitation to go out with you and you think she does it out of a charitable feeling. Success with men. Her name was Shirley and she always said that all her relationships ended badly, and that although she desperately wanted to marry, she had never had the opportunity to do so. During her treatment we came to the conclusion that it was she herself who was spoiling her relationships without realizing it. If some young man told him he loved her, Shirley's thought immediately contradicted him. He says that just because he knows what I want to hear. Shirley was on the hunt for the phrase that would underestimate her. She did not feel love for herself and rejected the efforts that others made to love her. She believed that no one could find her attractive. Why? First of all because she didn't think she deserved to be loved. And so an endless cycle of renunciations was her way of reinforcing the poor idea she had of herself. Although many of the concepts that appear on the list may seem petty or small, they are nevertheless small symptoms of self-deprecation. If you sacrifice yourself for others or refuse to pamper yourself, as it might be if you choose a hamburger instead of the good sirloin that you want, you may be doing it because you think you do not deserve the best piece of meat. Perhaps you've been taught that good manners require you to decline compliments or simply that you are not attractive. These are the lessons you have learned, and sacrificing yourself for others, annulling yourself, have become second nature to you. There are many examples of self-frustrating behavior that surface in everyday conversation and behavior. And every time you put yourself down, in whatever way, you reinforce the pejorative nicknames that others have placed on you and diminish your own opportunities to love, be it loving yourself or others. You are certainly worth too much to spend your life belittling yourself, humiliating yourself. Accepting himself without question. Self-love, loving yourself, implies accepting yourself by recognizing yourself as a valuable human being and because you decide so yourself. This acceptance also implies a fullness, a lack of protests and complaints. Fully functioning people never protest, especially not because the street is bumpy or because the sky is too cloudy or the ice is too cold. Acceptance implies not protesting or not complaining, and happiness implies not protesting what is hopeless or what there is nothing to do. Protest and complaint are the refuge of people who distrust themselves. Telling others the things you don't like about yourself contributes to your continued dissatisfaction, because the only thing they can't do is deny them, and then you don't believe them. Just as lamenting before others is a useless act, accepting that others abuse you by carrying their bundles full of problems and self-pity, does not help anyone either. A very simple question will generally end this useless and unpleasant behavior. Why are you telling me this? Or is there anything I can do for you to help you solve this problem? As you ask yourself this question, you will begin to realize that the wailing behavior is truly utter insanity. It is time wasted, time that can be better spent practicing some self-esteem activity such as praising yourself a little in silence or helping someone else to achieve. There are two instances in which complaining is the worst of your chances: 1. Every time you tell someone that you are tired, and 2. Every time you tell someone that you don't feel well. If you are tired, you can do different things to remedy it, but complaining to even one person, even worse if this person is one of your loved ones, is a breach of trust. And it won't make you feel any less tired. And the same kind of logic can be applied to your "I'm not feeling well." We have not said anything here about the cases in which communicating to others that you are not feeling well can mean that they help you in some way, no matter how small. What we are talking about here is complaints to others in cases where they cannot do anything for us, apart from putting up with these grumbling. Also, if you are really working to increase your love for yourself, and you feel any discomfort or pain, you will want to take care of this yourself, work through this yourself, rather than choosing someone for support and forcing them to share your burden. Lamenting yourself is a useless activity that prevents you from living your life positively and efficiently. It prompts you to feel sorry for yourself and immobilizes your efforts to give and receive love. Furthermore, it decreases your opportunities to improve your emotional relationships and increase your social relationships. And even if you manage to attract the attention of others to yourself, you will achieve it in a way that will undoubtedly overshadow your own happiness. The possibility of accepting yourself without protesting implies a broad understanding, both of the process of self-love and of the process of making these complaints and protests within ourselves, which turn out to be mutually exclusive terms. If you genuinely love yourself, then complaining to others, who can do nothing for you, becomes an activity impossible to defend or justify. And if you find things in yourself, and others, that you dislike, instead of complaining, you can immediately start doing what is necessary to correct that situation. The next time you are in a social gathering with other couples, you can try the following exercise. Write down how much time has been spent in conversations in which they lamented something. Either from oneself, or from others, from things that happen, prices, the weather or anything else. So, at the end of the meeting, when everyone has gone home, ask yourself, what was achieved with most of the complaints and protests that were made tonight? Who cares? Really the things we regret tonight? So the next time you are about to protest or complain about something, remember the futility of that night. Self-love and pride. You must be thinking that all these words about self-love imply some kind of obnoxious behavior akin to egotism. Nothing can be further from the truth. Self-love has nothing to do with the kind of behavior characterized by insistence on telling everyone how wonderful you are. That is not self-love but rather a way of trying to get the attention and appreciation of others. It is as neurotic an attitude as that of the individual who is overloaded with self-contempt. Arrogant and boastful behavior is motivated by the desire to earn the appreciation of others. It means that the individual values himself based on what others see in him. Otherwise, I would not feel the need to convince them. Self-love means that you love yourself, you do not demand the love of others. There is no need to convince others. It is enough to have your own internal acceptance. It has nothing to do with the views of others. The rewards that you get for not loving yourself. What reason can a human being have for choosing not to love himself? What advantages can it have? Dividends, unhealthy as they are, do exist, and you can examine them. And the most important thing to learn to be an efficient and positive person is to understand why you are behaving in a self-frustrating way. All behavior has its causes, and the path that leads to the elimination of any type of self-destructive behavior is full of potholes caused by the misunderstanding of your own motivations. When you manage to understand the reason for the evil directed against your own person and the reasons for the permanence of the system necessary to retain that evil, then you can begin to combat these behaviors. Without a true understanding of yourself, you will go back to acting like before. Why have you chosen to engage in self-destructive attitudes, no matter how insignificant they may seem to you? It may be easier for you to accept what others tell you than to think for yourself. But there are other dividends as well. If you choose not to love yourself and treat yourself as an unimportant being by placing other people above you, you will have an internal excuse to justify the fact that they do not love you in this life. You just don't deserve to be loved. The excuse is neurotic retribution. To be able to avoid any and all the risks that the establishment of effective relationships with others implies, and thus eliminate any possibility of being rejected or censored. Finding that it is easier to remain the way you are. As long as you are worth nothing or deserve nothing, there is no point in trying to grow and develop or to be better and happier. The payoff lies in staying the same. Getting them to feel sorry for you, pay attention to you, and even approve of you, all of which is a good substitute for the risky undertaking of committing to a love relationship. In this way, compassion and attention are your self-defeating rewards. Have many scapegoats to blame you for your own misfortunes. So you can complain and protest without having to do anything about it. Be able to spend your present moments with many depression and avoid the behavior that would help you to be different. Compassion for yourself will serve as an escape valve. Go back in time until you become a good child by resorting to childish reactions, that is, those that are liked by those older that you have learned to consider as superior to you. Your regression is safer than the risk of change. Being able to reinforce the dependent behavior of others, giving them more importance than you give yourself. A pole to lean on is certainly a dividend, even if it is detrimental to you. Being unable to take charge of your own life, to live it as you choose to live it, simply because you do not feel that you are worthy of the happiness you long for. These are the maintenance components of your understated system. They are the reasons you choose to continue clinging to your old ways of thinking and acting. It's just easier, that is, less risky to kick you out than trying to lift yourself up. But remember, the only true test of life is growth, so the refusal to become a self-loving person is a choice that resembles death. Armed with these inner perceptions of your own behavior, you can begin to practice some mental and physical exercises that will boost and support the development of your love of yourself. Some easy exercises to love yourself. The practice of self-love begins with the mind. You must learn to control your thoughts. This requires being very mindful of the present when you behave in a destructive way. If you can catch yourself doing it, you can begin to cope in a positive way with the thought that inspires such behavior. You find that you've said something like, "I'm not really that smart, it was a matter of luck getting such a high grade on the test." At this moment an alarm bell should be ringing in your head. I just did it again. I behaved in a self-deprecating way, like I hated myself. But now I am aware of it, and next time I will avoid saying those things that I have been saying my whole life. Your strategy is to correct yourself out loud, saying, "I said I was lucky, but in reality luck had nothing to do with that matter. I got those grades because I deserved them." This represents a small step towards self-esteem. This step consists of recognizing your self-destructive behavior in the present moment and deciding to act in a different way. Before you had a habit, now you are aware that you want to be different and that you have chosen to achieve it. It is like learning to drive a car with fixed gears. In time, you will have acquired a new habit that does not require you to be constantly alert or conscious about it. Very soon and quite naturally you will begin to act with respect and love for yourself. With your mind now acting for you rather than against you, a series of fascinating self-esteem activities loom on the horizon. Here's a short list of these kinds of behaviors that you can later expand on when you gain a sense of self-worth based on your own worth. Choose a series of new reactions to the attempts of others to reach you with love and acceptance. Instead of immediately doubting the sincerity of any effective gesture, accept it with a "thank you very much," or "how glad I am that you think this way." If there is someone for whom you feel true love, tell them face to face, "I love you," and while you watch his reaction you can give yourself a pat on the back for daring to take that risk. In a restaurant, order something that you really like without worrying about what it might cost. Give yourself a real treat because you deserve it. Start choosing the things you like best in all situations, even at the markets and grocery stores. Give yourself the luxury of buying your favorite product, whatever it is, because you deserve it. Abominate and banish all self-denying behavior in which you deny yourself unless absolutely necessary. And rarely it is. After a stressful day and after eating a lot, take time for a nap or take a walk in the park, even if you have a lot to do. It will help you feel 100% better. Sign up for an organization or sign up to take part in an activity that you like. Perhaps you've been putting off doing it because you have so many responsibilities that you just don't have time for it. By choosing to love yourself and take the slices of life that you crave, others, whom you serve, will also learn to have confidence in themselves. And you will find that you do not feel resentment towards them. You will serve them because you choose to do so and not because you have an obligation to do so. Eliminate envy by recognizing it as a way to lower yourself. By comparing yourself to someone else and imagining that you are less loved than them, you make others more important than you. You measure your own merits by comparing them with those of others. Remind yourself that 1, a third party may prefer another person without the need for it to be a negative reflection of you, or 2, whether or not you are chosen, by any significant person, does not mean anything, because it is not just as you evaluate your own merit. If you do this, you are doomed to doubt yourself eternally, because you will always be aware of how someone else will feel at any moment of any day. If he or she chooses someone else, the choice is a reflection of his or her personality and not yours. With the practice and habit of loving yourself, any circumstance that previously made you jealous or envious will work in reverse. You will believe in yourself so much that you will not need the acceptance or love of others to feel that you are worth it. Your activity based on loving yourself can include new ways of treating your body, such as choosing good and nutritious food, eliminate excess weight, which can be a health risk as well as an indication of self-rejection, take bike rides or hikes regularly, do lots of healthy exercises, go out to enjoy nature and fresh air because it is pleasant and one feels good, and in general taking care of your body so that it is attractive and enjoys good health. Whenever you want to be healthy. Why? Because you are important and you are going to treat yourself as if you were. A whole day spent locked up or doing boring activities is a vow of hostility towards yourself. Unless you like to be locked up, in which case, you will have chosen that situation which will then be valid. Sexually, you can practice greater love for yourself. You can see yourself naked in front of the mirror and tell yourself how attractive you are. You can get in touch with your own body. Explore yourself sensually and caress your skin. With others you can also choose to fulfill yourself sexually instead of making your partner's pleasure more important than your own. Only by choosing to gratify yourself will you be able to give pleasure to another person. If you are not happy, your partner will usually be disappointed. Better yet, when you choose yourself, it is easier for others to choose their own happiness. You can delay the entire process of sex, teaching your lover what you like, both with words and actions. You can choose the orgasm for yourself. You can force yourself to achieve the height of the sexual experience by believing you deserve it and then losing yourself in the excitement of verifying it for yourself or for yourself. Why? Because you deserve it? You can stop equating your performance or performance in anything with your own worth. You can lose your position, or fail in some project. You may not like how you did some work. But that does not mean that you are not worth, that you do not have merits. You must know that you have a given value unrelated to your achievements. Without this knowledge, you will always be confusing yourself with your outer activities. It is as absurd to make your worth depend on some external achievement as it is to make it depend on someone else's opinion. When you have managed to eliminate this confusion, you will be able to start all kinds of companies. The end result, although it may be of interest to you, will in no way determine your worth as a person. These and many similar actions are typical of people who love themselves. They may often call into question the lessons you have learned in your life. At one point, you were the denial of self-love. As a child you instinctively knew that you were worth a lot. Now return to the questions that were posed in the introduction to this book. Can you accept yourself without protesting? Can you love yourself all the time? Can you give and receive love? These are the issues you can work on, making it your goal to fall in love with the most beautiful, most valuable, most stimulating, and attractive person who ever lived, you. 3. You don't need the approval of others. The need for approval from others is equivalent to saying, what you think of me is more important than my opinion of myself. You may waste too many present moments struggling to gain the approval of others or worrying about an upset that has befallen you. If the desire for external approval has become a real need in your life, it means that you have a lot to do for yourself. You can start by trying to understand that seeking external approval is a desire rather than a necessity. We all like to be applauded, complimented, and praised. We feel good when they mentally caress us. Who would want to give up all of this? Well, there is no need to do so. Approval is not an evil in itself. Actually, flattery is delightfully pleasant. The pursuit of approval becomes a wrong zone only when it becomes a need rather than a desire. If you only want approval, it is simply because you feel happy with the support and acceptance of other people. But if you need it, you can collapse if you don't get it. It is then, when the self-destructive forces begin to work. In the same way, when the search for approval becomes a necessity, you give a piece of yourself to the outside person whose support is imperative for you. If that third party disapproves of you, they immobilize you, even slightly. In that case, it is as if you have chosen to put your own worth as an ornament on your sleeve so that people will or will not do as they see fit. You feel good inside only if they decide to give you a dose of praise. The need for someone else's approval is wrong, but you get to the real problem when that need becomes a need for support from all people for every action we take or have accomplished. If you suffer from that kind of need, you put yourself at risk of enduring many miseries and frustrations in life. And what is worse, you will be incorporating an image of a non-existent person that will end in the type of self-rejection that we talked about in the previous chapter. Get rid of the need for approval. No question marks here. You have to eradicate it completely from your life if you want to achieve your personal fulfillment. That need is a psychological impasse that does not bring you any benefit. It is impossible to live in this world without provoking people's disapproval, sometimes seriously. This is humanity, so are the taxes that are paid for being alive, something that simply cannot be avoided. I once treated a mature man who was a perfect fit for the need for approval type of mindset. Ozzy, as he was called, had a set of ideas and beliefs regarding such controversial topics as abortion, birth control, the war in the Middle East, Watergate, politics, and everything else. Every time he encountered resistance or rejection of his ideas, he broke down. He spent much of his energy trying to get other people's support for everything he said and did. He related to me an incident in which, when he declared to his father-in-law that he firmly believed in euthanasia, he noticed that he was frowning. Immediately, acting almost reflexively, Ozzy changed his posture. What I meant to say is that if a person is fully conscious and in possession of all his faculties and asks to be killed, then euthanasia is fine. He realized then that his father-in-law agreed with him and breathed easier. Before his boss, he also declared his approval of euthanasia, but this time the disapproval was vociferous. How can you say such a thing? Don't you realize that you are playing God? Ozzy could not tolerate such a rejection and quickly changed his position. What I meant to say is that, only in extreme cases, when the patient has been declared legally dead, then it is okay to unplug it. Finally his boss agreed with him and Ozzy was able to get off the pillory again. He declared his position on euthanasia again before his brother and received his approval immediately. How easy that was for Ozzy, he didn't even have to change his position to get his brother to support and approve him. Ozzy himself was the one who gave us all these examples by recounting how he normally interacted with others. Ozzy roamed their social circles without having opinions of his own, for his need for compliment was so strong that he was constantly changing positions in order to grace others. Ozzy does not exist, there are only the reactions of others that not only determine what Ozzy feels, but also what he thinks and says. Ozzy is what others want him to be. When seeking support is a necessity, the chances of finding the truth are almost completely gone. If you have to be praised and you give off those kinds of signals, then it means that no one can deal with you frankly. And you can't confidently state what you think and feel at any present moment in your life. You sacrifice your true personality, yourself, for the opinions and predilections of others. Politicians are a class that generally does not inspire confidence. Their need for approval is prodigious. Without it they have no job. Consequently, they often seem to speak in two directions simultaneously, saying on the one hand things that will please Group A, and on the other, what will be approved by Group B. There can be no truth when the speaker is accommodating and moves around to the subjects, maneuvering so as to please everyone. This type of behavior is easy to recognize in a politician, but difficult when it comes to ourselves. Perhaps you have let the subject cool down to placate someone, or have found yourself agreeing with someone whose disapproval you fear. You knew you would feel unhappy if you were censored and you modified your behavior to avoid it. It is difficult to face rejection or censure and easier to adopt behavior that will inspire approval. But when you opt for this easier behavior, what you are doing is giving more importance to the opinion of other people than to your own assessment. It is a dangerous trap, and a difficult trap to avoid in our society. To avoid the approval-seeking trap, a trap that grants control of your person to the opinion of others, it is important to examine the factors that drive the need for approval-seeking. Here's a short jaunt down the path of personal development that leads to approval-seeking behavior. Historical background of the need for approval. The need for approval is based on a single assumption: don't trust yourself, confirm everything with someone else first. Our cultural environment reinforces approval-seeking behavior as the norm of life. Independent thinking is not only unconventional, but it is the enemy of the very institutions that constitute the bulwarks of our society. If you have grown up in this society, there is no doubt that this idea has polluted you. The don't trust yourself is the essence of the need for tribute and the backbone of our culture. If you let the opinion of others be more important to you than your own, and if you do not get their approval later, you will have every reason in the world to feel depressed, guilty and unworthy, since they are more important than you. Granting support and approval can be a great means of manipulation. Like the feeling of what you are worth as a person, it is located in others, and if they refuse to feed you with their approval, you are left with nothing. You are worth nothing. And from then on, the greater your need for praise, the more you can be manipulated by others. Any step taken in the direction of independence and the search for self-approval is a step that takes us away from the control of others. As a result, these very healthy attitudes are described as selfish, inconsiderate, indifferent, and so on, within the external effort to keep us in a situation of dependency. To understand this vicious cycle of manipulation, think about the profusion of approval-seeking cultural messages that began to address us from childhood and continue to bombard us today. First, family approval-seeking messages. It is important to emphasize the fact that young children really need the approval and acceptance of important adults, parents, in their formative years. But the approval system should not be absolute. Nor should the child need the authorization of his parents for everything he does, thinks, or says. Self-confidence can be taught from the cradle, and in reading this section, the search for approval should not be confused with the search for love or the need for love. To foster adult independence from the need for approval, it is important and helpful to be very supportive of the child from the beginning. However, if a child, during his development, feels that he cannot think or act without first requiring the permission of his parents, this means that the neurotic seeds of mistrust of himself have been planted very early. Here I mention approval seeking as a self-frustrating need in the sense that a child may be conditioned to need mommy or daddy's authorization or control rather than the normal, healthy attitude of wanting love and acceptance from loving parents. In most cases, our cultural environment, the kind of education fostered by our culture, teaches children to trust others rather than relying on their own judgment. Everything must be consulted with mom or dad: what, how, when, how much. Ask mom, who can I play with? When? Where? In your room, but you have to fix it this way. The hanging clothes, the made bed, the toys in the toy drawer, and so on. Here's a conversation that reinforces dependency and approval seeking. You can wear whatever you want. What do you think of this, Mom? No, my love, stripes and polka dots don't look good together. Go change, either the blouse or the pants to match. A week later. What should I wear, Mom? I already told you, wear what you want. Why do you ask me every time? Why? Really? At the grocery store, the cashier asks the child, do you want a piece of candy? The boy looks at his mother. Do I want a candy? He asks. He has learned to seek permission from his parents for everything, including knowing what he wants or what he does not want. In the wide range from their games, food, sleep, to their thoughts and making friends, few messages of self-confidence are sent to children in the family. This stems from the fundamental belief that mom and dad are the owners of their children. Rather than helping children think for themselves, solve their own problems, and develop self-confidence, parents tend to treat their children like private property. Khalil Gibran speaks eloquently of children who are treated as private property in the Prophet. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of the yearnings that life feels for itself. They come through you but not you. And although they are with you, they do not belong to you. The results of this strategy are very evident in all dependent children. Mom becomes the referee, the eternal mediator, the person who is turned to as an informer when one of the siblings is misbehaving, someone who literally has to think, feel, and act for the child. Don't trust yourself to solve your difficulties, mom and dad will do it for you. Don't trust yourself to make the decisions that you are capable of making for yourself, seek first the authorization and approval of others. Children resist being molded into approval seekers. There are many examples of this in the lives of everyone who comes into contact with young people. Countless parents have related to me their experiences from the time they taught their children not to wet their diapers and to use the potty. They say that the child seems to know what is being asked of him, and they realize that the child has the ability to control his toilet bowls. And yet the child, stubbornly, deliberately, refuses to do so. This is the first protest against the need for parental approval. The internal messages are, you can tell me what to eat, what to wear, who to play with, when to sleep, where to put my toys, and even what to think about. But I will do this when I want. It is the first positive protest against the need for mom and dad's approval. As a child you wanted to think for yourself, have confidence in yourself. If your father was helping you put your coat on when you were little, you said, I can do it myself. But the return message was often, too often, I'll do it for you. I don't have time to wait for you to do it yourself. Or you're too small. The blaze of independence, the desire to be yourself so alive in you as a child was often crushed with a resounding, trust mom and dad. If you don't, we will fail you, and if we fail you, you will have to fail yourself. To yourself. The family nucleus nurtures, under the guise of good intentions, the dependence of its members and the need for approval. Parents who do not want anything bad to happen to their children decide to protect them from all danger. But the result is exactly the opposite of what is intended, because without the necessary weapons to know how to trust oneself in difficult moments, solving our own fights, facing the insults and aggressiveness of others, fighting for honor own, earning one's own living, it is impossible to build an arsenal of independent behavior that will serve us for life. You may not remember all the approval-seeking messages that were telegraphed to you when you were a child, but surely many came to you when you were very young. And while many of the messages asking for permission from mom or dad were important to your own health and safety, others were sent to teach you a critical concept, learning good behavior, the behavior you have to win people's approval. That approval, which should have been free, was conditional on someone's liking or liking them. The bottom line here is not that approval is unimportant, but that it should be freely given to children, not as a reward for good behavior. Do not help the child to mistake his own esteem for the approval of any other person. School approval-seeking messages. When you left your home to go to school, you entered an institution specially designed to instill in children the proper behavior and thinking to gain the approval of others. Ask permission for everything. Never base yourself on your own judgment. Ask the teacher for permission to go to the bathroom. Sit in the designated chair. Don't get up if you don't want to incur a penalty. Everything was oriented towards a control exercised by others. Instead of teaching you to think, they were teaching you not to think for yourself. Fold your paper into 16 squares and don't write in the margins. Study chapters 1 and 2 this afternoon. Study the spelling of these words. Draw like this. Read this. They taught you to be obedient. And in case of doubt, to consult with the teacher. If you incurred the anger of the teacher or, worse still, the principal, you had to feel guilty for months, or at least that was what was expected of you. Your report card was a message for your parents to communicate the degree of approval you had achieved. If you read the statement of the postulates of your school, which were undoubtedly written under the pressure of a group of supervisors and official pedagogues, it will undoubtedly say something similar to the following. We, the founders of this school, believe in the education and total development of each and every student. The curriculum has been designed in such a way that it can respond to the individual needs of all students in our school. We try to achieve, and we support all efforts that are directed in that direction, the individual development and updating of our student body, etc. How many schools or teachers dare to put these words into action? Any student who begins to show signs of catching up and having true self-control is quickly put in his place. Independent, self-assured, self-loving, little susceptible to guilt or concern, are systematically viewed as problems and troublemakers. Schools are not effective in dealing with children who display independent thinking. In most colleges, approval seeking is the path to success. The old clichés of the mistress of the teacher, or lick, have become clichés with good reason. They exist and they work. If you get the applause of the teachers, you behave the way they have taught you, you study the program that they have put forward, you will come out triumphant. Worse still, you will also come out with a strong need for approval, since they will have succeeded in discouraging all your impulses to act on your own and with confidence in yourself. Usually by the time the student reaches high school they have learned their lesson. When asked by his counselor about the subjects he would like to study in high school, he replies with "I don't know. Tell me what I need." In high school you will have a hard time deciding which studies you will want to do, and you will feel much more comfortable when decisions are made by a third party. In the classroom, you will learn not to doubt what you are taught. You will learn to write a thesis correctly and to interpret Hamlet. You will learn to write dissertations based not on his own judgment and opinions but on quotes and references that will support everything he says. And if you don't learn these things, you will be punished with poor grades, and with the teacher's disapproval. And by the time you graduate, you will find that it is difficult for you to make any decisions yourself, as you have been taught for 12 years how to think and what to think. He has been fed a solid diet of check-in with the teacher, and now on graduation day he realizes that he is unable to think for himself. So he sighs for the approval of others and learns that the achievement of this approval is equivalent to success and happiness. The same indoctrination scheme is repeated at the university. Write 2 dissertations monthly, use the appropriate format, use a distance of 16 and 84 for the margins, do not forget that they must be typed, do not forget about the introduction, the body, and the conclusion, study these chapters. The Great Assembly Line. Submit, please the teachers and you will be fine. When the student finally enrolls in a seminar in which the teacher says, "This semester you can study whatever you want within the field of your interests. I will help you choose what suits you within the subject of your interest, but it is about of your education and you can do with it what you like. I will help you as much as I can." Panic spreads. But how many lectures will we have to do? When do we have to deliver them? Do you want us to type them? What books will we have to read? How many exams will you have to pass? What kind of questions? How many pages long do the dissertations have to be? Where do we put the margins? Will I have to come to class every day? These are typical questions of those who seek the approval of others and cannot be surprising when we consider the educational methods we have just examined. The student has been trained to do everything for someone else, to please the teacher, to live up to the standards and expectations of other people. Your questions are the result of a system that demands approval seeking in order to survive in it. The student is afraid to think for himself. It is much easier and safer to do what someone else expects of us. Institutional approval-seeking messages. We also get approval-seeking symptoms from other sources. The Church has certainly had a great influence in this field. You have to please Jehovah or Jesus or someone outside of you. Church leaders have misrepresented the teachings of the great religious teachers by trying to teach conformity and submission and using the fear of punishment and the desire for reward as weapons. Thus, man has a moral conduct not because he believes that it is appropriate, but because God wants him to behave that way. If you have any doubts, consult the commandments instead of consulting yourself or what you believe. Be good because someone told you and because someone will punish you if you don't, not because you know that is the appropriate behavior for you. Organized religion appeals to your approval-seeking needs. The result may be the same behavior that you would have chosen, but you will not have freely chosen it. The most authentic religious experience would be to be able to rely on yourself for guidance and not need the approval of an outside force. It would be the religion of the true being, in which the individual determines his own behavior based on his own conscience and the laws of his environment that work for him, instead of allowing someone to dictate his behavior and decide how he should behave. A careful study of Jesus Christ will show us that he was an extremely accomplished being, an individual who preached self-confidence and was not afraid to provoke censure from others. However, many of his followers have adulterated the meaning of his teachings, making them a catechism of fear and self-hatred. There is a full description of the characteristics of the realized individual in chapter 12. The state is another good example of an institution that uses approval seeking as a motivator for compliance. Do not trust yourself. You do not have the knowledge or skills to function alone. We will take care of you. We will collect your taxes deducting them from your salary so that you do not spend the money on other things before receiving your tax bill. We will force you to take Social Security because you would be unable to decide for yourself, or to save yourself. You don't have to think for yourself, we will regulate your life. And so we see many governments that go beyond their responsibility to provide for the essential needs of citizens and to govern society. There are more hard-coded rules than people to break them. If someone decided to update all the regulations that exist, we would find that we violate the law hundreds of times a day. Someone has decided when you can go shopping, and that you should not drink alcohol at certain times or on certain days. There are rules against everything, including what you have to wear at certain times and in certain places, how you can enjoy sex, what you can say and where you can walk. Fortunately, most of these rules are inoperative. In any case, the people who make rules are people who insist on the belief that they know more than the individual himself about what is in the latter's interest. Every day we are bombarded with messages from our cultural environment that encourage us to seek approval. The songs we hear every day are filled with lyrical messages that urge us to seek the approval of others, especially the popular bestsellers of the last 3 decades. Those sweet, harmless lyrics can be more damaging than you might think. Here's a short list of headlines that send out messages declaring that something or someone is more important than yourself. Without the approval of that special someone, that I collapses. I can't live, if living means being without you. You make me so happy. You make me feel like a woman. You are nobody until someone loves you. All up to you. You make me feel completely new. As long as he needs me. If you go. People who need people. You are the ray of sunshine in my life. No one can make me feel the colors that you bring me. Without you I'm nobody. You could try doing an exercise the next time you hear a song that sends messages seeking approval. Pay attention to the lyrics that reflect the way you have been taught to feel, that is, you will get nowhere if someone criticizes you or fails you. Rewrite the song to fit a mental pattern of self-control rather than approval seeking. For example, I feel like a woman by myself, that has nothing to do with you. I chose to love you. I must have wanted to do it then, but now I've changed my mind. The people who need other people are the most unfortunate people in the world. But people who want love and enjoy people are the ones who manage to be happy. I make myself very happy for the things I say to myself about you. I am the ray of sunshine in my own life, and having you, I make it shine even more. I can stop loving you, but I don't want to. Although it is certain that songs like this would not be sold, with this method you can at least begin to change the direction of the unconscious messages that you hear and that reflect what the people of our cultural environment have learned. You have to translate without you I am nobody to without myself I am nobody, but having you makes this present moment very pleasant. Television commercials appeal in a special way to approval-seeking thinking. Many of these ads reflect the efforts of manufacturers to manipulate your will to get you to buy their products, reinforcing the notion that what other people believe is more important than what you think. Analyze the following dialogue when you receive friends at your house to play bridge. First friend, sniffing, did you eat fried fish last night, dear? He says disapprovingly. Second friend, from what I see, George still smokes the same cigars, in a very similar tone that reflects disapproval. You are offended, puzzled, indeed, destroyed, because others censor the smells of your own home. Psychological message, what others think of you is much more important than what you think of yourself, so if you don't please your friends, you deserve to feel bad. Please analyze the following two announcements and their messages. 1. A waitress notices that the collar of a customer's shirt is not very clean when she helps him put on his napkin. The wife is embarrassed when she realizes that the waitress, who is a stranger, disapproves of her behavior. 2. A woman shudders with fear when she thinks about what her friends will think of her if they find that her pantyhose is too big for her. I couldn't bear to be thought ill of. I need your approval, so I'll choose another brand instead of the one I'm wearing. Advertisements for toothpastes, deodorants, mouthwashes, and specialty lacquers are full of psychological messages that convince you that you have to seek people's approval and that the way to get it is by using a certain product. And why do manufacturers use such tactics? Because they give them good results. Because with them they sell their products. They have realized that people have a need to be accepted and they take advantage of this need by creating small advertisements that send the appropriate messages. There you have a culture that values and encourages the need for approval. It's not surprising that you find that you place too much importance on what other people think. You have been conditioned in this sense throughout your life, and even if your family was aware that you needed their help to promote your self-confidence, the cultural factors on which they depended prevented them from doing it as they should. But you have to realize that you don't have to hold on to this need for approval behavior. In his Pudd'nhead Gilson's Calendar, Mark Twain convincingly describes a method of breaking an ingrained habit such as approval seeking. Customs are customs and no man should throw them out the window, he should cajole them and make them go down the stairs from step to step. Coaxing the approval seeker down the stairs from step to step. Take a look at how the world works. To summarize, we will say that you can never please everyone. Actually, if you can please 50% of the people, you're doing pretty well. It's no secret. You know very well that at least half of the people that make up your world will disagree with at least half of the things you say. And if this is correct, to verify it, you only have to see how in an election where one of the candidates obtains a resounding victory, 40% of the people have voted against the winner, so you will always have a 50% chance of incur some kind of rejection or disapproval every time you express an opinion. Moved from this knowledge, you can begin to approach the critical attitudes of other people in a different way. When someone does not agree with something you say, instead of feeling hurt, think that you have met one of the people who are within the 50% who do not agree with you. Knowing that, whatever you say, or think what you think, or whatever you do, there will be someone who disagrees with you, is the best way to get out of the tunnel of despair. When you are aware of the possibility of criticism and wait for it, you will not feel inclined to be offended by it, and simultaneously you will stop considering that the rejection of a thought or feeling of yours implies the rejection of yourself. You can't avoid people's disapproval no matter how much you want to. For every opinion you may have, there will always be someone who has the exact opposite opinion from you. Abraham Lincoln spoke of this in a conversation in which he participated in the White House and about which Francis B. Carpenter tells us. If I were to read, even answer, all the attacks that are directed at me, this store would have to be closed to deal solely with that business. I do the best I can and it seems best to me, and I plan to continue to do so until the end. If the result is good in the end, what is said against me will not matter. But if in the end the result is bad, and even if 10 angels swore that I was right, there would be no difference, it would still be bad. Some typical examples of approval-seeking behaviors. Like self-rejection, approval-seeking includes a wide variety of self-recapping behaviors. Among the most common and usual activities of approval-seeking behavior are those that I detail in the following list. Change your posture or way of thinking because someone shows disapproval. Soften a comment or statement to avoid unpleasant reactions. Flatter your interlocutor so that he loves you. Feeling depressed or distressed when someone disagrees with you. Feeling insulted or humiliated when someone comments or declares an opinion contrary to yours. Saying that the other person is a snob, or a cocky, which is just another way of saying pay more attention to me. Be excessively nice and flattering even if you disagree with what is said. Do things for another person and feel resentful because you did not dare to say no. Feeling intimidated by an aggressive salesperson and buying something you don't like or don't want, or being afraid to return some merchandise because they will dislike it and they won't love you. In a restaurant, eat a piece of meat that is not done as you asked because you will not like the waiter if you return it. Say things you don't think to prevent people from loving you. Spread news of deaths, divorces, assaults, and the like and enjoy the attention you receive for it. Asking permission to speak, or to buy something, or to do anything, to an important person in your life because you fear their displeasure. Continually make excuses for the excessive sorry and sorry that are meant to make others constantly forgive and approve of you. Behaving in a nonconformist way in order to get attention, which amounts to the same kind of neurosis as settling for external approval. Thus, wearing tennis shoes with a tuxedo or munching on mashed potatoes to gain attention are other ways to seek approval. Being invariably late on all occasions, pathologically to get noticed, is also a trick of approval-seeking behavior with which you manage to get everyone's attention. You may do it out of a need to feel that you are distinguished and consequently you are under the control of those who pay attention to your tardiness. Trying to impress others with your knowledge of something you ignore by pretending to know it. Asking for praise in an indirect way, waiting for people's approval and feeling bad when you don't get it. Feeling unhappy because someone you appreciate has an opinion contrary to yours and expresses it to you. Obviously the list could go on ad infinitum. The search for approval is a cultural phenomenon easily observable in every corner of the globe. It is only reprehensible when it becomes a necessity, which of course amounts to surrendering and placing the responsibility for how you feel in the hands of others whose approval you seek. The approval-seeking dividends. A look at the motivations for this self-defeating behavior will go a long way in helping us discover certain strategies with which to eliminate the need to seek approval from others. Below I list some of the most common reasons, usually neurotic in nature, for clinging to approval-seeking behavior. Rewards for the need to seek approval include the following. Place responsibility for your feelings on others. If you feel like this, fatal, hurt, depressed, etc., because someone does not approve of you, then he, that person, not you, is responsible for what you feel. If they are responsible for how you feel because they do not approve of you, any change in you becomes impossible, since it is because of others that you feel this way. Then he or they will also be responsible for your not changing. So seeking approval helps you avoid any changes. As long as others are responsible and you cannot change, you will not have to take any risk. As a result, holding on to approval-seeking behavior will conveniently help you avoid any life-threatening activity. Reinforce the poor image of yourself and thereby promote your self-pity and laziness. If you are immune to the need for approval, you will also be immune to self-pity when you don't get it. Reinforce the idea that others have to take care of you, that way, you can go back to childhood and be pampered, protected, and manipulated. Blaming others for what you are feeling, thereby creating a scapegoat effect for everything you do not like in your life. Deceive yourself by telling yourself that you have the sympathy of those that you have made more important than yourself in your life. In this way, you feel comfortable on the outside even though you feed the seeds of discontent on the inside. The more important the others, the more important external appearances have. Enjoy basking in the fact that other people pay attention to you, which gives you room to boast to friends who, like you, are looking for approval. Fit into the cultural environment that applauds such behavior and win favor with the majority. These kinds of neurotic rewards are strikingly similar to self-hatred rewards. In fact, the issue of avoiding responsibility, change, and risk is at the heart of the self-destructive thinking and behavior described in this book. Without employing the elaborate language of diagnostics, I can say that it is simply easier, more common, and familiar, and less risky, to hold on to neurotic behaviors. And obviously seeking approval as a necessity is no exception. A look at the supreme irony of approval-seeking behavior. Let's fantasize for a moment. Realize that you really want everyone's approval and that it is possible to get it. Furthermore, imagine that it is a healthy and worthy goal to achieve. Now, taking this into account, what would be the best, most efficient method to achieve your task? Before answering, think about the person who, in the circle of your relationships, is the one who receives the most approval. How is this guy? How it behaves? What is it about him that attracts all people? Most likely, you are thinking of someone who is direct and frank, independent of the opinion of others, a realized being. You will most likely have little or no time to spend seeking approval. Almost certainly he is a person who says things as they are despite the consequences that this may entail. Perhaps you think tact and diplomacy are less important than honesty. He is not a touchy person, simply an individual who has little time for the kind of game that involves speaking delicately and taking care to say the right things to avoid hurting others. Isn't that ironic? The people who seem to get the most approval in life are the very ones who never seek it, don't want it, and care the least about getting it. Here is a little fable that we can apply to illustrate this case, since happiness is the absence of seeking approval as a necessity. A big cat saw a small kitten try to fish its tail and asked, "Why are you trying to fish its tail like that?" The kitten said, "I have learned that the best thing for a cat is happiness, and that happiness is my tail. And that is why I chase it and try to catch it, and when I catch it I will have achieved happiness." The old cat said, "My son, I have also paid attention to the problems of the universe, I have also thought that my tail was happiness. But, I have realized that when I chase her she escapes me and when I am doing what I have to do she comes after me wherever I go. So if you want to deserve approval so much it is ironic to think that the best way to achieve it is not to desire it and to avoid running after it and not claiming it from everyone. By staying in touch with yourself and using your positive image of yourself as a counselor, you will receive much more approval. Of course, you will never receive approval from everyone for everything you do, but when you consider yourself a valuable person, you will not get depressed when it is denied. You will consider disapproval to be a natural consequence of life on this planet where people are individualistic in their perceptions. Some specific strategies to eliminate approval seeking as a necessity. In order to lessen your approval seeking behavior, you will need to get in touch with the neurotic rewards that drive you to continue that behavior. Aside from positive thoughts about your worth when you come in contact with some kind of disapproval, which is the best strategy you can employ, here are other positive strategies you can work with to avoid dependency on approval seeking. Label the disapproval with new answers that start with the word you. For example, you realize that your father disagrees with you and is getting angry. Instead of changing positions or defending yourself, simply reply with "You're getting angry and you think I shouldn't think like I think." This will keep you in touch with the fact that the disapproval belongs to him and not to you. The you strategy can be used at any time and with surprising results if you master the technique. You will have to fight the temptation to start with I, that is, putting yourself in the position of needing to defend yourself or modify what you just said to get them to accept you. If you think someone is trying to manipulate you by lowering your self-esteem, say so. Instead of softening up in order to achieve even some approval, you can say out loud, "Normally I would change my position to make you accept and love me, but I really believe in what I just said and you will have to understand them." With your own feelings about it? Or I guess you'd like me to change my mind. Labeling it will keep you in touch with your own thoughts and your own behavior. You can thank the person who is providing you with data that will be useful for your growth and development, even if they are things that you do not like. The act of thanking puts an end to any kind of approval seeking. Your husband tells you that you are being shy and nervous, that he doesn't like it. Instead of trying to please him, you simply thank him for making you notice. This will remove the approval-seeking behavior. You can purposely seek to be disapproved of and work with yourself so that it does not bother you. Find someone with whom you are sure you do not agree and come face to face with disapproval while maintaining your position calmly. Little by little you will become less annoying and it will be less difficult not to change your point of view. You will tell yourself that you expect this against, that it is okay for them to be that way, and that it really has nothing to do with you. By pursuing disapproval rather than avoiding it, you will increase your repertoire of behaviors to deal with it efficiently. You can practice techniques to ignore acts of disapproval and to ignore those who try to manipulate you with their accusations. For example, on one occasion when a colleague of mine was giving a lecture to a large audience in Berlin, one of the listeners, obviously very irritated by some of the things he was saying, could not take it any longer and using a secondary argument, he made a series of insulting comments in the form of questions. He was trying to get the speaker to fall into the trap and get into a neurotic argument with him. My colleague's response to this aggressive string of words was a simple agree, and then he continued with his lecture. By not paying attention to the insults, he showed that he was not going to value himself for what the other might think. As might be expected, the inopportune stopped interrupting the conference. If the speaker had not had a good opinion of himself, he would have allowed the other's opinion to be more important to him than his own valuation of himself and would have been upset when that person had questioned it. You can break the chain that connects with what others think, say, and do, and your own assessment. Talk to yourself when faced with criticism. "This is his business, I imagined he was going to act like this. But that has nothing to do with me." This will eliminate the pain you inflict on yourself when you connect someone else's feelings with your own thoughts. Ask yourself this important question when you feel criticized. Would I be better off if they agreed with me? The answer is no, obviously. What they think cannot have any effect on you unless you allow it to. Furthermore, it is very likely that you will discover that important people like your boss, and the one you love and accept you more when you are not worried about disagreeing with them. Accept the very simple fact that a lot of people won't even understand you, and that's okay. For your part, you will not understand many of the people who are very close to you. You do not have to do it. It is very good that they are different, and the most fundamental understanding that you can show or feel is that you do not understand. Gustav Eschheiser demonstrates this very clearly in the following lines of his Appearances and Realities. If people who do not understand each other, at least understand that they do not understand each other, then they would understand each other better than when, without understanding each other, they do not even understand that they do not understand each other. You can refuse to argue or try to convince others of the correctness of your position, and simply believe in it. Trust yourself when buying clothes or other personal effects without first consulting with someone whose opinion you value more than your own. Stop looking for support for what you say, seeking justification and support from your spouse or anyone else with phrases such as the following: "Is not it, dear?" Or "Isn't it true that we did, Rafe?" Or "Ask Marie, she will tell you." Correct yourself out loud every time you go for approval, so that you realize that you have this tendency and try new behaviors to avoid it. Work consciously on trying to avoid the many excuses you make even when you don't regret what you just said. All apologies are pleas for forgiveness. And requests for forgiveness are forms of approval seeking, such as, I know you wouldn't love me if I really thought about what I just told you, so please tell me that you still accept me. Apologizing is wasting time. If you need someone else to forgive you in order to feel better, it means that you are letting them control your feelings. And if you can decide not to behave in a certain way and think that some expressions of your behavior are not right, living by apologizing is a kind of unhealthy behavior that gives control of oneself to a third party. In any conversation, take the time you spend talking and compare it with the time that others, your spouse or your acquaintances have been talking. You can work to not be the one who talks the least and only when they ask you to participate in the conversation. You can check in the next meeting you attend how many times you interrupt and if you are always condescending when you speak at the same time as another member of the group. Your approval search may be turning into shyness. Look for strategies to be able to speak without being interrupted by highlighting that behavior when it appears in your environment. Take note of how many affirmative sentences you pronounce and how many in question form. Do you ask questions, ask for permission and approval, instead of giving your opinion head-on? For example, the question "what a good day it is, isn't it?" It puts the other person in a position to solve a problem and you to seek approval. A simple "what a good day" is a statement rather than an inquiry. If you are always asking questions, it means that you are embarking on the search for approval in an area that may seem unimportant, but that reflects a lack of confidence in your own ability to take charge of your things. These are the first steps in eliminating the need for approval seeking in your life. While you are not trying to remove all external approval, you are at least trying to prevent any small things from immobilizing you. The applause is pleasant and the approval is a very satisfying experience. And it's really nice to feel approved. What you're looking for is immunity from pain when you don't get the applause you're looking for. Just as the person who decides to go on a diet to lose weight cannot test his willpower when he is on a full stomach, or the individual who has decided to quit smoking does not measure his tenacity after having put out the last cigarette, so you will not prove yourself to yourself as long as you don't face disapproval. You can claim even turning red as a tomato that you can face slights and that you are not going to demand that everyone appreciate you, but until you are faced with the opposite situations you will not know how you are doing. If you manage to eliminate this annoying wrong area of your life, the rest will seem easy, because you have been conditioned to need the approval of others since you breathed for the first time on this earth. You will have to practice a lot to achieve this, but it is well worth whatever effort you put into it. Immunity to the despair of facing the disapproval of others is like a ticket that guarantees us a life full of delicious free and personal present moments. The break with the past. Only ghosts wallow in the past, explaining themselves with descriptions based on their lives already past. You are what you choose to be today, not what you chose to be before. Who are you? How do you describe yourself? To answer these two questions, you will undoubtedly have to refer to your own history, to a past you have already lived, but to which you are undoubtedly still linked and from which you find it difficult to escape. How do you describe yourself? Are they very neat little labels that you have accumulated throughout your life? Do you have a drawer full of self-definitions that you use regularly? Some of them can be as grand as, I am a very nervous person, I'm shy, I'm lazy, I have no ear for music, I'm dumb, I am very forgetful, and a whole catalog of things that you are and that you use. No doubt you also have a series of positive I am, such as, I am very affectionate, I'm kind, and I play bridge well. We will not discuss them here as the purpose of this chapter is to help you grow and develop rather than to applaud you for the activities in which you are operating efficiently. Self-definitions are not inappropriate by nature, but they can be used in a detrimental way. The very act of labeling can be an impediment to the development of personality. It's easy to use etiquette as an excuse to stay the same. Søren Kierkegaard wrote, "If you rate me, or tag me, you deny me." When the individual has to live up to the label that classifies him, the being ceases to exist. And it is the same with self-classifications. It is very likely that by identifying with your classification labels you are denying yourself, instead of taking advantage of your own growth potential. All self-classifications come from the individual's historical past. But the past, as Carl Sandburg said in Prairie, is a bucket full of ashes. Try to find out to what extent you are chained to your past. All self-destructive I am come from these four neurotic phrases. 1. That's how I am. 2. I've always been like this. 3. I can't help it. 4. It is my character. There they are all in a small package. The obstacles that prevent you from growing, changing and making your life, from this moment on, which is the only life you have, new, stimulating and full of full and happy present moments. I know a grandmother who, every Sunday when she welcomes her family into her home for dinner, decides exactly how much each person is going to eat and deliberately calculates the portions to put on each plate according to her own specifications. He gives each person 2 pieces of meat, a tablespoon of peas, some potatoes, and so on. When asked, "Why do you do that?" he replies by saying, "Oh, I've always been like this." Why? Because I'm like this. The reason for the behavior of the grandmother comes from his own label, which in turn comes from a past in which he has always behaved that way. There are people who use all 4 phrases at the same time when their behaviors are questioned. If you ask someone why they get so upset when they hear about accidents, they might say, "Oh, that's the way I am, I've always been like this, I really can't help it, it's my character." All 4 at the same time, each and every one of them helps you explain why you will never be different or consider the possibility of change. Your I am that describes self-neutralizing behavior go back to something you learned in the past. And every time you use one of these 4 phrases, what you are really saying is, I intend to continue being what I have always been. You can begin to undo the knots that tie you to the past and eliminate the useless phrases that are said to remain what you have always been. Here's a typical I am list that could be included in your self-portrait. I'm shy. I am lazy. I am timid. I am scary. I am disorderly. I'm nervous. I am forgetful. I'm lousy at mechanics. I am bad at math. I am a loner. I am frigid. I am boring. I am a terrible cook. I am bad at grammar. I am one of those who get tired very quickly. I am sickly. I am rough. I am prone to accidents. I am short-tempered. I am hostile. I am solemn. I am apathetic. I'm fat. I am denied for music. I am fatal for the sport. I'm clumsy. I am stubborn. I am immature. I am meticulous. I am careless. I am vindictive. I am irresponsible. I am one of those who is easily distressed. It is very likely that you have come across several of these phrases or that you may be making your own list. The issue is not what labels you choose, but the fact that you choose to put yourself on the labels. If you are genuinely satisfied with any of the I am, let it be, but if you recognize that some of these I am or others that you have been able to remember are getting in the way, hindering your life, it means that the time has come to make some changes. Let's start by understanding the origin of the I am. People want to label you, they want to pigeonhole you into certain kinds of categories that are comfortable for them. This is easier. D.H. Lawrence shows us how foolish this process of classification is in his poem To What Is He? What is he? A man, of course. Yes, but what does he do? He lives and is a man. Oh, of course. But it must work. You have to have an occupation of some kind. Why? Because obviously he does not belong to the well-to-do classes. I do not know. But it has a long time. And it makes some really nice chairs. There it is then. He is a cabinet maker. Nerd. In any case, carpenter and assembler. Not at all. But you did. What did I say? Who made chairs and was a carpenter and cabinet maker? I said that I made chairs, but I did not say that I was a carpenter. Very good, then he's an amateur. Maybe. Would you say that a thrush is a professional flute player or an amateur? I would say it's just a bird. And I say he's just a man. It's fine. You have always liked to play word games. How those I am started? The antecedents to I am fall into two categories. The first type of labels or classifications comes from other people. They were put on you when you were a child and you have carried them with you ever since. The other labels are the result of a choice on your part to avoid having to do awkward or difficult things. The first category is the most common. Little Hope is in 2nd grade. She goes to painting classes every day, happy to play with colors and paint. Her teacher tells her that she does not have much facility for painting, and she begins to skip classes because she does not like to be censored. And in no time she has an I am principal, I am pretty bad at painting. And if he continues to act negatively about it, avoiding opportunities to paint, he will reinforce this concept, and later, when he is older and is asked why he does not draw, he will say, "Oh, I am not good for that, I have always been like that." Most of the I am are residues of phrases like, he is quite clumsy, his brother is good at gymnastics, he is the studious of the family. Or you're just like me, I was terrible at grammar too. Or Billy was always the shy one in the group. Or she is the same as her father, if she hits a note she is like the donkey that plays the flute by chance. These are the innate rights of a lifetime of I am that are never discussed, which are simply accepted as a natural condition of life. Talk one day with the people you think are responsible for many of the I am in your life, your parents, old family friends, former teachers, grandparents, etc. Ask them why they think you became who you are and if you have always been that way. Tell them that you are determined to change and see if they think you are capable. Without a doubt you will be surprised by their interpretations and the fact that they think that you cannot be otherwise since you have always been like this. The second category of I am had its origin in those labels so appropriate that you learn to position yourself to stop doing the things you do not like. I have treated a patient who is 46 years old and has a great desire to go to university, as he lost the opportunity to do so in his youth because of the Second World War. But Horace is frightened by the prospect of running into competition with young people fresh out of high school. The fear of failure and the doubts he has regarding his intellectual capacity scare him away. She often studies catalogs from different universities, and with the help she has received in her treatment she has passed the entrance exams and arranged an interview with one of the members of the admission committee of a local university. But he still uses his I am to avoid actively joining studies. He justifies his attitude by saying, "I'm too old, I'm not smart enough, I'm not really interested. I am too old, I am unintelligent, I am one of those who are not really interested in such things." Horace uses his I am to stop doing something he really wants to do. One of my colleagues uses them to free himself from tasks that are not fun for him. He avoids having to fix the doorbell, or the radio, or do any of those awkward household chores, simply reminding his wife that, "But darling, if you already know, I'm not good at these things." This type of I am falls within the accommodating behaviors, but they are nonetheless misleading excuses. Rather than saying, "I find this type of activity boring and uninteresting, and I choose not to work on it in my present moments," which is perfectly logical and healthy, it is much easier to pull off an I am from the pocket. In these cases, people are saying something about themselves. He is declaring that I am a finished product in this sector and I will never be different. If you are a finished product, tied and pigeonholed, it means that you have stopped growing, and if on the one hand you want to cling to some I am, you may discover that many others limit you and that they are self-destructive. Below I have written down a list of labels that are relics of the past. If you recognize any of them as yours, you may want to change them. Staying exactly the way you are in any area of your life is equivalent to making one of those decisions that resemble that death we talked about in Chapter 1. Don't forget that it's not about the things you just don't like, but rather to take a look at behavior that keeps you away from activities that could bring you a lot of pleasure and fascination. 10 typical I am categories and their neurotic dividends. 1. I am bad at math, grammar, literature, languages, and so on. This I am guarantees that you will not strain to change. The academic I am serves to prevent you from ever having to do the heavy lifting it takes to master a subject that you have always found difficult and boring. As long as you keep the label of your disability to yourself, you have a tailor-made apology to avoid the effort. 2. I am lousy at the type of activities that require some manual skill such as cooking, sports, knitting, drawing, theater and so on. This I am gives you the assurance that you will not have to do any of these things in the future and justifies any poor performance in those fields in the past. I've always been like that, that's how I am by nature. This attitude reinforces your inertia and, more importantly, helps you hold on to the absurd notion that anything is not worth doing if you don't do it really well. So unless you are the world champion, it is always better to dodge the bulge than to do it. 3. I am shy, reserved, temperamental, nervous, skittish, and so on. Here genetics are used to support these I am. Instead of dealing with them and the self-defeating thinking that supports them, you simply accept them as confirmation of your innate way of being. You can also blame your parents and use them as justification or as the reason for your current I am. You make them the cause of your problems, and you don't have to strain or work to be different. You choose this behavior as a way to avoid being assertive in certain situations that have always been annoying to you. This is a leftover from childhood in which there were people who had a special interest in making you believe that you were incapable of thinking for yourself. These are the I am, which have to do with personality. These self-definitions help you avoid the hard work of being different than you have always been. You define your personality with an appropriate I am and all negative behaviors saying they are out of your control. You deny the notion that you can choose your own personality and allow a supposed genetic deficiency to be the explanation for all those personality traits that you wish you could disown. 4. I am clumsy, I lack coordination, and so on. These I am that you learned as a child allow you to avoid the ridicule that you could suffer in case of dealing with certain physical abilities that other people have. Of course your lack of ability comes from a long history of believing in those I am ones that made you avoid all kinds of physical activity and not from an innate failure. You can only be competent in what you practice, not in what you avoid doing. Keep your I am and then stay in the surroundings of things looking at them and sighing for them, but pretending that this type of thing really does not like you. 5. I am unattractive, ugly, bony, too tall, and so on. These physiological I am help you avoid taking risks with the opposite sex and to justify the poor image you have of yourself and the lack of love that you have chosen for your life. As long as you continue to describe yourself in this way, you will have the perfect, tailor-made excuse not to go online for a romantic relationship. And you won't have to work to look good and be attractive either. You use your mirror as a justification for not taking the test. There's just one problem, we see exactly what we choose to see, even in mirrors. 6. I am disorganized, meticulous, messy, and so on. These I am related behaviors are very helpful in manipulating others and in explaining why things have to be done in a certain way. I've always done it like this. As if tradition were a reason to do anything. And I will always do so is the unspoken message. Trusting the way you have always done it, you don't have to keep the notion full of risks and dangers that you could do it in a different way, and at the same time make sure that everyone around you does it your way too. These are the I am who turn to politics as a substitute for thought. 7. I am forgetful, careless, irresponsible, apathetic, and so on. These I am ones are particularly helpful when you want to justify some ineffective behavior. These I am stop you from working to improve your memory, or your carelessness, and you simply apologize with a comfortable and simple "this is me." As long as you can bring out this I am when you behave in any of the ways described above, you will never have to work to attempt change. Just keep forgetting and reminding yourself that you can't help it, and you will always be forgetful. 8. I am Italian, German, Jewish, Irish, Black, Chinese, and so on. These are your ethnic I's, and they work great when you run out of other excuses you need to explain certain behaviors that are not flattering to you but are too difficult to question. Whenever you behave in a stereotypical way related to your subculture, you simply use your ethnic I am as a justification. I once asked a hotel maitre d' why he was so excitable and would react with such terrible outbursts at the slightest problem. He replied, "What can you expect from me? I'm Italian. I can't help it." 9. I am bossy, pushy, authoritarian, and so on. Here your I am allow you to continue your hostile attitudes rather than working to develop one, self-discipline. You cover the behavior with "I can't help it, I've always been like this." 10. I am old, I am tired, and so on. With these I am you can use your age as a justification for not participating in what may be risky or dangerous activities. Every time you have to face an activity such as a sporting event, a date after a divorce or the death of a spouse or a trip, you can simply say "I am too old for those things," and you will have eliminated the risks. That carries with it the possibility of doing something new, and that drives your growth and development. What the age-based I's imply is that you are definitely finished in those fields. As you will get older and older, you have already finished growing and experiencing new things. The circle of I am. The rewards of holding onto your past through the I am that you bring out when it suits you can be neatly summed up in one word: avoidance. Whenever you want to avoid certain types of activities or ignore some defect in your personality, you can justify yourself with an I am. And if you wear these labels long enough, you will see that you start to believe them yourself, and in that present moment you are already a finished product destined to remain who you are for the rest of your days. Tags allow you to avoid the risk and difficult drudgery of trying to change. They also perpetuate the behavior that caused them. In this way, if a young boy goes to a party convinced that he is shy, he will behave as such, and his behavior will further reinforce his image of himself as a shy being. It is a vicious circle. There you have it. Instead of intervening between points 3 and 4 of the circle, he simply exonerates his behavior with an I am, thus avoiding the risk necessary to get out of the trap. There may be many reasons for the youth's shyness. Some of them will undoubtedly be related to his childhood. Whatever the reason for his fear, he has decided to do nothing to solve his social contact problem, justifying it with a simple I am. His fear of failure is so great that he does not even let him make the attempt. If he were to believe in his present moment and in his possibility and capacity for choice, his phrase would change from "I am shy" to "until now I have behaved shyly." The vicious cycle of shyness can be applied to almost all I am ones who serve to underestimate themselves. Take, for example, the student who thinks he's bad at math when he has to do an algebra homework. Instead of stopping between 3 and 4, spending more time, consulting with a teacher, or making an effort, the student gives up. To the question why he failed the algebra course, he will say, "I have always been terrible at mathematics." He resorts to those infernal I am elements that he invokes to exonerate himself and explain to others why he persists in self-frustrating behavior. You can take a look at your own circle of neurotic logic and start challenging any aspect of your life where you have chosen to be a finished product. The number one reward for clinging to the past and taking refuge in your I am is to reject any possibility of change. Every time you use an I am to explain a behavior that you dislike, think of yourself as enclosed in a cheerfully decorated box, wrapped and packaged as a ready and finished product. Of course, it is easier to describe yourself than to change. It may be that you blame your parents or important adults who influenced you as a child for your labels, teachers, neighbors, grandparents, and the like. By holding them accountable for your current I am, you have given them a degree of control over your life today, elevated them to a higher position than your own, and created a clever alibi for remaining in an immobile condition. This remuneration perfectly serves as a guarantee against any possibility of taking a risk. If your culture is guilty of having that I am, then you can't do anything about it. Some strategies to free yourself from the past and eliminate your annoying and inopportune I am. Leaving the past behind involves taking certain risks. You are used to your self-definitions. In many cases they function as a support system in your daily life. Here are some specific strategies that will help you eliminate those I am. Eliminate the I am whenever possible. Replace them with phrases like, "Until now I had chosen to be like this," or "I used to classify myself like this." Announce to those closest to you that you are going to try to eliminate some of your I am. Decide which ones are the most important and ask them to remind you every time you bring them up. Set behavioral goals to behave very differently from what you have done so far. For example, if you think you are shy, introduce yourself to someone you normally would have avoided. Talk to a trusted friend to help you combat the powerful influences of the past. Ask him to give you some silent signal, like giving you a little slap on the wrist every time he sees you fall into one of your old I am. Write a journal where you write down your self-destructive behaviors, and write down not only your actions but also what you felt when you behaved in that way. For a week, write down the exact time, date, and occasion when you use any of the self-destructive I am in a notebook, and strive to reduce the number of notes. Use the list we gave at the beginning of this chapter as a guide for your journal entries. Be always alert to notice any of these 4 neurotic phrases, and each time you think about them again, correct yourself out loud as follows. Change. This is me, too. This is me. I can't help it, too. I can change if I seriously try. I've always been like this, too. I'm going to be different. It's my nature, too. That's how I thought my nature was. Try to focus on eliminating an I am on a given day. If you've used I am forgetful to describe yourself, dedicate Monday to becoming aware of that tendency and try to alter 1 or 2 forgetful behaviors. Likewise, if you don't like your I am stubborn, give yourself a specific day to be tolerant with opinions contrary to yours. The point is to get rid of the I am ones by concentrating on one of them every day. You can interrupt your own circle of I am between points 3 and 4 and decide to get rid of those old excuses that you used to escape. Find something you've never done and dedicate an afternoon to that activity. After you've immersed yourself for 3 hours in an entirely new activity, an activity you've always avoided, see if you can still use the same I am that you used that morning. All of your I am are learned avoidance formulas, and you can learn to do almost anything if you choose to do so. Some thoughts to finish. There is no such thing as human nature. The phrase is designed to pigeonhole people and make excuses. You are the product of the sum total of your choices, and each one of the I am that you care so much, could be renamed or relabeled, I have chosen to be. Return to the question that opens this chapter. Who are you? And how do you describe yourself? Think of some delicious labels that are completely new and not at all related to the things that others have chosen for you, or that you have chosen for yourself so far. Those boring old labels may be keeping you from having as full a life as you'd like. Remember what Merlin said about education. The best thing for sadness, Merlin answered, beginning to puff and snort, is to learn something. It is the only thing that never fails. You can get old and feel all your trembling anatomy, you can stay for hours at night listening to the disorder of your veins, you can miss your only love, you can see the world around you devastated by wicked madmen, or know that your honor is trampled by the sewers of lower intelligences. Then there is only one thing possible: learn. Learn why it moves the world and what makes it move. It is the one thing that intelligence cannot deplete, or alienate, that will never torture you, that will never inspire fear or mistrust, and that you will never dream of regret, that you will never regret. Learn is what suits you. Look at the amount of things you can learn, pure science, the only purity that exists. Then you can learn astronomy in the space of 1 life, natural history in 3, literature in 6. And then after you've spent 1,000,000 lives in biology and medicine and theology and geography and history and economics, well, then you can start making a wagon wheel out of the appropriate wood, or spend 50 years learning how to start beating your opponent in fencing. And after that, you can start over with math until it's time to learn how to plow the land. Any I am that prevents you from growing is a demon to be exorcised. And if you must have an I am, try this to see how it goes. I am an I am exorcist, and I like to be. Terrence White, The Once and Future King, Putnam's Sons, New York. 4. The useless emotions, guilt and worry. If you believe that feeling bad or worrying enough will change a past or future event, it means that you reside on another planet with a different reality system. Throughout life, the two most useless emotions are guilt for what has been done and worry about what could be done. They are the great wastes, worry and guilt and worry. By examining these two wrong areas, you will realize how connected they are. They can actually be seen as the opposite ends of the same area. Present. Guilt, past, future, worry. There you have it. Guilt means that you waste your present moments by being immobilized because of past behavior, while worry is the mechanism that keeps you immobilized now for something that is in the future and that is often something about which you have no control. Control. You can see this clearly if you try to think of yourself as feeling guilty about something that hasn't happened yet. Although one response is directed to the future and the other to the past, both serve the same futile purpose of keeping you restless or immobile in your present moment. Robert Jones Burdett wrote in his work Golden Day. It is not today's experience that drives men crazy. It is remorse for something that happened yesterday, and fear of what tomorrow may bring. It is easy to see examples of guilt and worry everywhere, in practically everyone we come across. The world is populated by people who feel terrible about something they should not have done or scared and dismayed by things that may happen. And you are probably no exception. If you have large areas of guilt and concern, they must be exterminated, cleaned, and sterilized forever. Get rid of those little c and p that infest so many sectors of your life. Guilt and worry are perhaps the two most common forms of distress in our culture. With guilt, you fixate on past events, feel dejected or upset about something you said or did, and spend your present moments grieving over past behaviors. With worry, you spend the valuable present obsessing over some future event. Whether you look back or forward, the result is the same. You are wasting the present moment. Robert Burdett's Golden Day is truly today, and he sums up the folly of guilt and worry in these words. There are 2 days in the week that I never worry about. 2 carefree days, kept religiously free from fear and fear. One of those days is yesterday, and the other day that I don't care about is tomorrow. Examining guilt more closely. There are many of us who have been subjected to a veritable conspiracy of guilt in our lives, an unpremeditated but highly efficient conspiracy destined to turn us into veritable guilty machines. The machine works as follows. Someone issues a message meant to remind you that you have been a bad person because of something you said or did not say, felt or did not feel, did or did not do. You respond by feeling bad and uncomfortable in your present moment. You are the guilt machine. A device that breathes, talks, walks and reacts with charges of guilt every time the proper fuel is added. And you must be well oiled if you have been totally immersed in our culture, which is a culture producing blame. Why have you received the messages of concern and guilt that have been thrown at you all these years? Largely because it is considered wrong for you not to feel guilty, and inhumane for you not to worry. Everything is related to the importance that you give to the problems. If you really care about a person or thing, you show this interest by feeling guilty about the terrible things you have done about it, or by showing visible signs that your future worries you. It is almost as if you have to demonstrate your neurosis to be classified and considered as a person who cares about others. Guilt is, of all the wrong areas of behavior, the most useless. It is by far the one that wastes the most emotional energy. Why? Because, by definition, you are feeling immobilized in the present by something that has already happened. And there is no guilt, no matter how great, that can change history. The difference between guilt and the possibility of learning the lessons of the past. Guilt is not just a preoccupation with the past, it is the immobilization of the present moment for the sake of a past event. And the degree of immobilization can range from minor discomfort to severe depression. If you are simply learning lessons from your past, and promising to avoid repeating a specific behavior, that is not called guilt. You experience guilt only when this feeling prevents you from acting now because you previously behaved in a certain way. Learning from your mistakes is a healthy and necessary part of your growth and development. Guilt is unhealthy because you waste your energy in the present feeling upset and depressed because of an already historical event. And that is as useless as it is unhealthy. There is no guilt, no matter how great, that can solve a single problem. The origins of guilt. There are two basic forms that guilt takes to become an integral part of an individual's emotional mechanism. The first is guilt learned at a very early age that remains a childhood residue in the adult personality. The second is guilt that has been self-imposed by an adult after breaking a code to which he subscribes. Residual guilt. This guilt is the emotional reaction that people carry with them from their childhood memories. These guilt producers are numerous, and if they work for children, older people continue to carry them into adulthood. Some of these residues involve reprimands such as the following. Dad isn't going to love you if you do that again. You should be ashamed of what you have done, as if that would help you. Well, all right, after all, I'm just your mother. To the adult, the underlying implications in these types of phrases can remain in force when they dislike their boss or other people who serve as paternal and maternal images. The persistent attempt to win the support of these figures is present, and consequently, the same happens with guilt when efforts fail. Residual guilt also surfaces in sex and in marriage. It's easy to see it in the multiple regrets and excuses for past behaviors. These guilt reactions occur because in childhood the child learns to be manipulated by adults, and these same reactions can continue to function in the man who has ceased to be a child to become an adult. 2. Self-imposed guilt. This second category of guilty reaction covers a much more annoying area. Here the individual feels immobilized by things that he has done recently but that do not necessarily have to be connected with something that happened in his childhood. It is self-imposed guilt when an adult norm or an adult moral code is violated. The individual may feel bad for a long time, although the pain can do nothing to change what has happened. Among the most typical self-imposed guilt is that of having quarreled with someone and then hating oneself for having done it, or feeling emotionally null due to something that has been done, such as leaving a business without paying, not attending church, or having said the wrong thing. In this way, you can see guilt as a reaction to residual rules that were imposed on you and for which you are still trying to please some absent authority figure, or as a result of your efforts to live up to self-imposed rules that they don't really convince you, but you feel like you have to compromise with them. In both cases, it is stupid behavior and, more importantly, useless. You can go on regretting until the end of your days, thinking about how bad you have been, and how guilty you feel, and not the smallest bit of guilt will be able to do anything to rectify that behavior. Your guilt is over is an attempt to change history, to wish that things were not as they are. But the story is like that and you can't do anything about it. What you can do is start changing your attitude about the things that cause you guilt. In our culture there are many veins of puritanical thought that send us messages of this caliber: if you have fun, you should feel guilty about it. Many of your own self-imposed guilt reactions could find their origin in this type of thinking. Perhaps you've learned that you shouldn't indulge your tastes, or that you shouldn't enjoy a dirty joke, or that you shouldn't engage in certain kinds of sexual behaviors. While repressive messages are very common in our culture, the guilt you feel when you are having fun is purely self-imposed. You can learn to enjoy pleasure without feeling guilty. You can learn to see yourself as a person who is capable of doing anything integrated into his own value system without harming others. And do it without feeling guilt. If you do something and you get upset with yourself after doing it, you can make it a point to avoid that kind of behavior in the future. But enduring a self-imposed sentence of guilt is a neurotic trip that you can avoid. Guilt is of no help at all. On the contrary, it not only serves to immobilize you but increases the chances that you will repeat the same unwanted behavior in the future. Guilt can serve as retribution in itself and also as permission to repeat the same behavior. As long as you retain the possibility of retribution that is meant to absolve yourself through guilt, you can keep going around like a donkey tied to the Ferris wheel without accomplishing anything but the unhappiness of the present moment. Typical guilt-producing categories and reactions. Filial guilt in children of all ages. One of the ways to manipulate a child through guilt into doing something could be something like the one used in the following example. Mother, Donnie, bring the chairs from the basement because we are going to eat in a moment. Child, well Mom, I'll be right away, I'm watching the game and I'll do it when this time is up. Guilt-producing maternal message, it doesn't matter then. I'll do it, with what my back hurts. You keep enjoying the game. Donnie imagines his mother falling down the stairs with 6 chairs on her back. And he is responsible. The I sacrificed myself for you kind of mentality is a highly efficient guilt maker. Here the father or mother can remember the difficult moments when they sacrificed their own happiness in order for you to have something. When reminded of your debts, you naturally wonder how you can be so selfish. References to labor pains are one example of this guilt-producing attitude. I suffered 18 hours straight just to bring you into this world. Another very efficient phrase is, if I remained married to your father, it was because of you. They are trying to make you feel guilty about your mother's unhappiness in marriage. Guilt is one of the most efficient methods parents have for manipulating children's actions. It's fine. We'll stay here alone. You go and have fun like you always have. Don't worry about us. Your parents. If you turn it slightly, you will hear something like, what the hell is wrong with you? Have you broken your finger and can't dial a phone number? Parents turn on the guilt machine and you behave in accordance with it, that is, with resentment. The you left us embarrassed tactic is also very useful. Or, what will the neighbors say? External forces are used to make you feel bad about what you have done and to prevent you from thinking for yourself. The tactic of if you fail at something you will leave us ashamed is a fit of guilt that can make your normal life almost impossible after you have experienced the slightest failure. A parent's illness is a supermaker of guilt. You made my blood pressure go up. Allusions to you're killing me or causing a heart attack are very efficient while blaming you for all the typical ailments of old age. You need very broad shoulders to be able to carry this type of guilt since it can last a lifetime, literally, and if you are very vulnerable, you can even feel guilty for the death of one of your parents. Parental guilt is very common. All sexual thoughts or behaviors are like fertile fields for the cultivation of guilt. God forbid you masturbate. That's bad. Through guilt you can be manipulated into adopting the appropriate sexual attitude. You should be ashamed to read those magazines. You shouldn't even have such thoughts. Guilt can stimulate certain socially correct behaviors. How can you embarrass me in front of grandma picking your nose in public? You forgot to thank him. Should you be ashamed or do you want our friends to think that I did not teach you anything? However, it is possible to help the child to have an appropriate social behavior without burdening him with guilt. A simple and straightforward explanation of why such behavior is undesirable is a more efficient method. For example, if Donnie is told that his constant interruptions are annoying and do not allow older people to talk, the first seed will have been planted in him, avoiding the guilt that accompanies a phrase like the following: you always interrupt, you should be ashamed of yourself. It is impossible to speak when you are near. And just reaching maturity cannot end filial manipulation through guilt. I have a friend who is 52 years old. He is a pediatrician of Jewish origin married to a Christian. He still keeps his marriage a secret out of fear that if he tells his mother he might kill her, which actually means that he feels he might kill her. She maintains a separate apartment with all the necessary equipment in a house for the sole purpose of receiving her 85-year-old mother there every Sunday. She does not know that he owns another house where he lives 6 days a week. He plays this little game out of fear and guilt that he feels at being married to a shiksa. Although he is a mature man in all respects and has largely succeeded in his own professional world, he is still under the control of his mother. Every day he calls her from his office and lives with her the fantasy of the single son. Guilt associated with parents or family is one of the most common strategies to keep people at bay. The examples that I gave above are only a small sample of the infinity of phrases and techniques that serve to help the son or daughter to choose guilt, immobility of the present moment due to a past event, as a tribute to genealogy. Guilt related to the spouse or lover. Guilt for "if you wanted me" is one of the effective ways to manipulate a lover. This tactic is particularly useful when you want to punish your partner for something they have done. It is as if love depended on a certain type of behavior. Anytime someone falls short of what is expected of them, guilt can be used to bring them back into the fold. You have to feel guilty about not loving the other. Grudges, pronounced silences, and hurt stares are very useful methods of provoking blame in others. "I'm not going to talk to you, so you will learn," or "stay away from me, how do you expect me to love you after what you've done?" This is a tactic widely used in cases where one of the lovers begins to go astray. Often years after an incident has occurred, one spouse reminds the other to help them choose present moment blame. "Don't forget what you did in 1951, or how can I trust you when you failed me then?" In this way one of the partners can manipulate the present of the other by referring to the past. They have finally managed to forget it, the other can remind them periodically and thus keep their feelings of guilt for past behaviors up to date. Guilt is very useful to get the partner in love to adapt to the demands and norms of the other. "If you had any sense of responsibility, you would have called me." Or "This is the third time I've had to empty the trash, I guess you just refuse to do your part." The goal? The end of all this? Get one to do what the other wants. The method? The guilt. Guilt inspired by children. The filial guilt game can be reversed. Guilt is a two-way street and children are just as capable of using it to manipulate their parents as they are their children. If a child realizes that his parents cannot bear to see him suffer and that they feel guilty about being a bad parent, the child will often use this guilt to manipulate them. A tantrum at the grocery store can achieve the desired candy. Sally's dad lets her do it. So Sally's dad is a good dad and you're not. "You don't love me. If you loved me, you wouldn't treat me like that," and the extreme, "I'm sure I'm adopted. My real parents wouldn't treat me like that." All of these statements carry the same message: you, as a parent, should feel guilty for treating me, your child, this way. Children, of course, learn to use this behavior designed to produce feelings of guilt in their parents by observing how the adults in their world use it to get the things they want. Guilt is not a natural way to behave. It is a learned emotional reaction that can only be used if the victim shows the exploiter that he is vulnerable to her. Children know when it is possible to manipulate an adult. If they constantly remind you of the things you did or did not do for them in order to achieve what they want, it means that they have learned the trick of guilt. If your children use these tactics, they have learned them somewhere. And most likely watching you. College-inspired guilt. Teachers are superlative originators of guilt, and children, since they are highly suggestible, are also very easy to manipulate. Here are some of the guilt messages that disrupt young people's present moment happiness. "What a disappointment your mother is going to take from you. You should be ashamed. To pull an insufficient for a smart kid like you. How can you make your parents suffer like this, after all they have done for you? Don't you know how excited they are that you are going to Harvard? You failed the exam because you did not study, now you are annoyed." Guilt is often used in schools to make children learn certain things or behave in a special way. And remember that even if you are an older person, you are still a product of those schools. Other guilty institutions. Most prisons operate on the guilt theory. If a person spends a lot of time thinking about how bad they have been, through guilt they will become a better person. Jail sentences for nonviolent crimes such as tax evasion, traffic violations, civil offenses, and the like are examples of this type of mindset. The fact that a large percentage of inmates have again violated the law has done nothing to change or challenge this belief. Stay locked up in jail and suffer what you have done. This procedure is so expensive and useless that it is difficult, almost impossible, to explain it logically. The illogical explanation, of course, is that guilt is such an integral part of our culture that it has become the backbone of our criminal code. Instead of making civil law violators help society or pay their debts, they seek to reform them through guilt-producing incarcerations that benefit no one, least of all the guilty. There is no feeling of guilt, no matter how great it is, that can alter past behavior. Worse still, prisons are not the most appropriate places to learn the various legal possibilities of choice. On the contrary, they encourage a repetition of the crime by embittering the prisoner. The practice of incarcerating dangerous criminals to protect others is something else, and we will not discuss that here. In our society, the practice of tipping has come to reflect, not that the service or attention is of good quality, but the degree of culpability of the person receiving the service. Efficient waiters and waitresses, taxi drivers, bellboys, and other domestic workers have found that most people cannot cope with the guilt of misbehaving, and that they will tip the tip without that this has any relation to the quality of the service received. So the ostentatious gesture of the outstretched hand, the nasty comments and the pointed looks are bound to produce a feeling of guilt, and then, as quickly as possible, the big tip. Being messy, smoking, and other unacceptable behaviors like that can all be blameworthy. If, for example, you dropped a cigarette or a paper cup, the stern gaze of a stranger can plunge you into paroxysms of guilt for having behaved clumsily. Instead of feeling guilty about something you've already done, why don't you decide not to behave in an antisocial or awkward way again? Diets to lose weight are a guilt-ridden activity. The one who is dieting, eats a candy and feels guilty all day, remembering his weakness for a moment. If you are trying to lose weight and engage in self-defeating behaviors, you can learn from them and do your best to be more efficient in your present moment. But feeling guilty and full of self-reproaches is a waste of time, because if you feel that way for a long time, it is very likely that you will overeat again as a way to get out of your dilemma, a neurotic way, by the way. Guilt in sexual intercourse. Perhaps sex is the most guilty activity in our society. We have already seen how parents engender guilt in children for acts or thoughts related to sex. And adults don't feel less guilty about sex. People sneak into pornographic movie theaters so that others won't see how depraved they are. Many people do not want to admit that they enjoy certain sexual practices such as oral sex and feel guilty just thinking about it. Sexual fantasies are also very efficient producers of guilt. Many people feel uncomfortable having such thoughts and deny their existence in private, or even in their therapy sessions. Indeed, if I were to locate a center for guilt in the human body, I would put it in sex. This is just a small list of the cultural influences that conspire to drive you to choose blame. Now let's take a look at the psychological rewards of guilt. Don't forget that whatever the dividend, it will always be self-defeating, and remember it the next time you prefer guilt to freedom. The psychological rewards of the choice of guilt. Here are the most basic reasons for choosing to waste your present feeling guilty about things you did or did not do in the past. If you absorb your present moments feeling guilty about something that has already happened, you will not have to use your present moment in efficient and profitable activities. Quite simply, like many self-defeating behaviors, guilt is an avoidance technique that serves to prevent you from working for yourself and yourself in the present moment. Thus you transfer your responsibility for what you are or are not now to what you were or stopped being in the past. By shifting your responsibility backwards, you not only avoid the heavy lifting of changing yourself now, but also the risks that accompany that change. It is easier to freeze with feelings of guilt about past events than to embark on the risky path that leads to growth and development in the present. There is a tendency to believe that if you feel guilty enough, in the long run you will be exonerated of your bad behavior. This retribution of forgiveness is the basis of the prison mentality described above, whereby the prisoner pays for his sins by feeling terribly bad for a long period of time. The greater the crime, the longer the period it takes to achieve forgiveness. Guilt may be the means of returning to the safety of childhood, a comfortable time when others made decisions for you and cared for you. Instead of taking care of yourself in the present, you trust the values of others in your past. And once again the payoff lies in feeling protected from the danger of taking over your own life. Guilt is a very useful way to transfer responsibility for your behavior onto others. It's easy to get angry at others for the way they manipulate you, and shift the focus of guilt from yourself onto those other terrible people who are so powerful that they can make you feel whatever they want, even guilty. You can often win the approval of people, even when they agree with your behavior, simply by feeling guilt for that behavior. You may have done something that violates the established norms, but by feeling guilty you are showing that you know very well how to behave and that you are doing everything possible to adapt. Guilt is a splendid way to win people's compassion. And it doesn't matter if the desire for compassion clearly shows that you have a poor idea of yourself. In this case, you prefer that others feel sorry for you instead of loving and respecting yourself. Here you have the biggest dividends you can achieve if you hold on to guilt. Guilt, like all self-defeating emotions, is a choice, something you can control. If you don't like it and you prefer to get rid of it to be completely guilt-free, here are some strategies that will help you completely erase the blackboard of your guilt. Some strategies to eliminate guilt. Start looking at the past as something that can never be changed, whatever you feel about it. It's over. And whatever guilt you choose, it won't help you change the past. Record this phrase in your conscience: my guilt will not change the past or make me a better person. This type of approach will help you differentiate guilt from knowledge that you may pluck from the past. Ask yourself what you are avoiding in the present because of the past. By working in this direction, you will eliminate the need for guilt. A patient of mine who had been engaged in an extramarital affair for some time provides a good example of this kind of blame removal. The man said he felt guilty about having this relationship, but he kept leaving his wife once a week to go see his lover. I pointed out that the guilt he was talking about was a feeling, completely useless. It did not make her marriage improve and it prevented her from enjoying the relationship with her lover. I could choose one of two things. He could admit that he was devoting his present to feeling guilty because it was easier for him than taking a closer look at his marriage and doing something for himself and himself. Or you could learn to accept their behavior. He could recognize that he accepted extramarital sexual explorations and realize that his value system included certain behaviors that were censored by many people. In either case, he would choose to remove the guilt and change or accept himself. Begin to accept in yourself things that you have chosen but that certain people may dislike. So, if your parents, boss, neighbors, or even your spouse take a position contrary to yours on something you may think that it is very natural, remember what we said earlier regarding the search for approval. You need to approve yourself. Approval from others is nice but beside the point. When you succeed in not needing approval, the guilt you may feel for behavior that does not get approval from others will disappear. Write a guilt journal and write down all the times you feel guilty, carefully writing down why, when, and with whom it happens and what you are losing in the present by worrying about the past. The journal can undoubtedly give you some insights into your area of particular guilt. Reconsider your value system. What are the values that you really accept and what are the only ones that you pretend to accept? Make a list of all these false values and decide to live by a code of ethics determined by yourself and not by one imposed by other people. Make a list of all the bad things you have done in your life. Impose fault ratings for each on a scale of values from 1 to 10. Add up the results and see if today it matters to you whether the difference is 100 or 1 million. The present moment remains the same and all your guilt is nothing more than wasted activity. Evaluate the true consequences of your behavior. Rather than looking for mystical feelings to determine affirmations and denials in your life, determine yourself whether the results of your actions have been pleasant and productive for you. Try to teach people that they have to do with your life and that they try to manipulate you through guilt, that you are very capable of dealing with the disappointments caused by your behavior. If mom starts with her guilt scene, "You didn't do that," or "I'll go get the chairs," you just sit there, learn to answer her in a different way. For example, "Okay mom, if you want to hurt your back for some chairs just because you can't wait a few minutes, I guess I can't help it." The result will take time to come, but the behavior of those people will begin to change when they see that they cannot force you to feel guilty. Once you can disconnect the guilt, the possibility of manipulating and controlling yourself emotionally will be gone forever. Do something that you know very well that will make you feel guilty. When you go to a hotel and they indicate a bellboy to escort you to a room that you can easily find by yourself with your small suitcase, say that you don't need it. If they ignore you, tell this unwanted partner that they are wasting their time and energy, as you will not tip them for a service you do not want. Or take a week to be alone as you've always wanted to be, despite the guilty protests from other family members. This type of behavior will help you deal with the omnipresent guilt that so many sectors of our environment help you to choose so efficiently. The following dialogue represents a role-play exercise in a group psychotherapy session that I was leading, in which a young girl, 23 years old, confronted her mother, represented by another member of the group, because she wanted to leave home. The mother used all possible guilt-producing responses to avoid it. This dialogue was the end result of an hour of teaching the daughter how to weather her mother's guilt-producing phrases. Daughter: "Mom, I'm leaving home." Mother: "If you do, it will give me a heart attack. You know how delicate I am and how much I need you to help me with the medicine and everything else." Daughter: "You are worried about your health and you think that you cannot manage without me." Mother: "Of course not. Look, I've been good to you all these years and now you're leaving me. If that's all you care about your mother, do it, move on." Daughter: "You think that because you helped me as a child I should pay you by staying here and not being independent and living on my own." Mother, clutching her breast: "Right now I have a tachycardia. I think I'm going to die. You're killing me, that's what you're doing." Daughter: "Do you want to tell me something before I go?" In this dialogue the daughter refuses to surrender to the obvious guilt producers offered by her mother. This girl had been a true slave to her mother, and all the efforts she had made before to leave her home and settle on her own had met with that kind of guilty rhetoric. The mother was willing to do anything to get her daughter, and she had to learn new responses, or resign herself to being the slave of her mother and her guilt for the rest of her days. Take careful note of your daughter's responses. They all start with references to her mother holding her responsible for her own feelings. Saying "you feel" instead of "I feel" very wisely diminishes the potential for guilt. Guilt in our culture is a useful tool for manipulating others and a useless waste of time. Worry, the other side of the coin, is diagnostically identical to guilt, but focused exclusively on the future and all the terrible things that could happen. Observations regarding concern. No need to worry. Absolutely nothing. You can spend the rest of your life, starting right now, worrying about the future, and no matter how much you worry, you won't change a thing. Remember that worry has been defined as the feeling that immobilizes you in the present for things that may happen in the future. You must be careful not to confuse worrying with planning for the future. If you are making plans for the future and the activity of the present moment can contribute to making that future better, this is not a concern. It is only concern when you are somehow immobilized in the present by some event that may happen in the future. Just as our society encourages and fosters guilt, it also fosters concern. Once again, it all starts with the fallacy of equating concern with love. If you love someone, it is the message, you must care about him. You'll hear phrases like "of course I'm worried about her," "it's natural when you love someone," or "I can't stop worrying because I love you." So you prove your love by caring enough at the appropriate time. Worry is endemic to our culture. Almost everyone loses an incredible amount of present moments worrying about the future. And all this is useless. Not a single moment of worry will make things better. Worse still, worrying may well nullify your effectiveness in the present. Furthermore, worry has nothing to do with love, which should be a relationship in which each person has the right to be what they choose to be without conditions imposed by the other person. Imagine that you are in the year 1860 at the beginning of the Civil War. The country is mobilizing for war and there are approximately 32 million people in the United States. Each of these 32 million people have thousands of things to worry about and spend many present moments in anguish for the future. They worry about war, food prices, floods, the economy, the same things that continue to worry you today. In 1975, some 115 years later, all those who cared so much are dead, and if we add all their worries, we will see that not even that immense amount of worry managed to change a moment of what is now history. The same is true when it comes to the times when you've been most concerned about the future. When the earth is populated by a completely different staff, do you think that any of your moments of concern have managed to change something, make something different from what it was? No. And do any of those moments of worry make things different today, in the sense of changing the things that worry you? Not again. So this is one of the areas that you should tidy up, since you are wasting those precious present moments in behaviors that do not bring you positive rewards. Much of your worry pertains to things that you have absolutely no control over. You can worry all you want about war, or the economy, or possibly disease, but worry will not bring us peace or prosperity or good health. As an individual, you have very little control over any of those things. Furthermore, the catastrophe that worries you so often turns out to be less horrible in reality than it was in your imagination. I treated Harold, who was 47 years old, for several months. He was worried that he might fire him from his job and then he would not be able to support his family. He was a compulsive being who compulsively worried. He began to lose weight, could not sleep, and was often ill. In therapy sessions, we talked about the futility of worry and what way he could choose to be content. But Harold was genuinely concerned and felt that it was his daily responsibility to worry about the disasters that might occur. Finally, after worrying for months, she received her termination notice and was left without a job for the first time in her life. After 3 days, he found another job that was not only better paid but gave him much more satisfaction. He had used his compulsive force to find a new job. The search was quick and relentless. And all his previous worry turned out to be useless. His family did not starve and Harold did not collapse. Like most dark pictures in our imaginations, the change was more beneficial than terrible. Harold experienced firsthand the futility of worry, learned firsthand how useless worrying is, and has begun to adopt a more carefree attitude to his life. In a very clever and funny essay published by The New Yorker, titled "Seek the Unbeatable," Ralph Schoenstein makes a satire of worry. What a list! Something old and something new, something cosmic and yet something trivial too, for the concerned creative must always combine the pedestrian with the immemorial. If the sun goes out, will the Metses be able to keep all their nightly commitments? If they ever revive humans who have been cryogenically frozen, will they have to re-enroll in the electoral register? And if the little toe disappears, will the goals in the National Football League be worth less? You may be one of those who worry as professionals of worry, producing all kinds of unnecessary stress and anxiety in your life as a result of the choices you make by worrying about all kinds of things. Or you may be one of the smaller distressed ones who cares only about their own problems. The following list presents the most common responses to the question, what are you worried about? Typical worry behaviors in our culture. I collected the following data from a group of about 200 people who attended a conference one afternoon. I call them the worry sheet, and you can give yourself worry scores, similar to the guilt scores we talked about earlier. They are not arranged in order of frequency or importance. The sentences in parentheses represent the types of sentences that warrant concern. Your list of concerns. I worry about 1. My children. Everyone cares about their children, I wouldn't be a very good father if I didn't worry about my children, right? 2. My health. If you don't care about your health, you can die at any moment. 3. Death, no one wants to die. Death worries everyone. 4. My job, if you don't care about your job, you may lose it. 5. The economy. Someone has to worry, the president doesn't seem to care about anything. 6. A heart attack. Everyone has a heart attack, right? Your heart can stop at any time. 7. Security. If you don't care about safety, you can end up in an asylum or living off public charity. 8. The happiness of my husband or wife. God knows what worries me about their happiness, even if they don't recognize it. 9. Will I be doing things right? I am always concerned about doing things right, and so I am calm. 10. Have a healthy child if you are pregnant. All future moms worry about that. 11. Prices. Someone has to worry about prices before they go up so high that they disappear from our sight. 12. Accidents. I am always concerned that my wife/husband or my children may have an accident. It is natural, isn't it? 13. What others think. I'm worried that my friends won't love me. 14. My weight. Nobody wants to be fat, so it is natural for me to worry about regaining the weight I lost. 15. Money. We never have enough money, and I worry that one day we will have nothing and will have to live off charity or the state. 16. My car breaks down. It's an old thing and I'm riding it on the highway, and of course I'm worried that it might have a breakdown and what would happen if it did. 17. My accounts. Everyone cares about paying their bills. You wouldn't be human if you didn't care about paying your bills. 18. The death of my parents. I don't know what I would do if my parents died, it makes me sick just thinking about it. I worry about being alone and I think I might not be able to cope. 19. Go to heaven, or what if there is no God? I can't bear the idea that there is nothing. 20. Meteorology. I make plans to go out on a picnic and suddenly it rains. I'm worried there won't be snow if we go skiing. 21. Getting old. Nobody wants to get old and, don't tease me, everyone cares. 22. Traveling by plane. You hear about so many accidents. 23. My daughter's virginity. Every father who loves his daughter worries that they might make her suffer or get into trouble. 24. Public speaking. I get paralyzed when I have to speak in front of a lot of people and I worry myself before I do. 25. When my spouse does not call me. It seems normal to me to worry when you don't know where the person you love is, or if they have a problem. 26. Go to the city. Who knows what will happen every time you go to that jungle? It worries me every time I go. I always worry about getting a place for the car. And perhaps the most neurotic of all. 27. Have nothing to worry about. I just can't stay calm when everything seems to be running smoothly. I worry about not knowing what's going to happen. This is the collective worry sheet in our culture. You can give worry scores to the ones that seem most applicable to your case, add the total, and no matter what the result is, it will always be 0. The next paragraph illustrates the extent of concern in our world. It is taken from a Newsday article, May 3, 1975, dealing with hospital accident insurance. West Islip, 2 Nassau Suffolk Hospital Board officials yesterday warned the public that those who are concerned about the problems the accident insurance crisis may create, if doctors stop treating patients entirely or treat only those emergencies, have not cared enough. This is a call for people to spend more time worrying about a certain problem. How is it possible that such a note is even published? The answer is that our culture places more importance on concern than action. If everyone involved in the matter cared much more, perhaps the problem could be solved. To eliminate worry, you need to understand the reason behind it. If the worry is important in your life, you can be sure that it has a lot of historical background to lean on. But what are the rewards? The payoffs are very similar to the neurotic dividends that guilt gives you, as worry are self-defeating behaviors that only vary in a temporary sense. The guilt is focused on the past, concern in the future. The psychological rewards of worry. Worry is an activity of the present moment. In this way, if you spend your current life immobilized by worrying about the future, you can avoid the present and what threatens it. For example, I spent the summer of 1974, in Karamürsel, Turkey, teaching and writing a book on psychotherapy. My daughter, who was 7 years old at the time, had stayed in the United States with her mother. And even though I love writing, I find it a very difficult and lonely job that requires a lot of self-discipline. As I sat in front of my typewriter with the paper in place and the margins on, I suddenly realized that my thoughts had flown to little Tracy Lynn. What will happen if you go biking down the street and don't watch where you are going? I hope they will be watching her if she is in the pool, because she is quite careless. Without realizing it, an hour had passed and I had spent it worrying myself. And all in vain, of course. But was it really in vain? As long as I could spend all my present moments worrying, I didn't have to struggle with the difficulties that came my way when trying to write. And this was a terrific payoff, really. You can avoid having to take risks by using your worries as an excuse to immobilize yourself. How can you act if you are preoccupied with your present moment problem? There is absolutely nothing I can do, I am so worried. This is a very common complaint that keeps you immobile, avoiding the risk of action. You can call yourself a caring or loving person because you care about others. Worry shows that you are a good father, a good wife, or whatever you are. It's a great dividend but unhealthy and lacking in logic. Worries are very useful to justify certain self-frustrating behaviors. If you're overweight, you sure overeat when you're worried, so you have a wonderful reason to hold on to the distressing behavior produced by worry. Likewise, you will see that you smoke more in difficult situations and you can use your anguish and your concern to not quit smoking. This same neurotic pace system is applicable to other areas like marriage, money, health, and the like. Worry helps you avoid change. It is easier to worry about your chest pains than to risk finding out the truth and consequently having to deal with yourself. Worries prevent you from living your life. The distressed stay still worrying about everything, while the active and positive people have the urge to move. Worry is a very skillful resource that serves to keep you inactive, and it is certainly much easier to get distressed, although less stimulating and enjoyable, than to be an active person committed to things. Worries can lead to ulcers, hypertension, cramps, headaches, back pain, and many ailments like that. And while these don't seem like payoffs, they get a lot of attention from other people and a lot of self-pity as a result. And many people would rather be pitied than fulfilled. Now that you understand the psychological support system behind your worry, you can begin to plan some strategic efforts that will help you get rid of the pesky worry microbes that are hatching in this wrong zone. Some strategies to eliminate worry. Start viewing your present moments as a time to live instead of obsessing over the future. When you find yourself in distress, ask yourself, what am I escaping from by spending this moment worrying? Then start attacking what you are avoiding or whatever it is that prompts you to evade. The best antidote to worry is action. A patient of mine, very prone to anguish, related to me one of his latest triumphs in this regard. During his stay at a summer resort, he entered a sauna one afternoon. There he met a man who simply could not take a vacation and forget about his problems. This gentleman spoke at length about all the things that should concern my patient. He talked about the stock market, but said not to worry about short-range fluctuations. In 6 months there would be a total collapse, and that was something to worry about. My patient knew well what things he would have to worry about and left. He played tennis for an hour, enjoyed playing soccer with some children for a while, participated with his wife in a ping pong championship where they both had a blast, and finally about 3 hours later he returned to the locker room to shower. His new friend was still there in anguish, and he immediately began to list a number of other things that deserved concern. Meanwhile my client had spent his present moments exhilaratingly alive, while the other had consumed his preoccupied with different matters. And neither of them had any influence on the stock market values. Recognize the absurdity of worry. Ask yourself over and over again, will anything change as a result of my worry? Give yourself shorter and shorter periods of worry times. Take 10 minutes in the morning and 10 in the afternoon to worry, consider them your segments of concern. Use those periods to worry about all the possible disasters that will fit you in that time frame. So, using your ability to control your own thoughts, put off any possible worry until the next worry time arrives. You will quickly realize how crazy it is to spend time in this way, and in the long run you will totally eliminate your area of concern. Make a list of worries by writing down all the things that worried you yesterday, last week, and even last year. Check to see if your worries did anything for you. Also find out if some of the things you were worried about happened. You will soon realize that worrying is a doubly useless and futile activity. It does nothing to change the future. And the potential catastrophe is often far less than expected and even a beneficial event when it happens. Just worry. Try to show it when you feel like you are about to worry. That is, stop, go to someone and say, "Look at me, I'm about to get worried." The other person will not know what to say, they will feel completely confused since you probably will not know how to demonstrate what you do so well. Ask yourself this worry-eliminating question: what is the worst that can happen to me, or them, and what are the chances of it happening? You will discover in this way the absurdity of worries. Deliberately choose behavior that conflicts with your usual areas of concern. If you are one of those who compulsively save for the future, always worrying about whether you will have enough money for tomorrow, start using your money today. Do like the rich uncle who wrote in his will, "Enjoying excellent physical and mental health, I spent all my money in life." Start addressing your fears with productive thoughts and behaviors. A friend of mine recently spent a week on an island off the coast of Connecticut. This woman loves taking long walks and soon discovered that the island was full of dogs that had been released. She decided that she would fight her fear and worry that she would be bitten or even torn to pieces, total and ultimate disaster. He had a stone in his pocket, accident insurance, and decided not to show fear when the dogs approached him. She even refused to slow down when the dogs started growling and headed toward her. And when the dogs saw that someone refused to be frightened by their attacks, they gave up and ran away. I am not advocating behavior that can be dangerous, but I believe that positively facing fear or worry may be the best way to make it disappear from your life. Those are some techniques that can help you eliminate worry from your life. But the most efficient weapon you can have to end worry is your own determination to erase this neurotic behavior from your life. Last thoughts on guilt and worry. The present moment is the key to understanding your guilt and worry activities. Learn to live now, in the present, and not waste your current moments in immobilizing thoughts about the past or the future. There is no other moment in which it is possible to live more than the present, the now, and all your worries and so useless guilt are made in the exclusive present moment. In Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll talked about life in the present. The rule is, jam tomorrow, and jam yesterday, but never jam today. Does it ever have to be jam today? Alicia objected. And what do you say? Since it has to become someday, why not today? 5. Exploring the unknown. Only the insecure crave security. You may be a security expert, an individual who avoids the unknown for the sake of always knowing where you are going and what to expect when you get there. Education in our society tends to train us from an early age to be cautious by encouraging prudence and caution at the expense of curiosity, safety at the expense of adventure. Avoid the doubtful, stay in the areas you know, never venture into the unknown. These early messages can become psychological barriers that hinder your personal fulfillment and happiness in the present moment in 1,000 different ways. Albert Einstein, a man who dedicated his life to exploring the unknown, said in an article titled What I Believe in Forum, October 1930. The most beautiful experience is that of the mysterious. That is the true source of all art and all science. He could also have said that it is the source of all growth, animation, and encouragement. But too many people identify the unknown with danger. They think that the purpose of life is to always play it safe and always know where they are going. Only the daredevils risk exploring the fuzzy areas of life, and when they do, they end up shocked, injured, and worse, ill-prepared. When you were a small member of the Scouts brigades, Scouts, they told you you have to be prepared. But how can you prepare for the unknown? You obviously can't do it. In other words, avoid it and you will never end up being disappointed. Play it safe, don't take risks, follow the paths outlined on the map, even if it's boring. You may be starting to get bored of so much security, of knowing how each day will be even before you live it. You cannot grow and develop if you know the answers before the questions have even been asked. Probably the times you remember the most are those in which you were spontaneously alive, doing what you wanted, and waiting with delicious anticipation for what might be mysterious in the future. Throughout our lives, we listen to cultural messages of safety. They start in the family and then educators reinforce them. The child learns to avoid everything that is experimentation and society supports him in everything he can do to avoid the unknown. Do not miss. Know the appropriate responses. Stay with people like you. If you are still clinging to these safety incentives, think now is the time to break free from them. Get rid of the idea that you can't try new and dubious ways of behaving. You can if you choose to. It starts with understanding the conditioned reflexes that help you avoid new experiences. Openness to new experiences. If you totally believe in yourself, there will be nothing that is beyond your possibilities. The full range of the human experience is yours and you can enjoy it if you decide to venture into territories that offer no guarantees. Think of the people who are considered geniuses and who were spectacularly efficient and positive in their lifetime. They weren't people who could only do one thing well. They weren't the kind to avoid the unknown. Benjamin Franklin, Ludwig van Beethoven, Leonardo da Vinci, Jesus Christ, Albert Einstein, Galileo, Bertrand Russell, George Bernard Shaw, Winston Churchill, these and many like them were pioneers who ventured into new and uncertain territories. They were people like you, cut off from other mortals only because they were willing to traverse areas where others did not dare to set foot. Albert Schweitzer, another Renaissance man, once said, "Nothing human is foreign to me." You can look at yourself with new eyes and open yourself to new experiences that you never thought might be within your means as a human being, or you can keep doing the same things, in the same way, until you are buried. It is a fact that great men do not remember any other, they do not make one think of any other, and their greatness is generally perceptible by the quality of their explorations and by the recklessness with which they explored the unknown. Opening yourself to new experiences implies totally abandoning the notion that it is better to tolerate what is familiar than to work to change it because change is fraught with insecurities. Perhaps you have taken the position that the self, yourself, is fragile, and that it is easy to break if it penetrates into areas it has never been before. This is one of many myths. You have the strength of a colossus. You are not going to fall apart if you come across something new. In fact, you have a better chance of avoiding psychological breakdowns if you eliminate part of the daily routine from your life. Boredom is debilitating and psychologically unhealthy. Once you lose interest in life, it won't be difficult to break down. You won't suffer that mythological nervous breakdown if you add the spice of uncertainty to your life. You may also have adopted the mentality of if it's something out of the ordinary I have to avoid it, which inhibits your availability to new experiences. That way, when you see deaf people using their sign language to converse, you will look at them curiously but not try to talk to them. Likewise, When you meet people who speak a foreign language, instead of doing your best and trying to communicate with them in some way, you will most likely get away from them and avoid the great unknown that communication in a language means, which is not yours. There are endless activities and people that are considered taboo simply because it is unknown what they are. Thus, homosexuals, transvestites, the handicapped, the retarded, the nudists, are within the category of the dark. You are not very sure how to behave with them and therefore avoid their treatment. Maybe you also think that you always have to have a reason to do something. If not, what is the point of doing it? You can do anything simply because you want to do it and for no other reason. You don't need to have a motive or reason to do what you want to do. Looking for reasons for everything is the kind of thinking that takes you away from new and exciting experiences. When you were a child, you could play with a grasshopper for an entire hour for no other reason than your pleasure. You could climb a hill or go on a hike through the woods. Why? Because you wanted to. But since you are an adult, you feel like you have to have a good reason to do things. This passion for reasons prevents you from opening up and growing. What freedom it is to know that you do not have to justify yourself to anyone, not to yourself, ever again. Emerson, in his diary on April 11, 1834, wrote the following observation: 4 snakes slithering up and down a cave for no apparent reason. Not to eat. Not to make love, just gliding. You can do anything you want to do because you want to and for no other reason. This way of thinking will open up new perspectives of experience and help you eliminate the fear of the unknown that may be the attitude that you have adopted as a lifestyle until now. Rigidity versus spontaneity. Look closely at your spontaneity. Can you open up to something new, or do you rigidly cling to your usual behavior? Spontaneity means being able to rehearse anything suddenly, making the decision to do it in a moment, simply because it is something you like and can enjoy. You may even find that you didn't enjoy doing it but did enjoy trying it. It is very likely that they will attack you saying that you are irresponsible and reckless, but what does the opinion of others matter if you are having a wonderful time discovering the unknown? There are many people who, because they occupy important positions, find it very difficult to be spontaneous. They live their lives subject to rigid canons without noticing how absurd many of the rules they blindly respect are. Democrats and Republicans support the statements of their party leaders and vote for the party's nominees. Members of the cabinet who speak honestly and spontaneously often become former members of the cabinet. There are official guidelines for speaking and thinking, and any thoughts that stray from these are not welcome. Men who always say yes are not spontaneous men. They have a terrible fear of the unknown. They adapt. They do what they are told. They never discuss what they are told but rather rigidly apply themselves to doing what is expected of them. Where are you in this dimension? Can you be yourself in this area? Can you spontaneously take the avenues that do not always lead to the safe? Rigid people never grow up. They have a tendency to go back to doing things the same way they have always done. A colleague of mine who teaches graduate teacher classes often asks the older ones, those who have spent 30 or more years teaching in a classroom, have you really been teaching for 30 years or have you been teaching 1 year 30 times? And you, dear reader, have you really lived 10,000 or more days or have you lived a day 10,000 or more times? This is a good question to ask yourself as you work to achieve more spontaneity in your life. Prejudices and rigidity. Rigidity is the basis of prejudice, which means to prejudge. Prejudice is based not so much on what one hates or dislikes, be it ideas, activities, or people, but on the fact that it is easier and safer to stick with the known. That is, with people who are like you. It seems that your prejudices work in your favor. They keep you away from unfamiliar and potentially disruptive people, things, and ideas. They actually work against you by preventing you from exploring the unknown. Being spontaneous means that you eliminate your prejudices and that you allow yourself to meet and deal with new people and ideas. Prejudices are safety valves that serve to avoid dark or doubtful regions and to nullify growth. If you do not trust anyone who is not completely familiar to you, it is because you do not have confidence in yourself when you walk in unfamiliar terrain. The always have to have a plan trap. Planned spontaneity does not exist. They are terms that contradict each other. We all know people who go through life with a road map and a list, unable to modify their life even in a comma from their original project. Doing a project is not necessarily an unhealthy attitude, but falling in love with the project is the really neurotic thing. You may have planned what you will do at 25, 30, 40, 50, 70, and so on, and then simply check your schedule to see where you should be, instead of making a decision every day and believing in yourself enough. Same as to be able to change your plans. Don't let the plans or the project be more important than yourself. I had a patient in his 20s named Henry. She suffered terribly from the neurosis of having to have a plan and consequently missed so many exciting and fun opportunities. At 22, he was offered a job in another state. The idea of change terrified him. Could you get by in Georgia? Where would you live? And what about his parents and his friends? Fear of the unknown literally immobilized Henry, and he rejected what could have been a good opportunity to advance by doing a new and stimulating job and living in a new place, to stay where he was. It was this experience that prompted Henry to come to my office. She felt that the rigidity with which she was holding onto the life plan she had made was stunting her growth, however he was afraid to break away from the everyday and try something new. After an exploratory session, we discovered that Henry was a true planning freak. She always ate the same breakfast, planned what she was going to wear days in advance, had the drawers of her dresser perfectly arranged by size and color. And he also imposed this plan on his family. He wanted his children to have things in their place and for his wife to conform to a series of rigid rules that he had developed. In short, Henry was a very unhappy but highly organized being. It lacked creativity, a sense of innovation, and warmth. In reality, it was a personal plan and his goal in life was to make sure that everything was in its place. Following his psychotherapy treatment, Henry began to try to live a little spontaneously. He realized that his plans were ways of manipulating others and that they also served to avoid the temptation to take risks with the unknown. Very soon he was more flexible with his family, allowing them to be different from what he expected of them. Within several months, Henry even applied for a position with a company that required him to travel frequently. What he had feared became palatable. Although Henry is by no means a spontaneous person, he has managed to cope positively with at least one part of his neurotic thinking that was fostering his former completely planned way of existence. Keep working in that direction, learning to enjoy life instead of living it in a ritualized way. Safety, internal and external variations. In school, a long time ago, you learned to write a composition or an essay. They taught you that you needed a good introduction, a well-organized middle development, and a conclusion. Unfortunately, you may have applied the same kind of logic to your life, coming to regard the whole business of living as a school composition. The introduction was your childhood in which you were preparing to be a person. The body is your adult life, which is organized and planned in preparation for the conclusion that would be retirement and a happy ending. Living according to this plan is a guarantee that everything will be all right forever. Security, the final project is for the corpses. Security means knowing what is going to happen. Safety means no risk, no excitement, no challenge. Security means no growth and no growth means death. Also, safety is a myth. As long as you are a person who lives on this earth, and if the system remains the same, you can never have security. And even if it wasn't a myth, it would be a horrible way to live. Certainty removes excitement, and growth. The word security in the sense that we have used it here refers to external guarantees, to possessions such as money, a house, and a car, to strongholds such as a good job or a high position in society. But there is a different kind of security that is worth looking for, and it is the inner security that gives you having confidence in yourself and in your ability to solve any problem that comes your way. This is the only lasting security, the only true security. Things can be undone, an economic depression leaving you penniless, be left homeless, but you can be a rock of self-esteem. You can believe so much in yourself and in your inner strength that things and others will seem like mere accessories of your life, pleasant but superfluous. Try this little exercise. Imagine that right now, while you are reading this book, someone descends violently on you, undresses you, and abducts you in a helicopter. No notice, no money, nothing but yourself. Suppose they take you to a place in Red China and drop you in a field. You should have a new language, new customs, a new climate, and the only thing you would have would be yourself. Would you survive or would you collapse? Could you make friends, get food, shelter, and other things? Or would you just lie in the middle of the field lamenting about how miserable you are because of what happened to you? If you needed outside security, you would die because all your possessions would have been taken from you. But if you have inner security and you are not afraid of the unknown, then you would survive. In other words, we can redefine the concept of security by saying that it is the knowledge that you can deal with anything, even with the fact of not having external security. Do not fall into the trap of that type of external security, since it robs you of your ability to live and grow and fulfill yourself. Take a look at those people who don't have external security, people who don't have everything planned. They may be too clever, but at least they can try new things and avoid the trap of always having to play it safe. James Kavanagh, in Do You Want to Be My Friend? Will You Be My Friend, writes about safety in his little poem titled Someday. Someday I will go away. And I will be free. And I will leave the sterile behind me. To their safe sterility. I will leave without saying where I am going. And I will walk through a barren field to there leave the world and walk away then carefree like an unemployed atlas. Achievements as security. But leaving to be free, as Kavanagh puts it, can be difficult as long as you are convinced that you have to achieve things in life. The fear of failure is powerful in our society, a fear that was instilled in us in childhood and that we often carry through life. You may be surprised to hear this, but failure doesn't exist. Failure is simply someone's opinion of how certain things should be done. When you convince yourself that there is no act that needs to be done in a specific way, at the discretion of other people, then failure will be impossible. However, there may be times when, by your own rules and measures, you will fail to perform a given task. The important thing here is not to compare the act with the value of your person. Not succeeding at something you tried to do does not imply your failure as a person. It is simply a matter of not having achieved success in that specific task and in that present moment. Try to imagine that we use failure as a description of some animal's behavior. Suppose a dog has been barking for 15 minutes, and someone says, "He really doesn't bark very well. He doesn't pass the test." How absurd! Animals cannot fail because there are no rules for valuing natural behavior. Spiders weave webs, not well-made or poorly made webs. Cats chase mice, if one misses them, they just go after another. They don't sit around complaining because one escaped them, nor do they have a nervous breakdown because they failed. Natural behavior just is. Why don't you apply the same logic to your own behavior and free yourself from the fear of failure? The drive to achieve and succeed comes from the most self-defeating words in our culture. You've heard them and used them 1,000 times, do the best you can. This is the touchstone of the neurosis of success and achievement. Do your best in everything you do. What's wrong with taking a mediocre bike ride or just strolling through the park? Why don't you find yourself some activities that you just do instead of doing the best you can? Neurosis doing your best can prevent you from trying new activities and enjoying old ones. I once treated an 18-year-old student named Luann, who was completely possessed by the norms of achievement and success. Luann was an excellent student, who from the first day she set foot in school, always got the best grades. She spent long hours on her homework and then she didn't have time to be a person. It was a true academic knowledge computer. However, She was agonizingly shy when she was with friends, she had never flirted with a boy or dated anyone. He had developed a nervous tic that kicked in whenever we talked about this part of his personality. Luann had put all her emphasis on being a successful student to the detriment of her overall development. When working with Luann, I asked him, "What is more important to you, what you know or what you feel?" And although she was the best student in the class, she suffered from a lack of inner peace and was actually very unhappy. She began to attach importance to her feelings, and because she was an excellent student, she applied the same rigorous standards to her learning of the new social behavior that she had applied to her academic studies. Luann's mother called me a year later and said she was very worried because for the first time in her life Luann had gotten a mediocre grade, a 5 in her freshman year of college. I recommended that she make a big splash about it and take her out to dinner at a good restaurant to celebrate. Perfectionism. Why are you going to have to do everything right? Who is scoring you? Winston Churchill's famous lines regarding perfectionism indicate how immobilizing the constant pursuit of success can be. The maxim "nothing is worth other than perfection" could be spelled paralysis. One can be paralyzed with the nonsense of doing your best. Maybe you can assign yourself some significant areas in your life where you really want to do your best. But in the vast majority of activities, having to do your best, or even having to do it well, means putting a real obstacle to the mere possibility of doing. Don't let perfectionism put you aside by preventing you from taking part in activities that may be enjoyable for you. Try to change "do your best" to just do it. Perfection means immobility. If you have canons of perfection for yourself, you will never try to do anything and you will not do much because perfection is not a concept that can be applied to human beings. God may be perfect, but you as a person have no need to apply those ridiculous standards and canons of perfection to yourself and your behavior. If you have children, don't cultivate their paralysis and resentment by insisting that they do the most they can. Rather, talk to them about what they seem to like best and try to encourage them to try harder in those fields. But in other activities, doing is more important than succeeding. Teach them to play volleyball instead of just standing aside staring and saying, "I'm not good at this." Encourage them to ski, or sing, or draw, or dance or whatever, because they want to do it, and not avoid something because they may not do it so well. No one should be taught to be competitive, to even try to do well. Rather, it tries to teach them the lesson of self-esteem and pride and pleasure in activities deemed important by the individual. Children easily learn the message of confusing their own worth with their failures. And so they begin to avoid activities in which they fail to excel. Even more dangerous, it could be that they develop low self-esteem, approval-seeking, guilt, and all the wrong zones of behavior that accompany self-rejection. If you equate your worth to your failures and your successes, you will be condemned to feel unworthy without values. Think of Thomas Edison. Had he used his failures in any of the tasks he undertook as indicative of his self-esteem after his first failed attempt, he would have abandoned himself, announced that he was a failure, and given up his efforts to light up the world. Failure can be productive. It can serve as an incentive to work and exploration. And it can even be called a success if it shows the way that leads to new discoveries. As Kenneth Boulding said, "I just reviewed some popular wisdom sayings. One of the proverbs I studied is nothing fails as much as success because we learn nothing from it. The only thing that helps us learn something is failure. Success only confirms our superstitions." Think about it. Without failure we cannot learn anything, and yet we have learned to regard success as a treasure and as the only possible goal. We have a tendency to avoid all experiences that can end in failure. The fear of failure is an important part of the fear of the unknown. Anything that does not give the impression of immediate success should be avoided. And being afraid of failure means fearing both the unknown and the disapproval that can come from not doing your best. Some typical behaviors of the fear of the unknown in our culture. We have already talked about some behaviors produced by fear of the unknown. Resistance to trying new experiences, rigidity, prejudice, fear of failure, and perfectionism are normal subtitles in this zone of self-limitation. Below are specific examples more common in this category. You can use it as a checklist to assess your own behavior. Eat the same type of food throughout life. Avoid trying new dishes with exotic tastes by limiting yourself to traditional dishes and describing yourself with phrases such as, "I am one of those who only eat meat and potatoes," or "I always order chicken." While all people have predilections and prefer certain things, reluctance to try unfamiliar foods is simply a sign of stiffness. Many people have never tried a Mexican taco, or eaten in a Greek or Indian restaurant simply because they stay in the familiar ground and they are used to. Leaving these familiar grounds can open up a new and exciting world of gastronomy for us. Always wear the same style of clothing. Never try a new style or wear something different. Classify yourself as a conservative in dress or a fashionista, without ever changing your style. Read the same newspapers and magazines that maintain the same editorial position day after day without ever admitting a contrary point of view. In a recent study, a reader, whose political stance was well known, was asked to read an editorial that began by supporting a stance identical to his. In the middle of the editorial, the point of view changed and a hidden camera revealed that the reader's eyes immediately moved to another part of the page. The rigid reader used in this experiment could not even consider reading an opinion other than his own. Watch the same movies, with different titles, for a lifetime. Refuse to see anything that might support a different philosophical or political belief, because the unknown is puzzling and must be excluded. Live in the same neighborhood, or city, or state, simply because your parents and their parents chose that location. Being afraid of new places because the people, the weather, the politics, the language, the customs, or whatever, are different. Refuse to hear opinions and ideas that you do not share. Instead of considering the other party's point of view, ahem, I never thought of that, you immediately decide that they are either crazy or misinformed. This is a method of escaping from the different or the unknown by refusing to communicate. Being afraid to try a new activity because you can't do it well. I don't think I would do well, I'll just watch. Compulsive achievements at school or at work. The grades are the most important thing. Complimentary reporting matters more than a job well done. Use the rewards of success and achievement instead of trying something new and unknown by substituting one for the other. Staying in the safe zones because I know I get good grades, a safe mark, rather than risk getting a mediocre grade by embarking on a new discipline. Accept secure employment where you know that you are going to be successful and that you are going to do well instead of signing up for a new career or company running the possible risk of failure. Avoid anyone you classify as deviant, including queers, reds, weirdos, blacks, foreigners, hippies, Jews, etc., and use any pejorative labels that you serve as defense and protection from fear of the unknown. Instead of trying to learn something about these people, you label them with a slanderous epithet and talk about them instead of talking to them. Staying in the same job even if you don't like it, not because you have to but because of fear of the great unknown that a new job means. Maintain a marriage that obviously does not work for fear of the unknown, of loneliness. You cannot remember what it is like to live alone and consequently you do not know what you will encounter. You think it is better to continue with the usual unpleasant than to enter a territory that is potentially lonely. Take your vacation in the same place, in the same hotel, at the same time each year. In this case, you know what to expect and you don't have to risk trying new places that may give you pleasant experiences. Make the criterion for everything you do is efficiency, and the result obtained and not the pleasure it gives you doing it. You only do what you know how to do well and avoid what you cannot do at all or not do very well. Measure things in monetary terms. If it costs more, it means that it is worth more, and consequently, it is an indication of your personal success. The known can be measured in dollars, while the unknown cannot be calculated from a monetary point of view. Try to achieve important titles and ranks, to have expensive and colorful cars, luxury clothes, and other symbols of status, even if you do not like these things and the kind of life they lead. Inability to alter a plan when an interesting alternative is presented. If you move away from the map that is in your head, you lose your way and also your place in life. Be aware of the time letting the clock dominate your life. Live according to a schedule that takes you away from the possibility of trying new and unknown things in your life. Always wear a watch, even in bed, and live controlled by it. Sleep, eat, and make love according to the time, regardless of fatigue, hunger, or desire. Discard certain kinds of activities without ever having tried them. These can include such weird things as meditation, yoga, astrology, backgammon, mahjong, asymmetry, or anything else you don't know. Focus on sex without imagination, always doing the same thing in the same position. Never try something new and exotic because it is different and therefore may be unacceptable. Hiding behind the same group of friends without looking for or accepting different people who represent new and unknown worlds. Get together regularly with the same group and continue with that same group throughout life. At a party you attend with your wife or a friend, stay by her side, with her all night not because you want it but because that way you feel safe. Not daring to participate in a conversation with strange people or on unknown topics for fear of what would happen if you did. Think to yourself that they should be smarter, more capable, more skilled, or better conversationalists, and use this as a reason to avoid a new experience. Blame yourself if you do not succeed in all your endeavors. These are just a few examples of unhealthy behavior engendered by fear of the unknown. You can probably compose your own list. But instead of making lists, why not start dealing with your tendency to live each day the same way you lived the day before, without any possibility of growth and development? The psychological support system to retain these behaviors. Here are some of the most common rewards that serve to avoid the delicious world of the unknown. If you are always the same, you don't have to bother using your imagination. When you have a good project, you consult your script and not your imagination. Staying away from everything unknown has its own internal system of rewards. The fear of the mysterious is very strong, and while you act in familiar terrain, you can keep that fear at a distance, even if this means a great obstacle to your growth and personal fulfillment. It is safer not to venture into areas that are not well marked on our personal maps. Think of Columbus. Everyone warned him that he could fall on the road. It is much easier to be one of those who travel the familiar roads and not one of the explorers who risk everything. The unknown is challenging, and challenges can be dangerous. You can say that you are postponing your gratification, an attitude that you have heard classified as adult behavior, thus staying with the familiar and justifying it with that attitude. In this way, the postponement of action is an adult and mature attitude, although in reality you remain as you are out of fear and mistrust, and therefore avoid the unknown. You can feel important thinking that you have done things well. That you have been a good boy or a good girl. As long as you consider your own value in terms of success, failure, you can equate it with the result of your performance and feel satisfied by it. But in these cases, what is right, what should be, is only a matter of opinions, actually someone else's controlling opinion. Some strategies for dealing with the mysterious and the unknown and for understanding them. Make selective efforts to try new things even if you are tempted to stick with the known. For example, in a restaurant he asks for a new dish. Why? Because it can be different and you might like it? Invite a group of people to your home who represent diverse and divergent points of view. Frequent the unknown instead of sticking with your typical small group of relationships with which you can predict everything that is going to happen to you. Stop feeling obliged to have a motive or reason for everything you do. When someone asks you why something is wrong, remember that you don't have to have a reasonable answer that will satisfy them. You can do what you have decided to do simply because you want to. Start to risk doing certain things that will get you out of the daily routine. It could be a vacation that you have not planned in advance, for example, and for which you do not carry a map, and where you can only trust yourself to solve any problem that comes your way. Apply for a new job by showing up for the required interview or talk to someone you have been dodging for fear of what might happen in that conversation. Take a different route to work and have dinner at midnight. Why? Simply because it is different and you feel like doing it. Have fun imagining a fantasy in which you allow yourself to have everything you want. Everything is permitted. You have all the money you want for a period of 2 weeks. You may realize that all your mental wanderings are actually within your grasp, that what you long for is not like pretending to the moon or the impossible, but rather things that you can achieve if you eliminate the fear of the unknown and simply go after they. Take a risk that can be an emotional storm but can also be an intensely rewarding experience for you. One of my colleagues spent many years speaking to both his students and clients about the need to taste the unknown in life. But in many ways his advice was insincere since he was still working at the same university, in the same practice, and leading the same comfortable kind of life. He maintained that anyone could deal with new and different situations, but he remained firmly installed in situations with which he was familiar. In 194 he decided to live in Europe for 6 months because it was something he had always wanted to do. There he gave 2 courses in a graduate program and found firsthand, experimentally rather than verbally, that he could deal with the doubtful. After 3 weeks in Germany, thanks to his inner self-assurance, he now had the same number of opportunities to lead seminars, work with clients and give lectures as in New York where he was in his own and familiar surroundings. Even in a remote village in Turkey where he lived for 2 months, he was busier than in New York. At least, thanks to this experience, he was convinced that he could face the unknown, exactly as he had before with the known, with his own inner strength and with his professional capacity. Every time you realize that you are avoiding the unknown, ask yourself the following question: what is the worst that can happen to me? You will probably see that the fear of the unknown is completely out of proportion to the reality of the consequences. Try doing something silly, like going barefoot in the park or diving naked into the sea. Try doing some of the things you've always avoided because you shouldn't do those things. Open your own personal horizon to new experiences. Do things that you previously avoided because you found them silly or vain. Remember that the fear of failure is often the fear of ridicule, or the disapproval of others or someone in particular. If you let them have their own opinions, which have nothing to do with you, you can begin to value your behavior on your own terms instead of leaning on others. You will begin to consider that your abilities are neither better nor worse, but simply different from those of others. Try doing some of the things you've always rejected with the phrase "I'm just not good for this." For example, you can spend the afternoon painting a picture and having a wonderful time. If the end result is not a masterpiece, you have not failed, you have had half a day of pleasure. On the wall of my living room, there is a painting that is horrible from an aesthetic point of view. But in a corner on the left side of the painting there is an inscription that reads, "I give you, Dr. Dyer, what is not the best I can do." It is from a former student who had avoided painting her entire life because she had learned a long time ago that it was wrong. He spent a whole weekend painting and it is one of the gifts that I appreciate the most. Remember that the opposite of growth is equality or monotony and death. So, if you want, you can make the decision to live each day in a different way, being spontaneous and vital, or you can fear the unknown and remain the same, being the same as always, psychologically dead. Have a conversation with the people you feel are responsible for your fear of the unknown, announce to them in a decisive tone that you plan to do new things and write down their reactions. You may realize that their disbelief was one of the things that worried you most in the past, and as a result of this you chose immobility instead of facing their disapproving stares. Now that you can face those looks, make your declaration of independence to end that control. Instead of your creed and that of your children is, do your best, try this other, select the things that matter most to you in life and make a big effort in that sense, and the rest of the things, just do them. It's all very well not always doing your best. Actually, the whole do your best syndrome is a myth. Nobody does the absolute best that they can. There are always possibilities to make them better, since perfection is not an attribute of human nature. Don't let your convictions paralyze you. If you believe something from a past experience and hold onto that belief, you escape from reality. There is only now, and the truth of the present may very well not be the truth of the past. Weigh your behavior not taking into account what you believe, but what it is and what you experience in the present. By opening yourself up to experience rather than coloring your reality with your convictions, you will find that the unknown is a fantastic place to be. Remember that nothing human is alien to you. You can be what you choose to be. Burn it up in your head and remind yourself of it when you slip into your insecure and typically evasive behavior. Be aware that you are avoiding the unknown when you are doing it. At that very moment, start a dialogue with yourself. Tell yourself that it doesn't matter that you don't know where you are going in every moment of your life. Being aware of the routine is taking the first step to change it. Deliberately do something wrong. Are you less of a person because you've lost a tennis match or painted an ugly picture, or are you still a worthwhile individual who just had a good time? Have a conversation with someone you have avoided in the past. Very soon you will realize that your biases are what keep you in a stationary and uninteresting state. If you prejudge people, you will not be able to deal with them honestly since your point of view has been established beforehand. The greater the number of different people you meet, the more likely you are to realize how much you have lost and how foolish and unfounded your apprehensions and fears were. With these concepts, the unknown will become an area increasingly worth exploring rather than something best avoided. Some final thoughts on the fear of the unknown. The suggestions we noted above represent some constructive measures to combat fear of the unknown. The whole process begins with these new perceptions of what constitutes avoidant behavior, followed by an active confrontation with past behavior to start moving in new directions. Imagine how things would have been if the great explorers and inventors of the past had been afraid of the unknown. The entire population of the world would still be concentrated in the valley of the Tigris and the Euphrates. The unknown is the place where growth occurs, both for civilization and for the individual. Think of the crossroads of a road. In one direction is safety, in the other, the great unknown and unexplored world. Which way would you take? Robert Frost answered this question in The Road Not Taken. Two paths diverged in the forest, and I was the one less traveled by, and that made everything different. All up to you. Your erroneous zone of fear of the unknown is waiting to be replaced by exciting new activities that will bring pleasure to your life. You don't have to know where you are going, the important thing is to be on the way. 6. Breaking the barrier of conventions. There are no rules or laws or traditions that can be applied universally, including this one. The world is full of "you must do this," that people apply to their behavior without prior evaluation, and the sum total of all these musts make up a big wrong zone. It is very possible that you allow yourself to be guided by a series of rules and principles with which you do not even agree, and that nevertheless, you are unable to break with it and decide for yourself what is going well or not going well for you. You personally. There is nothing absolute. There are no rules or laws that always make sense, or are beneficial to everyone at all times. Flexibility is a major virtue, and yet you may find it difficult, or even impossible, to break a useless law or violate an absurd tradition. Conditioning to society or cultural milieu can be very useful at times, but if this is taken to an extreme it can turn into a neurosis, particularly if the result of this adaptation to "you must do this" or that is unhappiness, depression, or anxiety. From all this it cannot be deduced, nor is it any way to suggest that your attitude should be one of disregarding the law or breaking the rules simply because it seems appropriate at any given time. Laws are necessary and order is an important part of civilized society. But blind obedience to convention is something else entirely, something that can be far more destructive to the individual than breaking the law. Often these laws are absurd and traditions are meaningless. When this is the case and you stop working efficiently because you feel like you must obey these nonsensical laws, it means that the time has come to rethink both the rules and your behavior. As Abraham Lincoln once said, "I never had a policy that I could always apply." I just tried to do what made sense to me at the right time. He was never a slave to a specific policy that had to be applied in each case, even if it had been conceived with that intention. A must is unhealthy only when it crosses the path of healthy and efficient behaviors. Thus, when you discover that you are doing unpleasant things and that they are not productive due to some must, it means that you have given up your freedom of choice and are allowing some outside force to control you. A more in-depth and detailed examination of this internal control compared to the external control of yourself will be very helpful before continuing to look at these wrong musts that can ruin your life. Internal locus of control versus external locus of control. It has been estimated that a good 75% of the people in our culture have an external rather than an internal personality orientation. This means that it is very likely that you fit in this category more often than in the other. What does it mean to be external at your locus of control? In essence, being external means that you blame someone or something external for your emotional state in your present moments, that is, something that is outside of yourself. If they asked you, "Why do you feel bad?" and you will answer with responses such as, "My parents treat me badly, she offended me, my friends don't love me, I'm not lucky, or things are not going well," this would mean that you are inside this external category. And for the same reason, if they asked you why you are so happy and you answered, "My friends treat me well, my luck has changed, no one is bothering me, or she took a risk for me," it would mean that you are still within an external frame of reference, attributing the responsibility of what you feel to someone or something that is outside of you. The person who has a locus of internal control is the one who places the responsibility firmly on his own shoulders for what he feels, and this type of person is very rare within our culture. When answering these types of questions, he answers with internally directed answers such as, "What I say to myself is a mistake, I give too much importance to what others say, I am worried about what other people may say, I am not strong enough to avoid being miserable, and I am not skilled enough to prevent myself from being miserable." In the same way, when the person with inner coherence is in a good situation, he answers with references that begin with an I or me, such as, "I worked hard to be happy, I have achieved that, the things work for me, I am telling myself positive things, I am responsible for myself, and this is where I want to be." Thus there are a quarter of people who take responsibility for their own feelings and the rest blame external causes for them. Where do you fit in? Virtually all norms and traditions are imposed by external forces, that is, they come from something or someone outside of yourself. If you are overloaded with must and are unable to break with the conventions prescribed by others, then it means that you are in the group of external. The attitude of a patient who came to see me recently is an excellent example of this type of externally directed thinking. We will call her Barbara. His biggest problem was obesity, but he also had a number of minor shortcomings and conflicts. When we started talking about her overweight problem, she told me that she had always been too fat because she had a metabolism problem and because her mother had forced her to eat when she was little. The overfeeding pattern continued today, she told me, because her husband did not take care of her and her children were very inconsiderate. She had tried everything, she said, Weight Watchers, pills, a number of dietitian doctors, even astrology. The psychotherapy treatment with me would be his last attempt. If I couldn't make her lose weight, she told me, no one would. As Barbara told her story and discussed her own dilemma, I was not surprised that she was unable to lose those undesirable pounds. Everything and everyone conspired against her, her mother, her husband, her children, even her own body and the stars. The Weight Watcher and the specialist doctors could help less problematic people, but in Barbara's case, the disadvantages were too great. Barbara was a classic example of external thinking. Her mother, her husband, her children, and an uncontrollable part of her own body were responsible for her fatness. This had nothing to do with their own food choices, overeating certain foods and at certain times. Furthermore, their attempts to alleviate the situation were outwardly directed, as were their perceptions of the problem itself. Instead of acknowledging that it was she who had chosen to eat too much in the past and that she would have to learn to make new choices if she wanted to lose weight, Barbara turned to other people or other things, the conventions accepted by society for cases of need. Weight loss. When all her friends chose to go to the Weight Watchers, Barbara went too. Every time one of her friends discovered a new doctor specializing in obesity problems, Barbara was the first to go to him for help. After several weeks of treatment, Barbara began to recognize that her unhappiness and problems were the product of her own choices and not the attitudes of others. He started by acknowledging that he was simply eating too much, more than he really wanted at times, and that he was not getting enough exercise. As a first step, he decided to change his eating habits exclusively with self-discipline. He learned that he could manipulate his own mind and chose to do so. She decided that the next time she was hungry she would gratify herself with thoughts of her own inner strength instead of eating a cookie. Instead of blaming her husband and children for eating too much, driven by how poorly they treated her, she began to see that she had been playing the martyr for years, virtually imploring them to exploit her. Since Barbara began to demand that she be treated well, she found that her family was willing to do so, and instead of seeking comfort in food, she found gratification and fulfillment in relationships based on mutual love and respect. Barbara decided to even spend less time with her mother who, in her opinion, dominated her life by ruining it with an excess of food. When Barbara recognized that her mother did not dominate her and that she could see her whenever she wanted, not when her mother said she should, and also that she did not have to eat that piece of chocolate cake simply because her mother said she should eat it, she began to enjoy the moments spent together instead of being upset. Finally, Barbara realized that therapy had nothing to do with anything outside of herself. I couldn't change it. She had to change herself. This would take time, but gradually, with great effort, Barbara changed her external must for internal rules based on her own criteria. Now she is not only thinner, but she is also happier. She knows that she is not happy for her husband, or for her children, or for her mother, or for astral influences. She knows that she owes it to herself because now she is the one who controls her own mind. Fatalists, determinists, and people who believe in luck are in the group of outsiders. If you believe that your life has been planned for you in advance, and that you only need to walk along the right paths, it means that you are well supplied with all the must that serve to keep you within your map of previously drawn paths. You will never achieve your own fulfillment if you persist in letting yourself be controlled by external forces or if you persist in thinking that you are controlled by external forces. Being efficient and positive does not imply eliminating all the problems that arise in life. What does imply and does matter is moving the locus of control from the outside to the inside. That way you take personal responsibility for everything you experience emotionally. You are not a robot who manages your life by remote control, a control full of rules imposed by other people and by regulations that do not make sense to you. You can take a closer look at these rules and begin to exercise internal control over your own thinking, your own feelings, and your own behavior. Guilt and hero worship, extreme points of outward-oriented behavior. Blaming others is a very practical ruse when you don't want to take responsibility for something that happens in your own life. It is the refuge of the outward-oriented people. All kinds of blaming is a waste of time. No matter how faulty the other person has and no matter how much guilt he may have for what happens to you, you yourself will not change. The only thing blaming does is draw attention away from you when you look for external reasons to explain your unhappiness or frustration. But guilt itself is foolish. And even if some effect may have blaming it, it will not be on you. You can make the other person feel guilty about something by blaming them for it, but you won't be able to change what is in you that is making you unhappy. You can manage not to think about it, but you will not be able to change it. The tendency to place one's own problems on others can lead to the opposite extreme when it comes to the surface as hero worship, that is, an exaggerated admiration for another person. In this case, you may find yourself looking at others to determine your own values. If so and so does it, then I must do it too. Hero worship is a form of self-repudiation. It makes others more important than you and conditions your own fulfillment to something outside yourself. While there is nothing self-defeating about appreciating and admiring others and their accomplishments and talents, this attitude can become a wrong zone when you model your behavior on the pattern of others. Your heroes are human beings. They are all human beings. Every day they do the same things as you. They itch where you itch, in the morning they have bad breath just like you. The only good hero is a ham and cheese sandwich or possibly some aubergines parmigiana. You waste your efforts on others. None of the great heroes in your life have taught you anything. And they are no better than you at anything. Politicians, actors, athletes, rock stars, the boss, the therapist, the teacher, your spouse or anyone else, they are simply very capable at what they do, nothing more. And if you turn them into heroes and elevate them to positions that are above you, it is because you are inside the external bag of those who attribute to others the responsibility for the good things that happen and feel to them. If, at one extreme, you blame others, and at the other, you practice hero worship, it means that you find yourself situated somewhere along the line that we might call the line of focusing on others. Hero worship. To blame. You are behaving like a fool if you look outside yourself for an explanation of how you should feel or what you should do. Taking credit for what you do and taking responsibility is taking the first step in eliminating this wrong area. Be your own hero. When you get out of guilty behavior or hero worship, then you will begin to move from the outside of the scaffold to the inside. And on the inner side, there are no universal musts, neither for you nor for others. The right versus wrong trap. In this case, the question of right versus wrong has nothing to do with religion, or with philosophical or moral approaches to a priori good or bad. That is a topic that needs to be discussed in another context. Here, what matters is you, the subject of discussion is you and how your concepts of good and evil get in the way of your own happiness. Your good and bad are your universal must. Perhaps you have adopted unhealthy positions such as that right includes right and wrong, while wrong is wrong and wrong. This is a bullshit. Good and evil in this sense do not exist. The word correct implies an assurance, a guarantee, that if you do something in a certain way the result will necessarily be positive. But there are no guarantees. You can start to think in the sense that any decision you make can bring you something different, or more effective or legal, but the moment it starts to be a question of good versus evil, you fall into the trap of I always have to do it well or to be right, and when things are not going well for me or people are not going well, I get depressed and unhappy. Perhaps part of your need to find the appropriate answer has to do with the search for security that we discussed in the chapter on fear of the unknown. This may be part of your general tendency to dichotomize, or to divide the world neatly into extremes such as black/white, yes/no, good/bad, and good/bad. Few things fit into these categories, and most intelligent people wander through gray areas, seldom settling in white or black areas. This proclivity to be right, to be okay, is very evident in marriage and other adult relationships. Arguments almost inevitably turn into competitions resulting in one party being right and the other wrong and wrong. It is very common to hear phrases like, "You always think you are right," or "You will never admit that you are wrong." But here it is not about reason or unreason, right or wrong. People are different and see things from different perspectives. If a person must be right, the only possible result of his relationship with others is a crisis or breakdown in communication. The only way to get out of this trap is to stop thinking that wrong way of good versus bad. As I explained to Clifford, who discussed every possible topic with his wife, instead of trying to convince your wife of how wrong she is, why don't you just talk about topics that don't involve you should part of it or that it agrees with you from your point of view. If you allow it to be different from you, you will eliminate the incessant arguments in which you stubbornly, that is to say, frustratedly, you pretend to be right. Clifford managed to get rid of this neurotic need, and at the same time, love and communication returned to their marriage. All good and evil of any kind represent as many must of one kind or another. And ours get in your way, especially when they conflict with other people's needs to have theirs too. Indecision as a trigger for thinking in terms of good and bad. I once asked a patient if he was having a hard time making decisions, and he said, "Well, yes and no. You may find it difficult to make decisions even on trivial matters. This is a direct consequence of the tendency to divide things into categories of good and evil. Indecision comes from wanting to be right, from doing it right, and postponing the choice keeps you from dealing with the anxiety you choose to feel every time you make a mistake. When you have managed to eliminate the good and the bad, the right and the wrong from each decision, because being right or being right implies a guarantee, then it will be very easy for you to make decisions. If you are trying to decide which university to go to study at, you run the risk of being immobilized forever, even after having made the decision, because perhaps it was not the right one. Rather, he chooses, there are no perfect colleges. If I choose A, these will be the most likely consequences, while B will possibly give me these others. Neither of the two is the right one, the perfect one, simply one is different from the other, and neither of the two offers you total guarantees, nor if the choice is between A, B or Z. You can also reduce your neurotic tendency to indecision thinking that the possible results will be neither good nor bad, nor right or wrong, nor even better or worse. They will just be different. If you buy this dress that you like, this is how you will look, which is only different from, no better than, putting on that other dress. When you manage to let go of those misguided and self-destructive good and bad, you will realize that making a decision is simply a matter of thinking about what consequences you prefer in a given present moment. And if you start to choose to regret instead of making a decision, instead of deciding that regret is a waste of time, because it keeps you living in the past, you may simply have been able to make a different decision in your next present moment, decision. That will have consequences that the previous decision failed to contribute. But all of this must be done without trying to frame those decisions within the categories of right and wrong. Nothing is more important than anything else. The boy who on the beach collects seashells for his collection does nothing better or worse than what the president of General Motors does when he makes an important decision for the operation of the company. They are different things and nothing more. You may think that wrong ideas are bad and should not be expressed, while ideas that are considered good or correct should be supported and encouraged. Perhaps, with your friends, with your spouse or with your children, you say, if something is not expressed correctly or is not done well, it is not worth expressing or doing it. But this is where danger lurks. This authoritarian attitude can lead to the formation of a totalitarian state when it reaches national and international proportions. Who decides what is good? This is the question that can never be answered satisfactorily. The law does not decide if something is wrong, only if it is legal. More than a century ago, John Stuart Mill in On Liberty declared, "We can never be sure that the opinion we are trying to silence is a false opinion, and if we were safe, it would also be wrong to silence her." Your effectiveness is not measured by your ability to choose. The way you handle yourself emotionally after making any choice is the best barometer of your integrity in the present moment, as a proper choice involves those musts that you are trying to eliminate. Thinking in a new way will be helpful in two ways. 1. You will eliminate those useless musts and become a more inward-looking person, and 2. You will find that it is less difficult to make decisions without those wrong categories of right and wrong. The folly of shoulds and shoulds. Albert Ellis coined a very precise word to designate the tendency to incorporate must into your life. It is masturbation. 11. You should always act as you feel you should, even if you prefer another form of behavior. The must and should always produce a feeling of tension that increases as the person tries to update his must within his behavior. Furthermore, due to the externalization of the process, the must always contribute openings in human relationships in one way or another. Do musts determine much of your life? Do you feel like you should be nice to your colleagues, support your spouse, help your children, and always work hard? and if you ever fail in any of these must you get angry with yourself, and for that reason you assume the discomfort and tension or tightness to which Karen Horney alludes. But perhaps these are not your must. If, in fact, they belong to others and you have simply borrowed them, then you are owing yourself. There is the same amount of must, that of should not. These include the you must not be rude, silly, foolish, childish, lewd, shady, aggressive, moody, and many more. But you don't have to owe yourself. Never again. It's okay if you don't keep your composure or don't understand. You are allowed to have no dignity if you choose. No one is keeping track of you, and no one is going to punish you for not being something someone else said you should be. Otherwise, you can never be anything you don't want to be, all the time. It is simply not possible. In other words, any must will cause you tension, since you will not be able to fulfill your erroneous expectations. What produces tension is not your indiscreet, unworthy, intolerant behavior or whatever, but the imposition of must. Label it as a must. The label is a good example of useless and unhealthy sculpting. Think about all those absurd little rules that have prompted you to accept simply because specialists in good manners decided to do so. Eat the chicken this way, always wait for the hostess to start eating before you start, when presenting the man to the woman and not the other way around, at weddings, sit in such a particular place in the church, give such a tip, dress like this, express yourself in such a way. Don't consult yourself, look it up in the book. While good manners are very convenient, they signify consideration for other people. Like 90% of all rules of etiquette, they are actually nonsensical rules that were arbitrarily thought of at one point. There is no right way for you, only what you decide is appropriate for you, as long as you do not complicate things for others or make it difficult for them. You can be the one to choose how you are going to introduce people, what tip you are going to give, what you are going to wear, how you are going to talk, where you are going to sit, how you are going to eat, based strictly on what you want. Every time you fall into the trap of how should I dress for this occasion, or how am I going to do it, you will be giving up a part of yourself. I am not trying here to push you to be a social rebel, since that would be one of the forms of approval seeking through nonconformist behavior. Rather, I am trying to ask you that the daily development of your life be directed and guided by yourself and not by others. Being true to yourself means that you have no need for an outside support system. Blind obedience to the rules and regulations. Some of the most despicable human behavior on record was based on obedience to superior orders. The Nazis executed 6 million Jews and murdered and mistreated several million more of them because the law required it to do so. Later, after the war, responsibility for these acts of barbarism was quickly shifted to the top of the Nazi hierarchy of power, to the point where in all of Germany, the only people who could be blamed for these hideous crimes were Hitler and his main henchmen. The others, everyone else, had simply obeyed the orders and the law of the Third Reich. In Suffolk, New York, a district spokesperson explained not long ago why people who were wrongly overcharged in property tax could not get their money back. The law says that past tax bills cannot be reassessed after they have been paid. That is the law. I cannot help it. I am here, in this position, to enforce the law, not to interpret it. Really, in another time and in another place, this man would have been an excellent executioner. But you know the saying. You hear it every day. Don't think, obey the regulations even if they are absurd. Most of the rules that are enforced at public swimming pools, tennis courts, and other such public places, don't make sense. Recently, one very hot afternoon, I asked a group of children who were sitting around a pool obviously wanting to bathe, why were they staying on the edge if there was no one in the pool? They replied that it was reserved for adults between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Such was the regulation, and despite the fact that at that time there was no adult who wanted to bathe, the regulation that prohibited them from using it was still in force. It was simply a matter of blind obedience to the regulations, which in those moments have no logical reason without flexibility, without the possibility or ability to change them when circumstances justify it. When I encouraged them to try to change the regulations, I received a call from the management saying that I was fomenting an insurrection. One of the best examples of this kind of blind adherence to regulations, as foolish as they may be, can be found in military life. A colleague of mine relates an excellent example of this kind of mentality. When he was on duty with the armed forces in Guam, in the South Pacific, he was struck by the ease and willingness with which many of the soldiers and officers abide by many absurd regulations. In the compound where the open-air cinema functions were held, there was an indoor area with red benches reserved for officers. During the midnight sessions, which the officers never attended, there was always a soldier on duty to see that no one sat on those red benches. Every night groups of soldiers could be seen sitting out in the open, sometimes getting wet in the rain, while one of their companions watched the empty red benches to ensure compliance with this rule. When my colleague asked why this absurd policy was maintained, he received the usual answer, "I have not made the rules, I only make sure they are followed." Hermann Hesse said in Demian, "Those who are too lazy or comfortable to think for themselves and be their own judges, obey the laws. Others feel their own laws within themselves, they forbid them things that any honest man would do any day of the year and allow them other things that are often considered despicable. Each person must stand on their own 2 feet. Your destiny will be to live a life of emotional bondage if you have to abide by the laws and rules all the time. But our culture teaches us that it is wrong to disobey, that you should not do anything that goes against the regulations. The important thing is to determine for yourself which rules work, and which ones can be broken without harming others or yourself. Rebelling for rebellion does not produce benefits, but there are many rewards that come from being your own person, yourself, and living your life according to your own standards. On the advisability of refusing to follow traditions and accepting inculturation when they have a negative effect on you. Progress, both your own and the world's, depends on irrational people and not on people who adapt to society and accept everything that gets in their way. Progress depends on beings who are innovative, who reject conventions and shape their own worlds. In order to move from acceptance to action, you will need to learn to resist inculturation and the influences that pressure you to submit. To be able to function fully, resistance to inculturation is an almost indispensable condition. Some may consider you insubordinate, and that is the price you will have to pay for thinking for yourself. It is very possible that they think that you are different, that they consider you an egotistical or a rebel, that many people considered normal criticize you, or even, that sometimes they isolate and exclude you. Many people will not welcome your resistance to the standards they have adopted for themselves. You will have to hear the old argument, what if all people decided to obey only what they wanted? What society would we have then? The answer to this, very simple indeed, is that most people will not. People's propensity to rely on outside support and taxes prohibits this kind of pervasive attitude. What we are discussing here has nothing to do with anarchy. Nobody wants to destroy society, but many of us would like to give the individual more freedom within it, free it from nonsensical shoulds and foolish shoulds. Even the most sensible laws and rules don't apply in all kinds of circumstances. What we are trying to achieve is the possibility of choice, that is, the possibility of freeing ourselves from the servile mentality that drives us to constantly accommodate the shoulds. One does not always have to be how the cultural environment around us expects one to be. If you are like that and you feel unable to be otherwise, it means that you are truly a follower, one of the herd who allows others to determine their path. Living your own life involves flexibility and repeated personal evaluations about the proper functioning of the norms at some specific present moment. It is true that it is often easier to follow, easier to do blindly what they tell you, but when you realize that the law is there to serve you, and not to make a servant of you, then you can begin to eliminate the behavior. Dutyizer. If you want to learn to resist inculturation, you will have to learn to ignore many things. Others will continue to choose to obey even if it hurts them, and you will have to learn to respect their choice without getting irritated. One of my colleagues was in the Navy. on duty with a battleship carrier stationed in San Francisco at the time President Eisenhower was on a political tour of Northern California. The crew were ordered to line up so that the phrase "Hi, hello, Ike" could be read from the helicopter where the president was traveling. My friend decided that the idea was delusional, and he decided not to, because the fact went against everything he believed and his attitude towards life. But instead of organizing a riot, he simply left that afternoon, letting everyone else participate in this humiliating ritual. He missed his chance to give the IA point in "Hi." He did not make those who had chosen another attitude feel bad or tried to humiliate. He did not engage in useless fights. He just shrugged and let the others go their way. Resistance to enculturation means making your own decisions and carrying them out as efficiently and calmly as possible. No hype or hostile demonstrations that will have no effect. Silly regulations, foolish traditions, and policies will never go away, but you don't necessarily have to be a part of them. Just shrug your shoulders as the others follow the sheep in the flock. If they want to behave that way, it's fine for them, but not for you. Making a mess is almost always the best way to attract anger and create obstacles. Every day you will come across many opportunities where it will be easier to simply avoid the rules rather than organize a protest movement. You can decide the type of person you want to be, or what others want you to be. This depends on you. Virtually all ideas that have brought about change in our society were at one time or another scornfully rejected, and many of them were also illegal. All progress implies violent opposition, as it is an insult to the old regulations that are no longer in force. People ridiculed the Edisons, Henry Ford, Einsteins, and Wrights until they succeeded. You will also have to face contempt and disdain when you begin to oppose nonsensical rules and policies. Some typical should behaviors. If we listed the should behaviors, in our culture, we could fill entire books. Here's a sampler of the most common examples. Believe that there is a place for everything and that everything should be in its place. Organizational syndrome means that you feel uncomfortable when things are not in their assigned place. Ask, how should I dress for this occasion? On a regular basis, as if there was only one appropriate way to dress and it was determined by other people. White pants and pastel colors are only worn in the summer, wool is always a winter material. There are many other similar station-controlled musts infiltrating your life. In Hazia, James Michener describes the New Englanders who went to live in Hawaii, which has a tropical climate, and when October arrived, even though it was still 40 degrees Celsius, they would take off their winter clothes and were uncomfortably dressed for 6 months. Why? Because that's the way it should be. Be a slave to the dictates of fashion critics and wear only what is used, because, after all, you have to be in tune. Accept claims that certain drinks go with certain foods, that with fish and birds you have to drink white wine, that red wine is appropriate only for meat. Being locked into the rules of someone who has decided what to eat and with what. Shifting the blame for your actions to other people. Actually, it's her fault, we were late for her. Don't blame me, he's the one who did it. Having to attend a wedding to which you have been invited and send a gift even if you do not like the bride and groom. Just don't throw away the invitations even if you wanted to. It may bother you to buy the gift, but you do it anyway because that's the way things should be. Similarly, attending a funeral that you would rather not go to, but do it because it is expected of you. You have to attend these formal functions to show that you share a suffering, or feel respect or any of the appropriate emotions. Attending religious services that you dislike and do not believe in because it is what is expected of you and you want to do what is considered appropriate. Give titles to those who serve you, which by implication elevates them to a higher position than yours. What do you call your dentist? If you call him a doctor, is it just a vocational degree? Do you say Carpenter Jones, or Plumber Smith? If it is out of respect for their position, what makes you think that their position is higher than yours? If he is paid to serve you, why are you addressing him by title and he addressing you by name? Go to bed when it is time to sleep and not when you are tired. Having sex in only one or two ways, because those are the only acceptable ways, or engaging in sexual activities only when the circumstances are appropriate, such as the children are asleep, you are not tired, the room is dark, that you are in your own bed, and so on. Select roles in daily life because the culture imposes or demands it. The women wash the dishes, the men take out the garbage. Housework is for the wife, work outside is for the husband. Children do this, girls do the other thing. Obey a series of silly domestic rules and traditions that do not work for your family, such as asking permission to get up from the table, having everyone eat at the same time or at the same time when in reality it is more uncomfortable to do it that way, going to sleep with an unjustified schedule. Follow the rules imposed by all signs, even if they do not make sense. Not speak. No passing. Not to anything. Without ever defying the dictates of a sign, or even daring to think that that sign doesn't have to be there in the first place. People make signs and people make mistakes too. By law. Eat every Sunday at mom's house, although you would rather not. After all, it's a tradition, and if everyone doesn't like it, including mom, you have to preserve the tradition. When reading a book, always start from the first page and read it through to the end, even though a large part of it does not interest you or does not serve you. Finish a book that you don't like simply because you've reached the middle, and if you've read half of it, you have to read it all. That women never ask men out. After all, that is the role of man. Or never start a phone conversation, or open the door for a man, or pay the bill, or follow a lot of silly traditions like that that are really useless. Send greeting cards for Christmas and holidays when it bothers you to do so. Do it because you have always done it and because it is what is expected of you. Trying to get good grades in school or force your kids to get them. Learn and study not for your own satisfaction but for the symbols that will eventually appear on the diploma. Always ask yourself, will she/he be the right person for me? And always go around in torment in search of the right person. Go everywhere with your partner because that is what it is supposed to be, even if both prefer to be in different places at any given time. Always consult one of those books that explain how to do things, because each thing, each job must be done in a certain way. Not being able to differentiate between manuals that provide useful information and those that simply tell you how things should be. If this will be the appropriate dress, hat, car, salad dressing, couch, book, university, work, etc. Always looking anxiously for the appropriate item, falling trapped in that bag of indecision and doubt. Give more importance to rewards, titles, honors and all honorary emblems than to your own evaluation of what you have achieved and do. Say, I could never be as big as. Clap in a theater when you didn't like the show. Give a tip when you have been badly attended. Sports fan type behaviors, freaking out over the success or failure of your favorite team, and living borrowed through the achievements or lack of achievement of the athletes. A look at some of the more common dutyization payoffs. Some of the reasons you have for sticking with your shoulds are detailed below. These rewards or compensations, like all those provided by the wrong zones, are fundamentally self-destructive, but it is also true that they constitute in themselves a certain type of support system. You can enjoy being a good boy or a good girl, when you accept all the shoulds. You can pat yourself on the back for being obedient. This dividend is regressive since through it, you return to an earlier period of development when you were rewarded with a good dose of approval every time you behaved well, which meant depending on someone else to establish your standards of conduct. Your submission and obedience to the should outside allows you to attribute all responsibility for your inaction to the should instead of assuming it yourself. As long as the should is the rationale for who you are, or aren't, you can avoid the risks of relying on yourself to change. So your shoulds prevent your growth. For example, Marjorie has a should in her head, that premarital sex is taboo. She is 34 years old and to date has never had any sexual experiences due to this externally imposed taboo. But Marjorie has no inner peace. She would like to have a sexual relationship and is very dissatisfied with herself about it. Furthermore, it is quite possible that Marjorie will never get married, and her should, in this case you shouldn't, will prevent her from engaging in sexual activities for her entire life. When confronted with this possibility, she flinches, and yet her you shouldn't is still there. Marjorie's attitudes are marked by her should. You cannot even spend the night in the same house as your companion for fear of people's criticism. So he constantly has to bother going back to his mom's house at night because of his shoulds. By holding on to this taboo, she avoids the risk of proving herself in a sexual relationship that scares her. But his answer is always, "I must not do it." Clearly your shoulds work against your happiness. Your shoulds allow you to maneuver others. By telling a third party that things must be done a certain way, you can get them to do it the way you want. It's easier to bring up a should when you lack confidence in yourself. As your own image pales, the should serves as a bulwark. You can continue to be satisfied with your own behavior and keep your hostile feelings alive when others do not fit in with the shoulds that you have for yourself and for the rest of the world. In this way, you improve the opinion of yourself in your own mind at the expense of others because they do not obey the established norms. You can earn the approval of others by adapting to what is established. You feel good because you integrate, which is what you have always been told to do. The old need for approval seeking shows up here, too. As long as your thoughts are focused on others and as long as you live through your successes and failures, you will not have to work with yourself. Having heroes can reinforce your poor opinion of yourself and allow you to avoid the effort of working out your personality. As long as those responsible for your good moments are the heroes, and also the bad ones, there is no reason for you to take responsibility. Your own worth is, in this case, the worth of a third party, that is, it is momentary and transitory. It completely depends on those great men and women and how they act for you. Some strategies to eliminate some of your shoulds. Basically, your cleaning job in this area involves taking risks. Do stuff. Deciding to be different from what you have been taught to be is what is in your best interest when those rules no longer work. Here are some helpful tactics to break out of your duty-bound habits. Start by taking an in-depth, inquiring look at your behavior. Study the neurotic dividends we talked about earlier. So ask yourself why you are burdening yourself with so many shoulds. Ask yourself if you really believe in them, or if you've just gotten used to behaving that way. Make a list of all the rules that you meet and respect and that do not seem relevant to you. Those stupid conventional behaviors that you complain so much about and that you can't free yourself from. Then make your own rules of conduct by choosing the ones that make the most sense to you. Write them down even if at this moment you don't feel capable of living them. Start creating your own traditions. For example, if you have always decorated your Christmas tree on Christmas Eve and you prefer to do it 3 days before, start a new tradition, a tradition that makes sense to you. Organize a consultation meeting with your relatives and friends to discuss the multiple rules of conduct that you all follow and that you do not like or find unpleasant. Perhaps then, you can formulate some new rules that seem more reasonable to all of you. You will find that the old rules are still in effect because no one has seriously thought about challenging them or questioning their effectiveness and timeliness. Make an external/internal diary. Write down your external references in which you give others responsibility for what you are feeling. See if you can move to the inner side with some acts of courage. Make a careful note of your accomplishments in the effort to move to the inner side. Check how many rules you impose on others. Ask them if they really need those directives or if they would behave the same way without them. You may even find that they can come up with more efficient and flexible guidelines than yours. You run the risk of facing or opposing any rule or policy that you would like to eliminate. For example, if you are a woman and you have always thought that a woman should not call a man to ask him out and you find yourself with nothing to do on the weekend, call a friend and see what happens. Or, bring back to the store an item of clothing that did not turn out well, even though the establishment's rule is that no returns are allowed or the money will not be refunded, and face this policy as efficiently as you can, claiming that you will complain to the bosses if necessary. Do not be guided by the rules of others that end up becoming a victim as a final result. Think of decisions as acts that will bring about different results rather than acts that are right or wrong. When making decisions, eliminate the notion of right and wrong and say that either is right, only each will have different consequences. Trust yourself when making a decision instead of looking for external support that offers you some guarantee. Indulge yourself instead of abiding by external rules. Try to live your present moments and make your rules and your shoulds for that occasion only. Instead of assuming them as universal, acknowledge them as relevant and applicable only to this moment. Refuse to share your anti-normative behavior with anyone. It's just for you, and you don't want to fall into an approval-seeking position, where the reason for resisting enculturation is to attract the attention and, therefore, the adulation of others. Reject the roles that you, and others, are assuming in your life. Be what you want to be, whatever it is, instead of what you think is expected of you because you are a man, a woman, a mature being, or whatever. Refuse at one point in the conversation to talk about others. Practice for longer and longer periods not to project feelings of guilt onto others, or to speak of another person, fact, or idea in a complaining or guilty way. Stop waiting for others to change. Ask yourself why they should change simply because you would like them to. Recognize that all people have the right to be who they choose to be, even if they irritate you by doing so. Make a list of guilt, detailing everything that you dislike in yourself. It may look like the following. What? Who is to blame? I'm too fat. Sarah Lee, my metabolism, restaurants, mom, genetics. I have bad eyesight. My parents, grandparents, God, genetics, studies. I'm fatal to math. My primary teachers, sister, poor math genes, mom. I don't have a boyfriend/girlfriend. Fortune, everyone at school is monsters, they won't let me wear makeup. What is it that I dislike about myself and my life? I am too tall. Genes, God, mom. I am unhappy. The financial situation, the divorce, my children hate me, my poor health. My chest is too small. Mom, genetics, genes, poor nutrition as a child, God, the devil. The color of my hair. Helena Rubinstein, genes, my friends, the sun. The world's situation worries me. My neighbors are obnoxious. My failures in tennis. I do not feel well. Presidents Ford, Nixon, Johnson, etc., communism, humanity. The neighborhood, that ilk of people, the neighborhood regulations. The wind, the sun, the net is too high/low, they distract me, they give me cramps, my arm/leg hurts, etc. My metabolism, my period, my doctor, food, heat, cold, wind, rain, pollen. Whatever. Add up your total guilt count and see if you are different now that you have carefully distributed the fault and blame among the people and things that are responsible for your feelings. Isn't that already something? You are still exactly the same. Whether or not you blame someone or something, you remain the same unless you do something constructive to correct what you don't like. This can serve as an exercise to realize how useless it is to blame others for what happens to you. Declare out loud that you just blamed someone for something and that you are working with yourself to eliminate this type of behavior. By formulating it as a goal to be achieved, you will be attentive to symptoms that show your tendency to continue in this direction. Decide that all the unhappiness you choose will be the result of your own effort and your own behavior and never the result of the actions of another person. Remind yourself constantly that any unhappiness coming from the outside reinforces your own bondage, since it implies that you do not exercise control over yourself or them, but rather it is they who have control over you. When someone is blaming you, ask them politely, "Would you like to know if I want to hear what you are saying to me now?" That is, teach others not to use you as a receptacle of guilt, and begin to classify the blaming attitudes in other people so that you can learn to recognize them in yourself. You can do it in a way that doesn't offend, such as, "You just blamed George for how you feel. Do you really think he does?" Or, "You always say that if the stock prices went up, you would be much happier. You really give it a lot of importance if you let it control your life that way." Acknowledging blaming behaviors, blaming, and shoulds in others will help you eliminate that behavior in yourself. Check out the lists of shoulds that we discussed earlier in this chapter. Try to change these old habits for new and different attitudes and behaviors, maybe a dinner at midnight, changing your sexual position, or putting on the dress you like. Start to have confidence in yourself by giving less importance to those external shoulds. Try to remember that what other people do is not what bothers you, but your reaction. Instead of saying, "They shouldn't do that," say, "I wonder why I am bothered with what they are doing." Some final thoughts on duty-bound behavior. In 1838, Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote in Literary Ethics, "Men grind and grind in the mill of an axiom, and the only thing that comes out is what was put there. But the very moment that they abandon tradition for spontaneous thought, then poetry, wit, hope, virtue, the illustrative anecdote, everything rushes to their aid." What a beautiful thought! Keep up the tradition and you will always be the same, but throw it away and the world will be yours, and you can use it as creatively as you wish, as you choose. Become the judge of your own behavior and learn to trust yourself to make the decisions of the present moment. Stop looking in the traditions and regulations of a lifetime for the right answer. Sing your own song of happiness the way you choose to sing it, without worrying or caring how it's supposed to be. 7. The justice trap. If the world were so organized that everything had to be fair, there would be no living creature that could survive a single day. Birds would be forbidden to eat worms, and the personal interests of all human beings would have to be catered for. We are conditioned to seek justice in this life, and when we fail we feel anger, anxiety, or frustration. It would actually be just as productive if we were to search for the fountain of eternal youth or some other myth like that. Justice does not exist. It has never existed and will never exist. The world just hasn't been organized that way. Sparrows eat worms. That's not fair to worms. Spiders eat flies, which is not fair to flies. Cougars kill coyotes. Coyotes kill badgers. Badgers kill mice. Mice kill insects. The insects. You only have to observe nature to realize that there is no justice in this world. Tornadoes, floods, tidal waves, droughts, all of those things are unfair. This matter of justice is a mythological concept. The world and the people who live in it are unfair every day. You can choose to be happy or to be unhappy, but this choice has nothing to do with the lack of justice that you see around you. This is not a bitter view of humanity and the world, but rather a realistic account of what the world is like. Justice is a mere concept almost impossible to apply, especially when it comes to your own personal choices for fulfillment and happiness. But many of us tend to demand that fairness be an inherent part of our relationships with others. It's not fair. You don't have the right to do that if I can't do it, and would I do such a thing to you? These are the phrases we use. We want justice and use its lack as a justification for unhappiness. The demand for justice is not neurotic behavior. It only becomes the wrong zone when you punish yourself with a negative emotion by not being able to see the justice you demand. In this case, the self-frustrating behavior is not the demand for justice, but the immobilization that this reality can generate without justice. Our culture promises justice. Politicians refer to her in all their speeches. We need equality and justice for all. However, day after day, even more so, century after century, the lack of justice continues. Poverty, wars, plagues, crimes, prostitution, drugs and murders continue to happen generation after generation in both public and private life. And if the history of humanity can guide us, they will continue to happen. Injustice is a constant in life, but with the infinite wisdom, which you have just acquired, you can decide to fight against that injustice and refuse to be emotionally immobilized by it. You can work to help uproot injustice, and you can decide that you will not allow yourself to be psychologically defeated by it. The legal system promises justice. The people demand justice, and there are people who even work so that there is justice. But it usually doesn't happen. Those who have money are not condemned. Judges and police often sell out to the powerful. A president and vice president of the United States are pardoned or fired with a slight reprimand after being proven guilty of criminal activity. The poor fill the prisons and have almost no chance of hitting the system. It's not fair. But it's true. Spiro Agnew gets rich after failing to pay his income taxes. Richard Nixon is exonerated and his accomplices spend a few months in the best prisons while the poor and members of minority groups rot in jails waiting for the hearing of their cause, waiting for an opportunity. The visit to any court of law, or police barracks will show us that for the powerful and influential there are special regulations even if the authorities stubbornly deny it. Where is the justice? Nowhere. Your decision to fight it may be admirable, no doubt, but your choice to allow yourself to be disturbed by it is as neurotic as guilt, like approval seeking or any of the other self-flagellating behaviors that make up your wrong zones. It's not fair. The motto of ineffective relationships. The thirst for justice can infiltrate your personal relationships and prevent you from communicating efficiently with other people. The well-known motto "it's not fair." It is one of the most common, and destructive, complaints. In order to consider something to be unfair, you have to compare yourself with another individual or with another group of individuals. Your mind works something like this: if they can do it, so can I. It's not fair that you have more than I do. But if I couldn't do that, why are you going to do it? In these cases, you determine what is good for you based on the behavior of others. They, not you, are in charge of your emotions. If you feel disturbed because you cannot do something that other people can do or have done, it is because you have allowed them to control you. Every time you compare yourself to anyone else, you are playing the game of "it's not fair" and moving from your posture of self-confidence to external thinking directed by third parties. One of my patients, a very attractive young woman named Judy, is a good example of this kind of self-destructive thinking. Judy had been married for 5 years and complained that she was not happy in her marriage. In a group therapy session, she dramatized a marital argument. When the young man who played Judy's husband, who was an insurance agent, said something nasty to her, Judy immediately responded by saying, "Why do you say that? I never say things like that to you." When he mentioned his kids, Judy said, "That's not fair. I never mix kids in our arguments." When the role-playing turned to the projects for a night out, Judy's reasoning was again, "That's not fair. You always go out and I have to stay home with the kids." For Judy, her marriage had to work out according to a list of comparisons. One for you, one for me. Everything had to be even and fair. If I do this way, you have to do it the same. No wonder she felt hurt and bitter all the time, more concerned with settling scores and redressing imaginary injustices than examining and perhaps improving her married life. Judy's quest for justice was a neurotic dead end. She evaluated her husband's behavior based on her own behavior and her happiness based on her husband's behavior. If she stops looking for fairness and accounts and starts trying to get the things she wants without pretending that others are the ones to provide them, that is, without having to depend on others, then it is certain that her relationships will improve. The concept of justice is an external concept, a way to avoid taking over your own life. Instead of thinking that things are unfair, you can decide what you really want, and start looking for ways to achieve it, regardless of what the rest of the world wants or does. The simple fact is that all people are different, and no matter how much you complain because others have more than you will not achieve any positive change that way. You will need to eliminate references from outside and throw away the binoculars that focus on what others are doing. Some people work less and earn more money. Other people improve their positions by favoritism while you are more skilled and efficient. Your spouse and your children will continue to do things in a different way than you. But if you focus on yourself instead of comparing yourself to others, you will realize that the lack of fairness and justice is not worth bothering with. The backdrop to almost all neuroses is to let the behavior of others be more meaningful, more important than your own. If you burden yourself with phrases like "if he can do it, so can I," you will live your life according to what others think and not creating it yourself in your own way. The jealousies, a branch of the demand of justice. John Dryden said that jealousy was the jaundice of the soul. If jealousy interferes in your life and produces an emotional immobility, what you should do is make it a goal to eliminate this type of useless and harmful thinking. Jealousy is actually a way of demanding that someone love you in a certain specific way and you say it's not fair when they don't. This comes from a lack of confidence in yourself, simply because it is an activity directed at others. You allow someone else's behavior to cause you emotional discomfort. People who really love themselves do not opt for jealousy or be disturbed when someone else does not act fairly. You can never predict how the being you love will react to another human being, but if they choose to be affectionate or kind, you can only experience the immobility of jealousy if you consider that their decisions have something to do with you. It depends on you, it's your choice. If a member of a couple falls in love with a third party, it is not that it is unfair, it just is. If you find it unfair, you will probably end up trying to figure out why. A perfect example is provided by a patient of mine who was furious because her husband was having an affair. It haunted her to think why he was doing it. He constantly asked himself, "Where did I go wrong? What's wrong with me? Am I not good enough for him?" And a whole string of questions full of doubts about herself. Helen constantly thought about the injustice of her husband's infidelity. She even thought of having an affair herself to balance the scales. He cried a lot and oscillated between sadness and anger. Helen's wrong way of thinking, which leads her to unhappiness, lies in a demand for justice that overwhelms their relationship. This also makes her husband's choice to have sex outside of marriage the reason for her disturbance. At the same time, she is using her husband's behavior as a justification for doing something that she has probably wanted to do for a long time. And he wasn't doing it because it wasn't fair. Helen's insistence that things have to be fair implies that if she were the first to have an affair, then her husband would have to retaliate. Helen's emotional state is not going to improve until she decides that her husband's decision was independent of her, and that he may have 1,000 particular reasons, and none of them related to Helen, for embarking on their sexual adventure. Maybe you just wanted to do something different, perhaps he felt love for someone other than his wife, or perhaps he wanted to test his manhood or keep old age at bay. Whatever the reason, this has nothing to do with Helen. She may see her husband's affair as something that happens between two people and not as something directed against her. The disturbance resides solely with Helen. She may continue to hurt herself with self-flagellating jealousy because she considers herself less important than her husband or his lover, or she may come to recognize that someone else's affair has nothing to do with her own worth. Some typical justice demand behaviors. Equity-seeking behavior is very evident in almost every area of life. No matter how perceptive you are, you will be able to notice that it constantly emerges in your behavior and in that of others. Here are some of the more common examples of this type of behavior. Complain that others earn more money for doing the same work that you do. To say that it is not fair that Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis, Barbra Streisand, Catfish Hunter, or Joe Namath earn such high salaries and bother you about it. Annoying you because others commit infractions with impunity while you are always caught. From speed breakers to Nixon's pardon, you insist that justice prevail. All the phrases like "would I do something like that to you," with the pretense that everyone has to be exactly like you. Always respond when someone does you a favor. If you invite me to dinner, I owe you dinner or at least a bottle of wine. This type of behavior is often justified as kindness or politeness, but in reality it is simply a way of keeping the scales of justice balanced. Corresponding to the kiss that is given to you or saying I love you too, instead of accepting it and expressing your own thoughts when you choose to do so. It implies that it is not fair to receive an I love you, or a kiss without returning it. Feeling compelled to have sex with someone even if you don't want to because it's just not fair not to cooperate. In that way, you function out of a righteous motivation rather than doing what you really want in that present moment. Always insist that things have to be consistent. Remember Emerson's phrase that is often misquoted. The silly consequence is the goblin of little minds. If you want things to always be appropriate and fair, you fall into this category of little minds. In discussions, insist on a clear decision that the winners are right and the losers are wrong. Use the argument of justice to get what you want. You went out last night, it's not fair that I have to stay home. And bother you about the lack of equality. Say that something is not fair to children, parents, or neighbors and, consequently, do things that you would rather not do, resenting yourself for it. Instead of blaming everything that happens on unfairness, try to seriously observe your own behavior that prevents you from deciding for yourself what is most appropriate for you. The if he/she can do it, then so can I game is a way of justifying something you do through someone else's behavior. This can be the neurotic rationalization for cheating, stealing, flirting, lying, always late, or whatever you prefer not to admit in your own value system. For example, on the highway, you annoy another driver because he did it to you, or you rush to overtake a slower driver to delay more because he did it to you before, or you leave your high beams when you cross another car because the cars coming from the opposite direction are doing it and you literally put your life at risk because your sense of justice has been violated. This is the he hit me, so I hit him type of behavior so common in children that they have seen it in their parents thousands of times. It is the cause of many wars when this is taken to ridiculous extremes. Spend the same amount of money on a gift as the person you are giving to. Pay each favor with a favor of the same value. Keep your account book balanced, instead of doing what you would like to do. After all, you have to be fair. There are the little excursions through the alley of justice, where you and those who are close to you are internally moved, often very little but moved in any way, by that absurd statement that you have engraved in your head that things they have to be fair. Some of the psychological rewards that drive you to hold on to your justice demands. The rewards for this type of behavior are generally self-defeating in the sense that they keep perception out of reality and into a kind of dream world that will never exist. The most common reasons for keeping your demands for fairness in thought and behavior are the following. You can feel satisfied with yourself because you are an honorable person. This is one of the ways you have to feel better and superior. As long as you continue to insist on a mythological system of justice and worry more about having your account book in order and well balanced, you will continue to cling to that feeling of I am better than you and you will spend your present moments feeling satisfied with yourself instead of living effectively. You can ignore responsibility for yourself and justify your immobility by transferring responsibility to those people or those facts that are not fair. This serves to excuse your lack of ability to be and feel what you want and choose. This way you can avoid the risks and work involved in trying to change. As long as injustice is the cause of your problems, you cannot change. You will when this injustice is gone, which, of course, will never, ever happen. Injustice can draw attention, compassion, and self-pity. The world has been unfair to you, so now you and everyone around you should feel sorry for you and pity you. This is another of the great techniques to avoid change. Attention, compassion, self-pity are your payoffs and you use them to sustain yourself rather than take charge of yourself and avoid comparison-inspired behaviors. You can justify all kinds of immoral, illegal, and inappropriate behavior by making the responsibility for your actions fall on someone else. If he can do it, I can too. This is a splendid rationalization system to justify any behavior. It gives you a great excuse to be inefficient. If they don't do anything, neither will I. It is a clever and ingenious ploy to justify your laziness, your tiredness, or your fears. It gives you a good conversation starter that helps you avoid talking about yourself with the people around you. If you complain about all the injustices that are done in the world, you will not do anything, but at least you will have spent the time and managed to escape, perhaps, the need to deal more honestly and intimately with other people as well. If you have a clear concept of justice, your decisions will always be fair. You can manipulate others, especially your children, reminding them that they are unfair to you because they are not exactly the same as you and do not keep an exact account of all the give and take of your relationship with them. This is a very clever way of getting things done your way. You can justify vindictive behavior by saying that things have to be fair. This is a maneuver that serves to justify all kinds of manipulative and unpleasant activities. Revenge is justified because everything has to be even and fair. And if you have to pay a favor, in the same way you will have to pay a bad thing. Here is the psychological support system that justifies your demands for justice. But this support system is not invulnerable. Below I have listed some strategic methods to get rid of this type of thinking and clean up this erroneous area of the demand for justice. Some strategies to give up the healthy demand for justice. Make a list of everything in your world that seems unfair to you. Use your list as a guide for efficient personal action. Ask yourself this important question: will inequalities disappear because they disturb me? Obviously not. Attacking the wrong thinking that causes you discomfort is a good way to start fleeing the trap of justice. When you find yourself saying, "Would I do that to you?" or any of the phrases of that type, change it to "You are different from me, although I find it difficult to accept it right now." This will open rather than close communication between you and the other person. Start to think that your emotional life is something that is outside and is independent of what anyone else does. This will relieve you of the pain you feel when people behave differently than you would like. Try to look at the decisions you make with perspective and not as monumental events that will change your life. Carlos Castañeda says that the wise man is one who he lives acting, not thinking about acting, not thinking about what he will think when he has finished acting. He knows that his life will be over too soon. He knows, because he sees, that nothing is more important than anything else. So the wise man sweats and puffs, and if you look at him, he is just like any other man, except that he controls the madness of his life. Since nothing is more important than anything else, the wise man, the man of knowledge, chooses any act, and acts as if it matters to him. The control he has over his insanity prompts him to say that his performance matters and makes him act as if it matters, and yet he knows that it does not, so when he does his deed, he walks away in peace, and whether his deeds were good or bad, whether they worked or not, is nothing to worry about. Change the phrase "it's not fair" to "it's a shame" or "I'd rather." Thus, instead of trying to make the world different from what it is, you will begin to accept reality, although not necessarily to approve or agree with it. Remove external references from comparison. Have your own goals, regardless of what Tom, Dick, or Harry do. Make up your mind to do what you want to do without referring to what others do or don't do. Correct yourself out loud. When you use phrases like "I always call you when I'm going to be late, why didn't you call me?" thus you will eliminate the erroneous notion that the other person's motive to call you is to look like you. Instead of paying someone for something, such as bringing a bottle of wine or a gift to a party, wait until one day you feel like it and then send them a bottle of wine with a note that says, "Just because I think that you are a great person." There is no need to keep accounts in order when exchanging goods. Just do something nice because you feel like it and not because the occasion demands it. Spend the amount of money you want on a gift without being influenced by what was spent on you. Eliminate invitations that you make out of obligation or out of a sense of justice. Decide who you are going to see for internal rather than external reasons. Decide for yourself what will be the rules of conduct that will govern your behavior within your family, based on what you consider to be appropriate for you. Make everyone else do the same. So watch and see if it is not possible to make this happen without some violating the rights of the other. If you feel like what you want to do is go out 3 nights a week, but can't because someone has to babysit, don't let the concept of justice get in the way of what you decide to do. Perhaps you could arrange for someone to watch the children or take the children with you on your outings, or whatever arrangement is satisfactory for everyone. But starting with the "it's not fair" routine will create grudges and will also make you stay home. For every injustice you suffer, there is a resolution that does not require you to be immobilized in any way. Remember that revenge is just another way to be controlled by others. Do what you, and not them, decide is convenient for you. These are just a few suggestions that can serve as a beginning to help you be happier by getting rid of the urge to compare yourself to others and to use your positions and possessions as a barometer to measure your own happiness. Injustice is not what counts but what you do about it. 8. Ending with the postponements right now. You don't need to shed a single drop of sweat to put off doing anything. Are you in the category of those who postpone everything? If you are like most people, the answer is yes. But it is also very possible that you would rather not live with the anxiety that procrastination produces. You may find that you are putting off a lot of things you want to do, and yet for some reason, you just keep suspending the action. This issue of procrastination is one of the most worrying facets of life. If you count yourself among the serious cases of those who suffer from this disease, surely not a day goes by without you telling yourself, "I know I would have to do that or that and I don't, but the time will come." Your wrong zone of procrastination is one of the most difficult to blame on external forces. It is all yours, both the procrastination itself and the discomfort it causes you. The lag wrong zone is the closest you can get to a universal wrong zone. There are very few people who can honestly say that they do not procrastinate, even though it is counterproductive and unhealthy in the long run. As in all wrong zones, the behavior itself is not unhealthy. Procrastination doesn't really even exist. You just do things, and the things you don't do are simply not done rather than postponed. Neurotic behavior is simply the emotional reaction that accompanies it and the immobilization that it produces. If you feel like you are putting off the things you need to do, and you like to put them off, and you don't feel guilt about it, or anxiety, or annoyance, then keep putting off what you need to do and skip this chapter. However, for most people, delaying tactics or putting off what they have to do is actually a way of escaping, of living the present moments as intensely as possible. Waiting, wishing, and maybe. 3 typical neurotic phrases of the man who procrastinates and hesitates compose the support system that serves to maintain the delaying behavior. Maybe things will work themselves out. I hope things go better. I wish things were fixed. Here are the delights of one who procrastinates. When you say perhaps, I hope, or I wish, you can use these words as reasons for not doing anything in the present. But wishes and hopes are nothing more than a waste of time, vain illusions of those who live in a fictional world. No one ever achieved anything, with any of these words, no matter how many times he repeated them. In reality, these only serve to avoid taking action on the matter and performing the tasks that you have decided are important enough to be on the list of your life activities. You can do what you propose. You are strong and capable. You are not brittle or brittle. By putting off for a future moment what you want to do now, you surrender to escapism, self-doubt, and what is worse, self-deception. Your backward zone is a movement that prevents you from being strong in the present moment, in your now, and propels you in the direction of the hope that things will improve in the future. Inertia as a strategy to live. Here is a phrase that can keep you inert in your present moments: I will wait and things will improve. For some, this attitude becomes a way of life. They are always putting off something they will do on a day that will never come. Mark, a patient I saw recently, came to my practice complaining about how miserable he was in his marriage. Mark was in his 50s who had been married for almost 30 years. When we started talking about her married life, I realized that the reasons for the complaints were very old. It never went well, not even at first, he told me at one point. I asked Mark why he had stayed with his wife for so many years. I was hoping that things would get better, he confessed to me. Almost 30 years of hope, and Mark and his wife were still miserable. When we talked more about Mark's life and his marriage, he acknowledged that he had been powerless for about 10 years. I asked him if he had ever sought professional help for his problem. No, he had simply avoided having sex for longer and longer, hoping the problem would fix itself. I was sure things would get better, Mark told me as an echo of his first comment. Mark and his marriage represent a classic case of inertia. He evaded his problems and justified this escape by saying, "If I wait a while without doing anything, maybe things will solve themselves." But Mark learned that things never work themselves out. They stay exactly as they are. At best, things change, but they don't get better. Things themselves, circumstances, situations, events, people, never get better on their own. If your life is better than it is because you have done something constructive to improve it. Let's take a closer look at this delaying behavior and see how to eliminate it by taking some pretty simple resolutions. This is one of the areas that you can clean with a lot of mental work, since it is an area that you have created yourself, without any of the cultural reinforcements that are like the hallmark of so many other erroneous areas. How does postergation work? Donald Marquis said procrastination was the art of keeping up with yesterday. To this I would add, and to avoid today. It works in the following way. You know that there are certain things you want to do, not because others have commanded you to do so, but because you have deliberately chosen them. However, many of them remain undone, despite how much you tell yourself that you will do them. Deciding to do something in the future, something you could do now, is a very acceptable substitute for actually doing it, and allows you to delude yourself by not being faced with the fact that this is actually a compromise and that you are not doing it. What you set out to do. It is a very useful system that works more or less like this: I know that I should do that, but in reality I am afraid of doing it wrong, or that I will not like to do it. So I tell myself that I will do it in the future, and so I don't have to admit to myself that I'm not going to do it. And it's easier for me to accept myself this way. This is the kind of convenient but fallacious and misleading reasoning that you can put into play when you are faced with having to do something that is unpleasant or difficult. If you are the type of person who lives one way and says that he will live another way in the future, your statements have no content. It simply means that you are one of the people who always defer action and never finish doing things. There are, of course, degrees of postponement. It is possible to delay things up to a point, and then finish the job just before the last possible date. This is also a very common form of self-deception. If you allow yourself an absolute minimum time to do a job, you can justify mediocre or inferior results by telling yourself, "I just didn't have enough time." But you do have enough time. You know very well that busy people always get things done. But if you spend your time complaining about how much you have to do, procrastinating, you won't have moments present to do it. I had a colleague who was a specialist in the art of procrastination. He was always busy with lots of business and talking about how much he had to do. When he talked about his things, others got tired just hearing him. But looking closely, it was easy to see that my colleague was actually doing very little. He had millions of projects on his mind and he never got to work on any of them. I imagine that every night before he fell asleep he would cheat on himself by promising to do the job the next day and also finish it. Otherwise, how could he have fallen asleep with his self-deception system intact? Maybe she knew she wouldn't do what she was said to do, but as long as she swore she would, she could save her present moments. You are not necessarily what you say. Your behavior is a much better barometer to measure your worth. What you do in your present moments is the only indicator of who you are as a person. Emerson once wrote the following: "Don't say things. What you are glows down on you as you do it, and thunders with such force that I cannot hear what you allege against it. The next time you say that you will do something, knowing that you will not do it, remember those words. They are the antidote to procrastination. The critics and the doors. Procrastination as a way of life is one of the techniques you can use to avoid getting things done. A non-doer is often a critic, that is, someone who stands back and looks at how others do things, and then elucidates philosophical concepts about how doers are doing things. It's very easy to be critical, but being a doer requires effort, risk, and change. The critic. Our culture is full of critics. We even paid to hear them. As you observe yourself and the people around you, take note of the time that is spent on criticism in social relationships. Why? Because it is simply much easier to talk about how another person acts than to be the one who actually acts. Take note of the attitudes of true champions, those who have maintained a high level of excellence over a long period of time. The Henry Aarons, the Johnny Carsons, the Bobby Fishers, the Katharine Hepburns, the Joe Louis, and the like. Doers at the highest level. Champions in every way. Do they sit quietly criticizing others? The true makers of this world have no time to criticize others. They are too busy doing things. They work. They help those who are not as talented as they are instead of criticizing them. Constructive criticism can be helpful. But if you have chosen the role of the observer instead of the doer, you are not growing. Furthermore, it could be that you are using your criticism to absolve yourself of responsibility for your inefficiency by projecting it onto those who are actually making an effort. On the other hand, you may well learn to ignore the critics, the ones who always find fault with others, and the self-proclaimed critics. Your first strategy will be to recognize these behaviors in yourself and make a firm resolve to eliminate them entirely so that you can be a doer rather than a procrastinating and delaying critic. Boring, a result of postponement. Life is never boring, but some people choose to be bored. The concept of boredom implies the inability to use the present moment in activities that help you fulfill yourself. Boredom is an option, a choice, something that you impose on yourself, and it is one of those self-destructive elements that you can eliminate from your life. When you procrastinate and hesitate, you waste your present moments doing nothing as an alternative to the possibility of doing anything. Doing nothing leads to boredom. The general tendency is to blame the environment for boredom. This town is really boring, or what a boring speaker. The particular town and the speaker are never boring. You are the one experiencing boredom, and you can eliminate it by doing something else with your mind at the time. Samuel Butler said, "The man who allows himself to be bored is even more despicable than the boring one." Doing what you want, now, or using your mind in a creative and new way, now, you ensure a future in which you will never again choose boredom for yourself. As always, the decision is in your hands. Some typical postergatora behaviors. Here are some areas where procrastination as an option is much easier than action. Continue in a job in which you feel trapped and unable to develop and grow. Holding on to a relationship that has gone bad. Staying married, or not being married, hoping things will get better. Refuse to do something positive to solve relationship difficulties in sexual matters, shyness, or phobias. Wait for them to get better on their own instead of doing something constructive about it. Do not fight addictions such as alcohol, drugs, pills, or cigarettes. Saying "I'll drop it when I'm ready for it," knowing that you're putting it off because you doubt you can do it. Postpone work, whether heavy or light, such as cleaning the house, or anything else, repairs, sewing, mowing the lawn, painting something, as long as you care whether they are done or not. If you wait long enough, maybe they will do themselves. Avoid a confrontation with someone such as an authority figure, a friend, a lover, a salesperson, or any official. If you wait, you won't have to in the end, although the confrontation might have improved the relationship or service. Be afraid of changing geographical situations. You stay in the same place your whole life. Postpone spending a day or an hour with your children, which would give you great pleasure because you have a lot of work or you are busy in very serious matters. Also, not go out one night to dinner, or to the theater or some sporting event with your loved ones using your "I'm too busy to put it off" forever. Decide to start your diet tomorrow or next week. It's easier to put it off than working to lose the pounds, so you say, "I'll do it tomorrow," and that tomorrow, of course, will never come. Use tiredness or sleep as an excuse to postpone something. Have you ever noticed how tired you get when you are about to do something uncomfortable or difficult? Fatigue, even mild, is a great procrastination. Getting sick when you are faced with a disturbing or annoying job. How could you do it now when you feel so bad? Like the fatigue we talked about in the previous paragraph, illness or discomfort is a great postponement technique. The "now I don't have time to do it" ploy with which you justify yourself not to do something because you are very busy, although you will surely find time to do the things you really want to do. Live excited about the vacation you are going to take, a dream trip. Next year we will find nirvana. Opting for the critic's position and using your criticism to camouflage your own refusal to do things. Refusing to go to the doctor when you suspect that something is wrong. By putting it off, you don't have to face the reality of a possible illness. Do not dare to approach someone you love. It is what you want, but you prefer to put it off and hope that things will resolve themselves. Get bored at any time in your life. This is a way of procrastinating and using the boring event as a reason not to do something more fun and challenging. Have the purpose and never get to put it into action. To exercise regularly, I'll start right now, next week. Live completely dedicated to your children, postponing your own happiness. How can we afford to take a vacation when we have to think about the education of children? Reasons to continue postponing things. The rationalization that serves to postpone what we have or want to do is made up of one part of self-deception or deception and two parts of escapism. Among the most important rewards that the policy of clinging to this habit of procrastination offers us, are the following. It is clear that procrastination allows you to avoid unpleasant activities. There may be things that scare you or things that on the one hand you would like to do and on the other you would not. Remember that nothing is completely black or white. You can feel comfortable with your self-deception system. Lying to yourself allows you not to recognize that in this present moment you are not a doer. If you continue to postpone any situation, you can continue exactly as you are forever. This will eliminate the possibility of changes and all the risks that accompany them. When you feel bored, you have someone or something to blame for your unhappiness. In this way, you shift the responsibility from yourself to the boring activity. By becoming a critic, you can feel important at the expense of others. It is one of the ways to use the activities and actions of other people as stepping stones to lift yourself up mentally. Another form of self-deception. While you wait for things to get better, you can blame the whole world for your unhappiness. Things never look right for you. A great strategy to do nothing. You can totally avoid the chances of failure by avoiding all risky activities. This way you will never have to face the mistrust you have of yourself. Dreaming about things that may happen, Santa Claus fantasies, allow you to return to a safe and protected childhood. You can attract the sympathy and compassion of others and feel compassion for yourself, for the state of anxiety in which you live by not doing what you would have liked to do. You can justify a mediocre or inferior performance in any activity that you put off for a long enough time, then leaving a minimum margin of time to do it. But I just didn't have time. By postponing something, you can get someone else to do it for you. Consequently, procrastination becomes a way of manipulating others. The postponement of things allows you to deceive yourself until you convince yourself that you are different from what you really are. By not doing some work, you can avoid success. If you don't succeed, you avoid having to feel good about yourself and having to accept the subsequent responsibility that comes with success. Now that you have an idea about the reasons that may have led you to put off the things that you should not put off, you can start to do something to eliminate these self-destructive erroneous areas. Some techniques to get rid of this postparting behavior. Make the decision to live from moment to moment, 5 minutes at a time. Instead of thinking about jobs that will get done in the long run, think back to the present moment and try to spend a 5-minute period doing what you want, refusing to put off anything that can bring you satisfaction. Get to do something you've been putting off. Start writing a letter or book. You will realize that many of your procrastination were unnecessary, as you will most likely find that the work you were putting off is actually very enjoyable to do and you are enjoying it. Simply starting to do it will help you eliminate the anxiety that the project inspires in you. Ask yourself, what is the worst thing that could happen to me if I did what I am putting off now? The reply is usually so insignificant that it will very likely give you a boost that will spur you to action. Think about the reasons you have for being afraid to do something, and with that alone you will stop clinging to them. Give yourself a specific time, say on Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 10:15 p.m., that you will dedicate exclusively to the task that you have been putting off. You will find that 15 minutes of effort devoted exclusively to something is often enough to get you through the bump of procrastination. Think of yourself as being too important and significant to continue living full of anxiety about the things you have to do. So the next time you're haunted by procrastination anxiety, remember that people who love themselves don't hurt themselves that way. Look carefully at your current reality. Decide what you are avoiding in your current moments and begin to deal with your fear of living efficiently. Postponing action is replacing the present with anxiety about some event that may happen in the future. If the event becomes present, anxiety, by definition, has to disappear. Stop smoking, now. Start your diet, right now. Put down the drink, right now. Stop reading this book and immediately do one of the exercises in the series that you project into your exercise program. This is how you have to deal with your problems, by acting, right now. Do it. The only thing that prevents you from doing things is yourself and the neurotic options that you have chosen because you do not believe that you are as strong as you are in reality. How simple, just get down to business. Start using your mind creatively in what were once boring circumstances. If you're in a boring meeting, change the tempo by asking a pertinent question, or engage your mind with stimulating thoughts like writing a poem, or memorizing 25 numbers backwards, simply as memory training. Decide that you will never be bored again. When someone begins to criticize you, ask this question: do you think I need a critic now? Or when you find yourself being the critic, ask the person with you if they want to hear your criticism, and if so, why? This will help you move from the critique column to the action column. Look at your life carefully. Are you doing now what you would be doing if you knew you only have 6 months to live? If not, the best thing you can do is start right now, since, relatively, that is all you have. Given the eternity of time, 30 years or 6 months do not matter, there is no difference between the two time slots. The total space of your life is just like a point in time. There is no point putting off anything. Have the courage to undertake an activity that you have been avoiding until now. An act of courage can remove all that fear. Stop telling yourself that you have to function well. Remind yourself that it is important to do. Decide that you will not be tired until now before you go to bed. Don't allow yourself to use fatigue or illness as an escape or to put off doing something. You may find that when you get rid of the reason for illness or fatigue, that is, avoiding a task, physical problems disappear as if by magic. Eliminate the words hope, wish, and maybe from your vocabulary. Those are the instruments you use to procrastinate. If you find that these words are slipping into your vocabulary, swap them out for new phrases. For example, change. I hope things will be fixed by I'll get them fixed. I wish things were better, otherwise by I'm going to do the following to feel better. Maybe that will work out fine by I'll make it work out fine. Write a journal of your critical behavior and your complaints. By writing down these attitudes, you will accomplish two things. You will see how critical behavior appears in your life, the frequency, the types of things, the events, and the people that are related to you in that sense. You will also stop criticizing because it will annoy you a lot having to write it down in your journal. If you are putting off something that also involves people, a transfer, a sexual problem, a new job, meet with them and ask for their opinions. Have the courage to talk about your own fears and see if the procrastination is due to reasons that exist only in your head. If you find a confidant to help you with your procrastination, you will make a concerted effort. Very soon, you will have dispelled much of the anxiety that accompanies procrastination by sharing them. Make a contract with your loved ones by which you agree to deliver the goods that you have for them but that you have been putting off. Have each party keep a copy of the contract and issue penalties for violations. Whether it is attending a football game, dining out, vacationing, or going to the theater, you will find that this ploy is not only helpful but also very rewarding for you, as it will encourage you to participate in activities that they can be pleasant to you. If you want the world to change, don't just regret it. Do something. Instead of wasting your present moments on all kinds of immobilizing anxieties about what you are putting off, take charge of this hideous wrong zone and live now. Be a doer, not a person who only wishes, expects, or criticizes. 9. Proclaim your independence. In any human relationship in which two people become one, the result will always be two half people. Leaving the psychological nest is one of the most difficult tasks in life. The addiction viper intrudes in so many ways, and getting rid of it completely is very difficult since the number of people who benefit from mutual psychological dependence is so great. Being psychologically independent means being totally free from all compulsory relationships, and implies the absence of behavior directed towards others. It means that you are free from the obligation to do something that you would not otherwise choose to do, if that relationship did not exist. The issue of leaving the nest is particularly difficult because our society teaches us that we must meet what is expected of us in certain relationships, which include parents, children, authority figures, and loved ones. Leaving the nest means becoming yourself, your own person, that is, what you really are, living and choosing the behaviors that you choose and desire. It does not mean a break in any sense of the word. If you enjoy the way you interact with anyone and it does not interfere with the goals you have set in your life, then it is not worth changing it but rather stick with it. Depending on someone psychologically, on the other hand, means that this relationship does not imply a choice, but rather it is a relationship whereby you feel compelled to be something you do not want to be and that it offends you to feel forced to behave that way. This is the heart of this erroneous zone, and it is similar to the approval-seeking zone discussed in Chapter 3. If that kind of relationship is what you want, then it's not unhealthy. But if you need it or feel compelled to have it and then it bothers you and resents it, then it means that you are in a self-frustrating zone. Thus, the obligation is what constitutes a problem, rather than the relationship itself. Obligation breeds guilt and dependency, while free choice inspires love and independence. There is no choice in a psychologically dependent relationship, consequently this type of alliance will always provoke indignation and resentment. Psychological independence implies not needing others. I'm not saying not wanting to have relationships with others, what I'm saying is not needing them. The moment you feel that need you become vulnerable, you are a slave. If the person you need leaves you, or changes his mind, or dies, you will fall immobilized, you will fall apart and you may even die. But society teaches us to be dependent on a number of people starting with the parents, and it could be that you are still open-mouthed waiting for the worms of many of your most significant relationships to fall. As long as you think that you have to do something because it is what is expected of you in any relationship, and doing so causes you resentment against that person and not doing it charges you with guilt, you can be sure that you have to deal with this wrong area. To eliminate dependency you have to start with the family, with the way your parents treated you when you were little and in which you treat your children now. How many dependency formulations do you carry in your head today? How many do you impose on your children? The dependence trap in the education of children and in the family. Walt Disney made a wonderful movie a few years ago and called it Bear Trap. It recounted the life of a mother bear and her two babies during the cubs' first months of life. Mama bear taught her cubs to hunt, fish, and climb trees. He taught them to protect themselves when they were in danger. Then one fine day, following her own instincts, Mama bear decided that it was time to go. He forced them to climb a tree, and without even looking back, he left. Forever. Inside her bear mind, she had thought that she had already fulfilled her motherly responsibilities. She did not try to manipulate them into visiting her alternately every other Sunday. She did not accuse them by telling them they were ungrateful, nor did she threaten to have a nervous breakdown if they disappointed her in what she expected of them. He just left them. In the animal kingdom, parenting means teaching children to fend for themselves so they can be independent, and then leaving them behind. In our case, in the case of human beings, the instinct remains the same, that is, to be independent, but we are dominated by the neurotic need to own and live our life through our children, and the purpose of educating a child to be independent gets confused with the idea of raising a child to cling to him. What do you want from your children? Would you like them to have a very good opinion of themselves, and also a lot of confidence in themselves, that they were not neurotic, were fulfilled and were happy? Of course yes. But what can you do to help them do that? Just being like that yourself. Children learn their behaviors from the role models before them. If you are full of guilt and do not feel fulfilled, and you tell them to be the opposite, you are selling them a failed product. If the model you present is low in self-esteem, you are teaching your children to adopt the same attitude for themselves. And what is even more important and significant, if you make them more important than yourself, you are not helping them, you are simply teaching them to put others in front of themselves and stay in the back seat dissatisfied and without achieving fulfillment. How ironic. You cannot give your children self-confidence, they have to acquire it by seeing you live that way. Only by treating yourself as the most important person and not sacrificing yourself for your children will you teach them to have confidence and also to have faith in themselves. If you are one of those who sacrifice, you present them with a model of sacrificial behavior. And what does sacrificial behavior mean? Putting others ahead of yourself, not loving or disliking yourself, continually seeking approval, and other misbehaviors like that. Doing things for others is admirable at times, but if done at your own expense, you will simply teach others to behave in a way that can only breed resentment. From a very young age, children want to do things on their own. Leave mom, I can do it alone. Look at me, dad, I don't need help, I eat alone. One after another comes the signals. And although there is a lot of dependency in the early years, there is also a drive towards autonomy from day one. At 4 years old, little Roxana always goes to her father or mother when she is hurt or needs emotional support of any kind. When she is 8 or 10 years old, she takes it out on them. And although she wants to be seen as a big girl, I know how to put my coat on, let me go, she also wants the support of loving and responsible parents. Look, mom, I scraped my knee and it's bleeding. She is developing her concept of herself through her parents' vision of her and the important people in her life. Suddenly Roxana is 14 years old. She comes home crying because she has fought with her boyfriend and runs to lock herself in her bedroom, slamming the door. Mom comes up after her and in her usual affectionate way asks her to tell her everything. But now Roxana answers him definitively, I don't want to talk about this, leave me alone. Mom, instead of understanding that this little scene is proof that she has been a good mother and that little Roxana, who has always told her about all her problems, is now dealing with her problems on her own, emotional independence, puzzles. She is not ready to leave the field, to let Roxana do her own thing, regardless. He continues to see Roxana as the newborn chick that she was even so recently. But if mom insists and forces her daughter, she risks receiving a strong dose of resentment from Roxana. The girl's desire to leave the nest is great, but when possession and sacrifice have been the lubricants that set the family machine going, the natural act of man to leave on his own becomes a crisis. Leaving the nest in a psychologically healthy atmosphere implies neither crisis nor disturbances or problems, it is the natural consequence of an efficient and positive life. But when guilt and the fear of disappointing parents mark the fact of leaving the nest, these feelings continue to influence people throughout life, to such an extent that sometimes the marriage relationship becomes a filial relationship, rather than in a relationship in which two individuals share a life under equal conditions. So what are your goals as a parent or in building a good relationship with your own parents? The family is certainly an important unit in the development process, but it should not be a permanent unit. It should never be a vehicle for guilt and neurosis when one of its members makes a move in the direction of emotional independence. Some parents have even said, you may have heard, I have the right to make my child what I choose for him. But what is the payoff for such an overbearing attitude? Hatred, resentment, anger, and frustrating guilt as the child grows up. If you look at the efficient and positive relationships that exist between some parents and children that are not bound by requirements and obligations, you will see that these are parents who treat their children as friends. If a kid spills the sauce on the tablecloth, don't give him the classic "why don't you watch what you're doing? You're so clumsy." Instead, you will observe that they treat you as they would a friend in the event that he spilled something. I can help. No offense because he belongs to you, rather respect him for his own dignity as a child. You will also discover that efficient parents stimulate more the instincts of independence than of dependency and do not make scenes for the expression of desires as normal as those to be autonomous. Differences between families directed to independence and those directed to dependence. In families directed towards independence, impulses directed towards autonomy and being oneself are considered normal and not a challenge to the authority of one of its members. Needing and clinging to others is not emphasized. Similarly, the eternal loyalty of the child to his family is not required simply because he belongs to it. This attitude results in families who like to get together instead of feeling the obligation to do so. There is also a respect for the privacy of others rather than a demand to share everything. In families like this, the wife has a life of her own apart from that of wife and mother. You are thus a positive role model for your children rather than living your life for and through them. Parents feel that their own life is of paramount importance because without it there can be no family harmony. Thus parents are occasionally absent without feeling obliged to always be there for their children. The mother is not a slave because she does not want her own children, especially girls, to become slaves. She doesn't feel like she has to be there all the time to attend to all of her children's needs. She thinks that she can appreciate her children and vice versa as much or more when she is fulfilling and contributing to the life of her family, her community, and her culture on an equal footing with the man in this world. In this type of family there are no subtle manipulations through guilt or threats to keep the children dependent and under the responsibility of the parents. When the children grow up, the parents do not want them to visit them out of obligation. Also, parents are too busy with their own business to spend their lives waiting for their children or grandchildren to show up to give them a reason to live. Parents like these do not believe that they should spare their children the troubles and difficulties that they went through, because they recognize that the very act of working to overcome difficulties was what gave them self-confidence and corresponding esteem. They do not want to deprive their children of such important experiences. These parents realize that the desire of their children to fight for themselves with the help and not under the control of parents, is something healthy that they should not be denied. The Demian of Hesse speaks of the variety of paths to independence. Sooner or later everyone, each one of us, has to take the step that will separate him from his father, from his mentors. We all have to go through cruel, lonely experiences. I had not abandoned my parents and their world, the luminous world with a violent struggle, but gradually, almost imperceptibly, I had turned away from them. I was sorry that it had to be this way, and that is why many of the hours spent at my parents' house when I went to visit them were unpleasant. You can make all your visits to your parents' home loving experiences by holding on tightly to your own struggle for independence from them. and if you present to your children a model of self-pride and positive self-worth, they in turn will leave the nest without causing tension or problems for anyone. Dorothy Canfield Fisher sums it up nicely in her son's TGIF. The mother is not a person who serves as a support, but a person who makes support unnecessary. So be it. It is up to you to make the abandonment of the nest a natural and normal event, or an event loaded with traumas that will mark the child and the relationship with him forever. But you too were a child one day, and if then you learned the dependency routine well, perhaps when you got married you were one of those who substituted one dependent relationship for another. The psychological dependence and the marriage crisis. You may have solved the problem of your dependence on your parents, and perhaps you have a well-controlled relationship with your children. You may recognize and encourage your children's need for independence. But it may also be that you still have a dependency problem in your life. If you are one of those people who left a dependent relationship with their own parents to enter another when they married, then clearly you have a wrong area that needs healing. Lewis Anspacher wrote about marriage in America. Marriage is that relationship between a man and a woman in which independence is equivalent, mutual dependence and obligation is reciprocal. There are the two ugly words, dependency and obligation, which are responsible for the current state of marriage and the divorce rate in our country. The very simple fact is that most people do not like marriage, and despite the fact that they endure it, its psychological victims continue to proliferate. A relationship that is based on love, as we said before, is a relationship in which each of its members allows the other to be what they want, without special expectations and without demands. It is a simple association between two people who love each other so much that neither of them would want the other to be something that they did not choose for themselves. It is a union that is based on independence, rather than dependency. But this type of relationship is so rare in our culture that it is almost mythological. Imagine a union with the being you love in which each of you can be whatever you want. Now think about what most of the relationships you know really are. How do you sneak in that fearsome dependency and screw up everything? A typical marriage. The braid that is spun in most marriages is that of dominance and submission. And although the roles can vary regularly, different for different marital situations, that braid will always be present. One of the partners dominates the other as a condition of the alliance. A typical case of a typical marriage and its psychological crises will develop more or less like those of the couple in the story we relate below. When they married, the husband was 23 years old and his wife 20. He has a somewhat higher education than hers, and has secured a position in the field of economic prestige, while the woman works as a secretary, a shop assistant, or perhaps in a profession considered feminine such as a nurse or teacher. The woman's work is a filler until she can become a wife and mother. After 4 years of marriage, there are already 2 or 3 children and the woman serves as wife and mother in the home. Her role is to take care of the house, the children, and her husband. From a work point of view, her position is that of a domestic servant, and psychologically she is in a position of submission. Much greater importance and significance is given to the man's work, in large part because he is the one who brings the money to support the family. His successes become hers, and his social relations in their friendships. She is given a more important position within the home, and often the woman's mission is to make life as comfortable as possible. The woman spends most of the day interacting with children or speaking with women in the neighborhood who are caught in the same psychological trap. When your husband goes through a crisis at work, it becomes his own crisis, and generally, as any objective observer can see, there is in this type of relationship one member who dominates and another who is subdued. The woman has accepted and perhaps even sought this type of relationship because she has not known anything else. Your marriage has imitated the marriage pattern of your parents and others that you saw during your development. And very often, the dependency on her husband has simply replaced the dependency she had on her parents. At the same time, the man has looked for a soft, tender woman who can reinforce the fact that he is the breadwinner and the one who has the upper hand in all interactions. Thus both achieved what they were looking for, what they had seen their whole lives in the sense of how a couple should function. After several years of marriage, perhaps between the ages of 4 and 7, a crisis begins to emerge. The submissive partner, the woman, begins to feel trapped, unimportant, and dissatisfied because she does not contribute in a meaningful way to family life. The man encourages his wife to be more herself, to be more assertive, to take charge of her own life and to stop feeling compassion for herself. These are the first messages that contradict what he wanted when he got married. If you want to work, why don't you look for a job? Or why don't you keep studying? He encourages her to seek new outlets, stimuli, to stop being childish. In short, let it be something very different from what it was when they were married, when he wanted a submissive and domestic woman. Until now, the woman has always felt that she was to blame for any problem or sadness of her husband. Where did I go wrong? If he's unhappy or frustrated, she thinks it's because she's worthless, or that she shouldn't be as attractive as she used to be. The woman, the submissive partner in this union, draws on her own submissive mental style and evaluates all male problems as if they were placed in her own being. In this stage of marriage, the man is generally very busy with job promotions, social contacts, and career goals. He is on an upward path and cannot tolerate a complaining woman. Due to the multiple opportunities that his job offers him to socialize with different people, something that is forbidden to his submissive partner, he is changing. He has become even more assertive and aggressive, demanding and intolerant of the weaknesses of others, including those of his own family. This is also the time when the husband often seeks sexual outlets outside of marriage. He has multiple opportunities to meet people and seeks the company of the most stimulating and attractive women. Sometimes the woman, the submissive partner, also begins to experiment on her side. You may take a volunteer job or enroll in a course, go to therapy sessions, have an affair with you. And her husband supports most of these things. Perhaps the woman, the submissive partner, begins to acquire new perceptions, new points of view regarding her behavior. She sees her subordination as a position of her choosing throughout her life, not just during her marriage. Her approval-seeking behavior has now been called into question and she is beginning to move toward greater personal responsibility by eliminating dependency in her own world, including that of her parents, her husband, and even her children. She begins to gain confidence in herself. Maybe look for a job and make new friends. She begins to confront her hitherto domineering husband and stops putting up with all the abuse that she has been subjected to since they got married. It demands equality, it is no longer enough to wait for it to be granted. You simply experience it on your own. Insists on sharing household chores, even taking care of children. This new independence, this transfer of external to internal thought on the part of women, is not easily accepted by men. You feel threatened. He feels that a rebellious wife is precisely what he does not need, despite the fact that he himself encouraged her to go out on her own and think for herself. He did not think he would create a monster, much less a monster that would come to challenge his own well-established supremacy. He may react with a strong dose of domination, an attitude that he always managed in the past to put his submissive partner in her place. She claims that it is absurd for her to work since most of her salary goes to paying other people to take care of the children. He points out that his belief that there is no equality between them is illogical. Actually, she's the spoiled one, the one who gets the best of it. You don't have to work, they give you everything done, you only have to do to take care of a house and be a mother to your children. Or try guilt, the children will suffer. I cannot bear a humiliation of this type. He may threaten her with divorce and even suicide. This often works for you. The wife says to herself, "Ugh, I almost messed everything up." And he returns to his submissive role. The heavy doses of domination serve to remind him of his place. But if she refuses to go back, the stability of the marriage may be in jeopardy. In any case, the fact is that the crisis exists. If the wife persists in exchanging her submission for an attitude of self-confidence, the husband, who needs to dominate someone, may leave her for a younger wife who will look at him in admiration. In this way, he will get another assistant who is also a nice ornament. On the other hand, it could be that the marriage survives the crisis and an interesting change takes place. The thread of domination and submission is still woven through the fabric of married life. Now the husband often assumes the submissive role before him, afraid of losing something that he loves and that he cares a lot about, or at least something he has for sure. She stays more at home, is more with the children, out of guilt for having abandoned them so much earlier. She may say things like, "You don't need me anymore," or "You are changing, you are not the girl whom I married, and I don't know if I like this new girl who is now you." Now he is more submissive. He may start drinking heavily or feeling sorry for himself for the need to manipulate his wife or regain his superiority. The wife now has her career or is on the way, she has her own circle of friends and is developing her own interests outside the home. Maybe you even have a lover as an affirmative gesture of retaliation, but at least it feels good because you get praise and praise for your accomplishments. However, the thread is still there and the crisis continues to threaten. As long as one of the spouses has to be more important than the other, or the fear of divorce is what holds them together, dependency will remain the cornerstone of the alliance. The dominant partner, be it male or female, is not satisfied with having a slave for a spouse. Marriage may still exist in a legal sense, but love and communication between the spouses have been destroyed. Here divorce is very common, and if not, two people start to go their own way within the marriage. They do not have sexual relations, they sleep in separate rooms. The norm of communication is to demean each other instead of understanding each other. There is also another possible ending if both partners decide to revalue themselves and their relationship. If both of you work to get rid of your wrong zones and to truly love each other, that is by letting the other partner or spouse choose their own way of fulfilling, then the marriage can flourish and continue to grow and develop positively. With two people who have faith in themselves, who love each other enough to encourage independence rather than dependency, but at the same time sharing happiness with a loved one, then marriage can become a possibility. Very inspiring and enjoyable. But, when two people try to merge into one, or one of them tries to dominate the other in any way, that little flame that exists within all of us fights for one of the greatest and most important needs of being human: independence. Longevity is not indicative of the success of a marriage. Many people remain married out of fear of the unknown, out of inertia, or simply because that is the right thing to do. A good marriage, a marriage in which both partners feel true love, occurs when each is willing to let the other choose for himself rather than trying to dominate. There is no such constant struggle that involves thinking and speaking for the other person and demanding that they do what they are supposed to do or should do. Dependency is the snake in the paradise of a happy marriage. It creates patterns of dominance and submission and ultimately destroys good relationships. This wrong zone can be removed, but it will never be an easy battle as power and control are at stake, and few leave without fighting for it. And what is even more important is that dependence should never be confused with love. It seems ironic, but it is not, the fact that putting distance between spouses consolidates marriages. People treat you as you teach them to treat you. Dependence is not something that simply happens from contact with dominant people. Like all bad zone behaviors, it is a choice. You teach people to dominate you and treat you the way they have always treated you. There are many ways to maintain the domination process, and they are repeated only if they work. They work if they keep you online and in a dependent position within the relationship. Here are some of the more common strategies that serve to preserve the threads of control and domination within married life. Yelling, or raising your voice in any way. This will keep you in place if you are a soft person and want things to be soft and easy. Threatening behaviors such as, "I will go away, I will ask for a divorce," cause feelings of guilt. "You have no right to. I don't understand how you could have done something like that." If you are prone to guilt, with these types of phrases it will be easy to keep you subdued. Make use of anger and explosive behaviors such as throwing objects, using strong words, hitting things. The trick of physical illness. Having headaches, a heart attack, back pain, or whatever, every time one spouse doesn't act the way the other wants. It will be easy to manipulate yourself like this if you have taught your partner or spouse that you will behave well when he is ill. The silent treatment. Not talking and deliberately shutting down are two of the most efficient strategies one partner can use to maneuver the other's behavior. The routine of tears. You cry to make the other person feel guilty. The scene of abandonment. Getting up and leaving is a good way to manipulate your partner into assuming or abandoning certain types of behavior. The "you don't love me," or "you don't understand me" resource to get your will done and maintain dependency within the relationship. The suicide ruse. If you don't do what I want, I'll kill myself, or if you let me, I'll end it all. All of the strategies mentioned above are the methods that serve to keep the other person in the desired role in the marriage. If one of the spouses refuses to be manipulated by them, the other will stop using them. Only when one of the spouses reacts according to these kinds of tricks does the other get used to using them. If you respond with the expected submissive attitudes, you teach the other what you will tolerate. If they mistreat you, it is because you have been emitting signals of, "Please mistreat me." You can learn to teach others to treat you the way you like to be treated, as you wish they had treated you until now. But you can make change whether it's at work, in your family, in a restaurant, on the bus, anywhere you are treated thoughtlessly. Instead of saying, "Why don't you treat me better?" start saying, "What am I doing to make others treat me this way?" Put the focus on yourself and start changing those reactions. Some of the most common dependency behaviors and some behaviors that encourage dependence. Feeling unable to leave the nest or leaving it with feelings of guilt on both sides. Feeling obligated to visit someone, to phone, invite, chauffeur and things like that. Ask your spouse for permission for anything, including spending money, talking, or using the car. Indiscretions that are like invasions of the privacy of others, such as checking children's drawers or their secret letters or notebooks. Phrases like, "I could not tell him what I feel he would not like." Staying immobilized or having depression after the death of a loved one. Feeling tied to some special job and not daring to work on your own. Have preconceived ideas about what the behavior of a father, husband, or son should be. Feeling uncomfortable about the behavior of a spouse, or a parent or a child, as if who they are is part of who you are. Spend your life training, that is, preparing for a job or a position, without ever leaving the training phase for one of confidence in yourself. Getting upset, feeling hurt, by what others say, think, or do. Be able to feel happy or fulfilled only if your partner feels the same way. Let others give you orders. Let others make decisions for you or always ask for advice before making a decision. "You are in my debt, look what I did for you." The obligations that go with the dependency. Do not do something in front of the parents or the dominant person because they would not agree or because they would not like it. Do not smoke, or drink, or say bad words, or eat a chocolate ice cream, or whatever, to fulfill your role of submission and submission. Abandon yourself completely, regardless of your life, when someone you love dies or becomes seriously ill. Be careful with the language used in front of a dominant person, so as not to disturb them. Constantly lying about your own behavior, and having to misrepresent the truth so as not to disturb them. The psychological compensation of dependence. The reasons for sticking with this frustrating and disruptive behavior are not overly complicated. You may know what the rewards of dependency are, but do you know how destructive they are? Dependence may seem very innocuous and innocent, but in reality it is the main enemy of happiness, fulfillment, and the possibility of fulfillment. Here are some of the most common dividends that drive you to stay in this state of dependency. The dependency can keep you in the protective custody of other people and offer you the benefits that young children receive because they are not responsible for their own behavior. By remaining dependent, you can blame others for your own shortcomings. By depending on others, you have no need to undertake the difficult task or the risk of change. You can feel safe by trusting who is responsible for you. You can feel good because you satisfy others. You learn that the way to be good is to satisfy your mother, and now there are numerous symbolic mothers who manipulate you. You can avoid the guilt you choose when you behave affirmatively. It's easier to be good than to learn to eliminate guilt. There will be no need for you to make decisions or make choices for yourself. You follow the model that your father or mother, your spouse, or the individual of who do you depend on. As long as you think what they think and feel what they feel, there will be no need to determine what you feel or think. In short, after exhausting speculations, it is simply much easier to be one of those who follow than to be a leader. You can do what they tell you and avoid problems even if you don't like being one of those who follow. It will always be easier than taking all the risks that being your own person implies. Dependency is unpleasant because it turns you into something less than a complete person who functions independently. But it is easier, of that you can be sure. A program to free you from dependence. Write your own declaration of independence in which you clearly announce to yourself and to yourself that you want to function in all human relationships by completely eliminating external manipulations. This person, to achieve a more perfect union, etc. Talk to all the people on whom you feel psychologically dependent. Declare your purposes to function independently. Explain how you feel when you do things out of obligation. This is a great strategy to start this process, as the other person may not even realize or feel that you are dependent. Set 5-minute goals for dealing with the dominant people in your life. Try a short phrase, "No, I don't want to do it," and see how the other person reacts. Organize a planning session with your dominant partner at a time when you do not feel threatened. During this session, explain that sometimes you feel manipulated and subdued and that you would like to have an agreed signal between the two of you to make them notice it when it happens and you don't want to talk about it. For example, a little tug on the ear or putting your finger in your mouth to announce that you are feeling subdued at that precise moment. When you feel pushed to do things, psychologically manipulated, tell the other person and act the way you would like to behave. Remind yourself that parents, spouses, friends, bosses, and others will often disapprove of your behavior and that it has nothing to do with who you are or who you are. It is known that in any type of relationship there will always be disagreements. If you wait for them, you won't despair when they happen. In this way you can break with many of the dependency relationships that enslave you emotionally. Even if you deliberately try to avoid dominant people, father or mother, spouse, boss, children, you will still be controlled by them during their absence if you feel emotionally immobilized because of them. If you feel compelled to visit certain people, ask yourself if you would like others to visit you simply because they feel compelled to do so. If not, give a corresponding treatment to those you are treating this way and discuss it with them. That is, it reverses the logic of behavior and verifies the lack of dignity that exists in an obligated relationship of this type. Make the decision to get out of your dependency role by doing volunteer work, reading, taking someone to take care of the children, even if it costs too much money and you think you cannot afford it, accepting a job that does not pay too much good. Why? Simply because the remuneration that increases the appreciation and value of yourself means is well worth it, whatever it costs in money or time. Insist on your economic independence without ties and without having to give an account to anyone. If you have to ask for the money you want or need, you are a slave. If that's not possible, arrange to earn your own money in the most creative way you can. Let them be. Let yourself be. Stop giving orders. Stop taking orders. Recognize your desire for intimacy, not to have to share everything you feel and experience with someone. You are unique and private. If you feel that you have to share everything, you have no choice and are consequently a dependent person. Let the child's room really be yours. Give him a space that he can control, and as long as it is not harmful, let him decide how he is going to organize it. A made bed is no more psychologically sound than an unmade one, even if you've been taught otherwise. At parties, Make a group apart from your husband or wife. Don't feel like you have to be with that person all the time. Separate and then join forces when it's all over. This way you will duplicate your experiences. If you feel like going to the movies and your partner wants to play tennis, do it that way. Allow yourself more separations and thus the meetings will be more joyful and stimulating. Take short trips alone or with friends without having to feel tied to your spouse or partner. You will feel more united when you return and you will appreciate the fact that you can function independently. Remember that you do not have the responsibility to make others happy. Others make themselves happy. You may really enjoy someone else's company, but if you feel like your mission is to make them happy, then you will depend on them and feel depressed when that person is depressed. Or worse still, you will think that it is you who has failed him. You are responsible for your own emotions, and other people, theirs. No one can control your feelings except yourself. Remember that habit is not reason enough to do something, whatever it is. The fact that you have always been subject to others is not a sufficient reason or justification to continue being so. The key to an efficient life lies in independence. Likewise, the key to a good marriage lies in the minimum of fusion and the maximum of autonomy and self-reliance. And even if you feel a real fear of breaking your dependent relationships, surely if you ask the same people with whom you maintain these relationships of emotional dependence what they think, you will discover, to your great surprise, that they admire more those who think and act for themselves. Another irony. Those who will respect you the most for being independent will be the same ones who tried the hardest to keep you subordinate. The nest is a wonderful place for the child to develop, but leaving the nest is even more wonderful and can be felt that way by both those who leave and those who watch the takeoff. 9. Goodbye to anger. The only antidote to anger is the removal of the internal phrase "if only you were more like me." Do you have a bad temper? You may accept anger as an integral part of your life, but do you recognize that it actually serves no useful purpose? Maybe you justify your bad mood by saying things like "it's very human," or "if I don't let off steam by expressing it, I'll keep it inside myself and it will turn into an ulcer." But anger, a bad mood, is a part of yourself that you don't like, and, it almost goes without saying, other people don't like it either. Anger is not something very human. You don't have to feel it, and it doesn't serve any of the purposes related to your being a happy and fulfilled person. It is a wrong zone, a kind of psychological flu that incapacitates you just as a disease can. Let's define the term anger. In the sense that we use it in this chapter, it refers to an immobilizing reaction, a reaction that is experienced when something we expected fails us, something we counted on. It takes the form of anger, hostility, aggression against someone, or even threatening silence. It is not simply annoyance or irritation. Once again, the key word is immobility. Anger is immobilizing and usually comes from a desire for the world and people to be different than they really are. Anger is a choice and a habit. It is a learned reaction to frustration, and as a result of which you behave as you would rather not. In fact, deep anger is a form of insanity. You are crazy when you cannot control your own behavior. So when you are angry and lose control, you suffer temporary insanity. Anger has no psychological payoffs or rewards. As we define it here, anger is debilitating. Physically, it can cause hypertension, ulcers, hives, heart palpitations, insomnia, fatigue, and even heart disease. Psychologically, anger destroys effective relationships, interferes with communication, it leads to guilt and depression, and generally interferes with your life. You may feel skeptical of this, since you have always heard it said that it is healthier to express anger than to keep it bottled up inside yourself. Yes, really, the expression of your anger is healthier than its repression. But there is an even healthier position: don't feel that anger at all. In this case, you will not have to face the dilemma of whether it is better to throw it out or keep it inside. Like all emotions, anger is a result of thought. It is not something that just happens to you. When faced with circumstances that don't go where you want them to go, you tell yourself that things shouldn't be this way, frustration, and then you choose the customary angry reaction that serves a purpose. See the retribution section later in this chapter. And as long as you accept anger as part of what it means to be human, you will be right to accept it and to avoid dealing with its elimination. Without the slightest doubt, vent your anger, let it out in ways that are not destructive, if you are still determined to keep it. But start thinking of yourself as someone who can learn to think differently when frustrated, so that immobilizing anger can be replaced by more rewarding and positive emotions. Most likely, you will continue to feel anger, irritation, and disappointment, as the world will never be the way you want it to be. But anger, that damaging emotional response, can be eliminated. You may defend the case of anger because it helps you get what you want. Well, look at the thing a little more closely. If what you mean is that raising your voice or making a face in anger will help prevent your 2-year-old from playing on the streets where she can hurt herself, then raising your voice is an excellent strategy. It only turns into anger when you feel really upset, when you get overheated and your heartbeat increases, when you throw objects and are generally immobilized for a while, whatever that may be. Be sure to select personal strategies that will reinforce appropriate behavior, but don't accept all the internal pain this can bring. You can learn to think this way: the girl's behavior is dangerous for her. I want her to see that playing in the street will not be tolerated. I will raise my voice to show her the strength of my feelings about it. But I will not get angry. Consider a typical mother who cannot make this controlled display of anger. She is constantly bothered by repeated misbehavior from her children. It seems like the more she gets upset, the worse they behave. He punishes them, he sends them to his room, he screams constantly and is almost always in a state of irritation, as if on the warpath, when dealing with his children. Her life as a mother is a battle. All she knows is how to scream, and at night she feels emotionally devastated, exhausted after a day on the battlefield. So why do children behave like this when they know how mommy is going to react? Because the irony of anger is that it never succeeds in changing others, it only intensifies the other person's desire to control the angry person. Listen to what the children we are talking about now would say if they could formulate their reasons for misbehaving. Do you see what makes mom mad? You just have to say this, or do this, and you can control her by making one of her fits. You may have to stay locked in your room for a few hours or a few moments, but look what you get. Total emotional control of her person, and at such a low price. Since we have so little power over her, let's do this more often and see how she goes crazy with our behavior. Anger, when used in any type of relationship, prompts the other person to continue acting as they have been up to now. Although the provocateur appears to be scared, on the other hand he knows very well that he can anger the other person whenever he wants, and thus exercise the same kind of vengeful authority over him that the angry man thinks he has. Every time you choose to be angry because of someone else's behavior, you are depriving them of their right to be whatever they choose. Inside your head is the neurotic phrase, "Why aren't you more like me? Then I would love you and I would like you instead of getting angry." But others will never be like you want them to be, all the time at least. Much of the time things and people will be different from what you want them to be. That's the way the world is. And the possibility of changing it is nil. So every time you opt for anger when you are faced with someone or something you don't like, you choose at the same time to allow yourself to be hurt or immobilized in some way because of guilt. Now, that's nonsense. Annoying you about things that will never change. Instead of choosing anger, you can begin to think of others as beings who have the right to be different from what you want them to be. You may not like it that way, but you don't have to be angry about it. Anger will only encourage them to remain who they are and will cause you all the physical stresses and mental torture we described earlier. The choice is really in your hands. Anger or a new approach that helps you eliminate the need for anger. Perhaps you see yourself in the opposite field, that is, someone who feels a lot of anger, but has never had the courage to express it. You keep it to yourself and never say anything, working on those painful ulcers and living your present moments with a great deal of anxiety. You're not really the flip side of the screaming and ranting person. You have the same phrases in your head regarding people and things, which should be as you want. If they were, that is your reasoning, you would not feel anger, you would not be angry. This is wrong logic, and the secret to letting go of your tensions is to destroy it. Even if you want to learn to express your pent-up anger instead of keeping it to yourself, the end goal should be to learn to think differently so as not to create that anger. Inner thoughts like this: if he wants to be silly, I'm not going to choose to be upset about it. It's him, not me, who's being that stupid. Or, things don't work out the way I think they should. And even though I don't like it, I'm not going to be immobilized by it. Learning to express your anger bravely through new forms of behavior like the ones we have covered in this book will be a good first step. Then think differently. That helps you move from the outer compartment of your mental health to the inner compartment. Refusing to take over anyone else's behavior is the last step, the ultimate goal. You can learn to prevent other people's behavior and ideas from having the power to upset and annoy you. By having a good opinion of yourself and refusing to be controlled by others, you will not hurt or hurt by anger. The possession of the sense of humor. It is impossible to get angry and laugh at the same time. Anger and laughter are mutually exclusive and you have enough power to choose either. Laughter is the sunshine of the soul. And without the sun nothing can grow or live. As Winston Churchill said, I firmly believe that you cannot deal with the most serious things in this world unless you understand the funniest. Maybe you take life too seriously. Perhaps the most striking characteristic of healthy people is a sense of humor without hostility. An excellent remedy for anger is to help others choose to laugh and to learn oneself to step back and observe the incongruity of almost every situation in life. Within the scheme of things in this world, what you do and the fact that you are angry or not, will cause an impact similar to that of a glass of water overturned on the torrent of Niagara Falls. Whether you choose anger or laughter does not matter much, except that the former will fill your present moments with sadness and the latter with joy. Do you take yourself and life so seriously that you can't go back and realize how absurd it is to take something so solemnly? Not laughing is a pathological indication. When you start to get too serious and sensible about yourself or what you do, remind yourself that you don't have more time than this. What do you get out of wasting your present being angry when laughter feels so good? You have to laugh for the mere pleasure of laughter. It is itself its own justification. You don't have to have any special reason to laugh. Just do it. Observe yourself and others in this foolish world and then decide if you will walk around in anger or if you will rather develop a sense of humor that will give you one of the most valuable gifts there is, laughter. It feels so good. Some of the most common causes of anger. You can see anger working all the time. Everywhere you see examples of people experiencing varying degrees of immobility, from slight annoyance to blind rage. It is cancer, although learned, that is introduced in the middle of human interactions. Here are some of the more common instances of anger, that is, times when people choose anger. Anger in the car. Drivers yell at other motorists for almost anything. Pulse throttle behavior occurs when another person goes too fast, too slow, does not signal, signals wrongly, changes lanes, or makes any mistake. As a driver, you can experience a great deal of anger and emotional immobility at the things you say to yourself in the way that others should drive. Similarly, traffic jams are key signals for attacks of anger and hostility. Drivers yell at passengers and swear about the causes of the traffic jam. All this behavior is the consequence of a single thought. This should not be happening, and because it happens, I am going to get upset and incite others to choose unhappiness as well. Anger in competitive games. Bridge, tennis, basket, poker, and a variety of other games are great anger provokers. People get angry with their teammates or with their opponents for not doing things well or for infractions of the rules of the game. They can hit the ground with a tennis racket because they made a mistake. And although yelling and kicking and throwing the equipment in the air is healthier than yelling or hitting others, it is also a containment barrier for the fullness of enjoyment and realization of your present moment. Anger at what is out of place. Many people are angry at an individual or event that they consider out of place. For example, a car driver on a highway or street may decide that a bicyclist or pedestrian should not be there and try to drive him out. This type of anger can be extremely dangerous. Many of the so-called accidents actually result from such incidents in which uncontrolled anger has had disastrous effects. Anger at taxes. No matter how much anger is wasted in raging against taxes, no one will be able to change the laws of our country, but people still rage because taxes are not as they would like them to be. Anger due to the slowness of others. If you expect others to function according to your schedule, you will choose to be angry when they do not and will justify your immobilization with "I have the right to be angry. He has been waiting for me for half an hour." Anger at the disorder or disorganization of others. Despite the fact that your anger will encourage others to behave in the same way, your attitude of choosing anger may persist. Anger against inanimate objects. Reacting with a scream of rage because you hit your shin or hit your finger with a hammer can be therapeutic, but feeling really angry and punching through the door is not only pointless, it can also be very painful. Anger due to some lost object. As rabies, rabies will not get your key or purse back, and it will probably prevent you from organizing an efficient search. Anger at world events that are out of your control. You may not agree with government policy, foreign relations, or the economy, but your anger and the ensuing immobilization will not change anything. The many faces of anger. Now that you've seen some of the times you can choose anger, let's look at some of the forms anger takes. Verbal aggression or ridicule of your spouse, children, loved ones, or friends. Physical violence, hitting, kicking, hitting objects or people. This behavior, when taken to the extreme, leads to crimes of violence that are almost always committed under the influence of immobilizing rage. No crimes and assaults are committed unless emotions get out of control and anger produces temporary insanity. It can be dangerous to believe that anger is normal or to subscribe to psychological schools that encourage you to make contact with anger and to vent by letting it out. Similarly, television, movies and books that vulgarize anger and violence and present them as normal behaviors harm both the individual and society. Say things like "he infuriates me" or "you really make me very angry." In these cases, you choose to allow someone else's behavior to make you unhappy. Use phrases such as "I kill it," "I undo it," or "we must destroy the opposition." You may think that those are just sayings, expressions, but in reality what they do is encourage violence and anger and make it acceptable even in friendly competition. Rage tantrums. This is not only a very common way of expressing anger, but it often helps the angry person get what they want. Sarcasm, ridicule, and the treatment of silence. These expressions of anger can be just as damaging as physical violence. While the list of possible angry behaviors could go on forever, the examples just cited are some of the most common when anger surfaces in this wrong area. The remuneration system that you have built to choose anger. In order to appease your temper, the most effective thing is to begin to perceive the reasons for using it. Here are some of the psychological motivations for keeping that temper going. When you find it difficult to control yourself, you feel frustrated or defeated, it is possible for you to use anger to transfer responsibility for what you feel to another person or another event instead of dominating your own feelings. You can use anger to manipulate those who are afraid of you. This is especially effective with those who are younger or smaller, physically or psychologically. Outbursts of anger attract the attention of others and thus you manage to feel important and powerful. Anger is a very comfortable excuse. You can go crazy, temporarily, and then apologize by saying, "I couldn't help myself." So you can exonerate your behavior with a rampant logic. You get what you want because others would rather appease you than have to tolerate your tantrums and outbursts of anger. If you are afraid of love or intimacy, you can get angry about something and thus avoid the risk of sharing something emotionally. You can manipulate others through guilt by making them wonder, what did I do to make him angry in this way? When others feel guilty, you are powerful. You can block communication when you feel threatened because someone is more skilled than you. You use rage to avoid the risk of being inferiority of conditions. You don't have to take care of yourself when you're angry. That way you can use your present moments in a very easy way by being angry and avoiding doing whatever it takes to improve yourself. You use anger to vent. You can plunge into deep compassion for yourself after a fit of rage, feel sorry for yourself because no one understands you. You can avoid thinking clearly just because you get angry. Everyone knows that you cannot think clearly in those moments. So why not dip into old anger when you want to avoid thinking straight and clearly? You can use it as an excuse for failure or your lack of ability. You can even prevent others from beating you because of the fear that your bad moods inspire. You can use anger as an excuse saying that you need it to be able to do a specific job, but in reality anger is an immobilizing behavior and does not help to work well. When you say that anger is human, you have at hand the justification for your behavior. I am a human being and that is how human beings work. Some projects that may serve to replace IRA anger can be removed. This requires thinking differently and can be accomplished by dealing with only one present moment at a time. When you are faced with people or events that provoke your anger or urge you to choose anger, be aware of what you are saying to yourself, and then try to come up with new phrases that will provoke new sensations and more productive behavior. Here are some specific strategies to combat anger. The first and most important thing is to get in touch with your own thoughts at the very moment you get angry. Then you must remember that you don't have to act like this simply because you always have. The most important thing is to be vigilant about it. Try to put off anger. If your normal reaction to something is to get angry, try holding off that anger for 15 seconds and then explode as you usually do. Next time try to put it off for 30 seconds and keep lengthening the intervals. When you begin to see that you can put off anger, you will find that you have learned to control it. Postponing it means controlling it, and with a lot of practice you will eliminate it completely. When trying to use anger constructively to teach a child something, try pretending to be angry. Raise your voice and frown, but don't feel all the physical and psychological pain that comes with anger. Do not try to deceive yourself by saying that you enjoy something that is actually unpleasant to you. Something can displease you without making you angry. Try to remember the moment you get angry that others have the right to be what they choose to be, that your demand that they be different only prolongs your anger. Work towards allowing others the right to their own choices just as you insist on your own right to free choice. Ask someone you trust to help you. Ask him to alert you when you are angry either verbally or with an agreed signal. When you receive the signal, think about what you are doing and then try using the procrastination strategy. Write a diary of your angry behavior and write down exactly the day, time, and place of the incident in which you chose to be angry. Be very exact and accurate in your annotations. Force yourself to write down all the times you've reacted with anger. You will soon discover, if you persist, that the mere fact of having to write down the incident will serve to persuade you to choose anger less often. Try to be physically close to someone you love when you feel angry. One way to neutralize your hostility is to hold onto someone's hands, despite your leaning against, and hold onto those hands until you have expressed your feelings and dissipated your anger. Talk to people who are the most common targets of your anger at a time when you are not angry. Share the most anger-provoking activities with the other, and project some way by which you can communicate your feelings without resorting to debilitating behavior such as anger. Perhaps a note in writing, a message, or a walk to calm down could work if you reach an agreement about it first, so that they do not continue to mistreat each other with outbursts of anger that do not make sense. After a few calming walks, you will begin to see how foolish it is to be carried away by a bad temper. Calm your anger for the first few seconds by classifying what you feel and what you think your partner feels as well. The first 10 seconds are crucial. If you manage to overcome them, you will often see that the anger has faded on its own. Be aware that all the things you believe in will be disapproved of by 50% of the people 50% of the time. If you expect most people to disagree with you, you will see that you do not choose anger. Instead, you will tell yourself that the world is fair and upright because people do not agree with everything you say, think, and do. Be aware that while expressing anger is a healthy alternative to keeping that feeling inside, not feeling it at all is the healthiest option of all. When you stop thinking that anger is something natural or typically human, you will have acquired an internal reason to try to eliminate it. Try not to expect too much from others. When you stop having expectations, you stop waiting for what may very well be impossible, and you stop getting angry if you don't get it. Remember that children are always active and boisterous, and that you will not get anything by getting angry. And if you can help children make constructive choices in other areas, you can never alter their basic nature. Cheer up yourself. If you do, you will not overload yourself with a feeling that is so destructive to you. When you find yourself in a traffic congestion, control the waiting time without exploding. Work to gain control. Instead of yelling at a passenger, ask a civilized question. Use the time creatively writing a letter, a song, or to discover ways to escape the traffic congestion. Either try to relieve the most exhilarating sexual experience of your life, or better yet, plan to improve it. Instead of feeling enslaved by all the frustrating circumstances, use those same situations as a stimulus to change them. That way, you won't have time to get angry in your present moments. Anger gets in our way. It is worth nothing, it is not beneficial at all. Like all wrong zones, anger is a means of using things outside of yourself to explain how you feel. Forget about the others. Make your own choices and don't allow them to be clouded by anger. 10. Portrait of a person who has removed all the wrong zones. They are too busy being to notice what their neighbors are doing. A person liberated from wrong zones may seem like a fictional character to us, but liberation from self-destructive behaviors is not a mythological concept, rather it is a real possibility. The ability to function fully is within your grasp, and complete mental health in the present moment may be an option. This last chapter is dedicated to describing how people function free from wrong zones of behavior and thinking. You will see the development of an individual that is different from most other people and is distinguished by his skillful ability to be creatively alive at all times. People free from wrong zones are very different from ordinary people. And although their appearance is like that of normal people, they have very particular qualities that are in no case racial, socioeconomic, or sexual. They do not easily fit into any role, specific job, geographic mold, educational level, or economic statistics. They have a different quality, but the difference is not easy to discern by means of the traditional external factors with which we generally classify people. They can be rich or poor, male or female, white or black, live anywhere and do almost anything. They are a very diverse group of people who nevertheless have one factor in common: being free from wrong zones. How do you know when you meet someone like that? Watch them. Listen to them. This is what you will discover. In the first place, and this will be the most evident, you will see that they are people who enjoy virtually everything that life offers them, people who are comfortable doing anything and who don't waste time complaining or wishing things were otherwise. They are enthusiastic about life and want everything they can get out of it. They like to go on excursions, go to the movies, read, play sports, attend concerts, visit cities, farms, see animals, mountains, and really almost everything. They like life. When you are around people like that, you will notice the absence of regrets and even passive sighs. If it rains, they like it. If it's hot, they enjoy it instead of complaining. Whether they are in the middle of a traffic congestion, or at a party, or all alone, they are simply doing their best. It is not about enjoying everything that happens, but about a wise acceptance of what is, a rare ability to delight in reality. Ask them what they don't like and it will be difficult for them to give you an honest answer. They don't act as sensibly as sheltering themselves from the rain by sheltering indoors, because they find the rain beautiful, exhilarating, and something worth experiencing. They like. The mud does not enrage them, they watch it, splash in it, and accept it as part of what it means to be alive. Do you like cats? Yes. Bears? Yes. Worms? Yes. And although annoyances such as diseases, droughts, mosquitoes, floods and other calamities do not give them pleasure or accept them with enthusiasm, they are people who do not spend their present moments complaining about them or wishing they were not. If certain situations have to be destroyed, they will try to destroy them. And they will enjoy doing it. No matter how hard you try, it will be hard for you to discover something they don't like to do. They really love life and really immerse themselves in it, enjoying all that it offers them. Healthy and fulfilled people are free from the feeling of guilt and all the anxiety that occurs when present moments are used immobilizing themselves by events that happened in the past. They can certainly acknowledge that they have made mistakes and can promise themselves that they will avoid repeating certain behaviors that backfired in some way, but they don't waste their time regretting something they did that they wish they hadn't done, or upset because they dislike something they did at some point of his past life. Total lack of guilt is one of the characteristics of healthy people. No regrets for what happened and no efforts to get others to choose blame by asking such vain questions as why didn't you do it differently? Or aren't you ashamed of yourself? Who know how to recognize that life already lived is just that, and that no matter how bad one feels about it, nothing can be done to change what happened. They themselves feel free of guilt without any effort, because it is natural. They never help to others to choose blame. They realize that feeling bad in the present moment only reinforces a person's poor self-image and that it is much better to learn from the past than to protest the past. You will never see them manipulating others. Others telling them how bad they have been, nor can you manipulate them with the same tactics. They will not be angry with you, they will simply ignore you. Instead of being upset with you, they will prefer to leave or change the subject. They work so well. See, with most people they completely fail with these very healthy beings. Instead of making themselves or others miserable with feelings of guilt, they quietly, without ceremony, put guilt aside when they find it on their way. Likewise, people free from wrong zones do not torment themselves with worries. Some circumstances that could drive other people crazy hardly affect these individuals. They are neither future planners nor future savers. They refuse to worry about what will happen in the future and are free from the anxiety that accompanies worry. They don't know how to worry. It is not part of their way of being. It is not that they are necessarily calm all the time, but they are not willing to spend their present moments suffering from things that may happen in the future and over which they have no control. You are primarily oriented towards your present moments, and you have an internal cue that seems to remind you that all worries must happen in the present moment, and that this is a very silly way to live your present time. These people now live in the present and not in the past or future. They do not feel threatened by the unknown and seek new experiences that are familiar to them. They love ambiguity. They enjoy now on all occasions, convinced that it is all they have. They do not make plans for a future event by letting long periods of inactivity pass while they await this event. The moments between events are as livable as the events themselves, and these people have a rare ability to get as much enjoyment out of their daily lives as possible. They are not procrastinators or those who save in case of bad times, and although our culture does not approve of their behavior, they do not feel threatened by self-blame. They appreciate and enjoy their happiness now, and when the future comes and becomes the present, they appreciate and enjoy it too. These individuals always enjoy because they simply realize how absurd it is to wait to enjoy. It is a very natural way of living life, a bit like an animal or a child. They are too busy fully realizing the present moment, while most people live waiting for rewards without ever being able to catch them when they are presented. These very healthy people are remarkably independent. They are people who are outside the nest, and although they may feel great love for their family and be closely linked to it, They think that independence is more important than dependence in all human relationships. They know very well how to appreciate their own independence, not depending on what others can do. Their human relationships are based on mutual respect for the individual's right to make their own decisions. The love of these people does not imply the imposition of their own values on the loved one. They give great importance to the intimacy of the human being, which can make others feel rejected. They like to be alone sometimes, and they take great care to protect their privacy. They don't get romantically involved with many people. They are selective when it comes to love, but they are also deeply affectionate. Dependent and unhealthy people find it difficult to love beings like this because they are very uncompromising when it comes to their individual freedom. If someone needs them, they reject this need because they find that it is detrimental to the other person as well as to themselves. They want the people they love to be independent, to make their own choices, and to live their lives for themselves. And even though they may enjoy others and want to be in their company, they want even more that others can get by without crutches and without supports. So, the moment you start to lean on these people, you will realize that they on their side begin to disappear first emotionally and then physically as well. They refuse to depend on and be dependent on people for a caring and caring relationship, but they encourage their self-confidence almost from the start by offering lots of love at every opportunity that comes their way. You will find very little approval seeking among these happy and fulfilled individuals. They are capable of functioning without the approval and applause of others. They don't seek honors like most people do. They are very independent of the opinion of others. They don't seek honors like most people do. They are very independent of the opinion of others, hardly caring if the other person likes what they say or do. They are not trying to shock anyone or win their approval. They are people who are internally directed and who are not really concerned or interested in the evaluation of their behavior that other people do. It's not that they're insensitive to applause or approval, they don't seem to need it. They can be even brusque because they are honest and do not wrap their messages in carefully thought out phrases to please others. If you want to know what they think, that is exactly what they will tell you. Likewise, when you say something about them, you will not destroy or immobilize them with your words and opinions. They will use the information you give them, filter it by their own values, and use what serves them for their own benefit and growth. They do not need to be loved by everyone, nor do they have an excessive need for approval. They recognize that there will always be someone who disapproves of what they do. They are rare beings in the sense that they are capable of functioning as themselves, and not as dictated by a third party. When you look at these individuals, you notice a lack of enculturation. They are not rebels, but they make their own choices even though those choices conflict with what all other people do. They are able to bypass the little unimportant rules and calmly ignore the useless conventions that are so much a part of many people's lives. They are not fond of attending cocktail parties or making conversation because good manners advise it. They are masters of themselves, and although they consider that social life is an important part of their lives, they refuse to let it rule them or to become its slaves. They do not attack rebelliously, but internally they know when to overlook certain things and they function with a clear and sensible mind. They know how to laugh and make people laugh. They discover humor in almost all situations and can laugh at the most absurd events as well as the most serious and solemn. They love to help others laugh and find it easy to create a good mood. They are not serious people who walk through life with leaden steps and a severe face. Rather, they are doers, active people, often reproached for being frivolous at the wrong time. They are not in tune with external events because they know very well that there is not really the right moment to do anything. They love disproportionate and incongruous things, but their humor has no hostility. They never use ridicule to make people laugh. They don't laugh at people, they laugh with people. They laugh at life and see everything as great fun, although they take their projects very seriously. When you step back and contemplate life, you know very well that you are not going anywhere special and that you are able to enjoy and create an atmosphere in which others can choose to enjoy. They are fun people worth having around. They are people who accept themselves without complaint. They know that they are human beings and that being human implies certain human attributes. They know what your physical appearance is and they accept it. If they are tall, perfect, but if they are short too. Baldness is fine, as is lush hair. They can withstand sweat. They do not misrepresent their physical appearance. They have accepted themselves and therefore are the most natural people. No hiding behind artifices or apologizing for what they are. They do not know how to be offended by anything that is human. They love themselves and accept everything in nature as it is instead of wishing it were different. They never complain about things they can't change like heat waves, thunderstorms, or cold water. They accept themselves and the world as it is. Unpretentious, uncomplaining, with simple acceptance. Although they frequent them for many years, you will not hear them lowering themselves or subtly wishing for the impossible. You will see active people act, doers. You will see how they take the natural world and enjoy everything it offers. They appreciate the natural world. They love to be outdoors enjoying nature, joyfully touring everything that is still intact, that is original and has not yet been spoiled. He loves mountains, sunsets, rivers, floats, trees, animals, and virtually all flora and fauna. As people they are naturalists, not pretentious or ceremonious, and they love the naturalness of the universe. They are not busy searching for bars, taverns, nightclubs, conventional parties, smoky rooms, and the like, although they are certainly quite capable of fully enjoying these types of activities. They are at peace with nature, God's world, if you will, although they are quite capable of functioning in a man-made world. They are also capable of appreciating what is no longer of interest to others. They never tire of a sunset or a hike in the woods. The sight of a bird flying is always an admirable sight. Just as they do not tire of looking at a worm or a cat that gives birth to her kittens. Over and over again, they never tire of spontaneously appreciating what life has to offer. Some people find this to be a very artificial attitude, but they do not realize what other people think. They are too busy marveling at the breadth of possibilities that life offers them to fully realize themselves in the present moment. They have a very special perception when it comes to the behavior of others, and what may seem complex and indecipherable to others is clear and understandable to them. The problems that immobilize so many people are often just minor annoyances to them. This lack of emotional commitment to problems allows them to overcome barriers that for many are insurmountable. They have clear perceptions when it comes to themselves and immediately recognize what others are trying to do to them. They may shrug their shoulders and overlook things that others get angry and immobilized about. And certain things that can confuse many people who find them insoluble, do not daunt them and rather consider them as simple and easily resolved. They are not monopolized by the problems of their emotional world. For these people, a problem is really just an obstacle to be overcome and not a reflection of who they are or cease to be as people. Their self-worth is located within themselves, so that any external problem can be seen objectively, and not, in any case, as a threat or a challenge to their own worth. This is one of the most difficult personality traits to understand, since most people feel threatened by external events, ideas, or other people. But independent and healthy beings do not know how to feel threatened, and this characteristic makes them appear threatening to others. They never fight uselessly. They are not advocates of self-aggrandizement to draw attention to themselves. If the fight can bring about a change, then they will fight, but they will never fight in vain. They are not martyrs. They are doers. They are also people who help others. They generally work on things that make life more pleasant or more tolerable for others. They are warriors at the forefront of social change, but they don't take their struggles with them to bed at night as a breeding ground for ulcers, heart disease, or other physical disorders. They are incapable of stereotyping. They often don't even realize the physical differences in people, including racial, ethnic, morphological, or sexual. They are not superficial people who judge others by their outward appearance. And although they may seem selfish and concerned only with their own pleasure, in reality they spend much of their time serving others. Why? Because they like to do it. They are not sick people. They don't believe in the immobility of colds and headaches. They believe in their own ability to get rid of these diseases, and they don't go around telling others how bad they feel, how tired they are, or what diseases are infecting their body right now. They treat their bodies well. They love themselves and consequently eat well, exercise regularly, as a way of life, and refuse to experience the kinds of ailments that render many people useless for various periods of time. They like to live well, and they do. Another characteristic of these fully functioning individuals is honesty. Your answers are not evasive, nor do you pretend to lie about anything. They consider the lie to be a distortion of their own reality and refuse to engage in any type of behavior that serves to deceive themselves. And although they are discreet people, they will avoid having to distort the truth to protect people. They know that they are in charge of their own world and of others they are as well. Thus they behave in a way that others may often consider cruel, but in reality what they do is simply let others make their own decisions. They deal efficiently with what is, rather than what they want it to be. These people don't blame others. Their personality orientation is internal and they refuse to hold others accountable for who they are. For this reason, they do not waste a lot of time talking about others, nor are they obsessed with what others do or do not do. They don't talk about people, they talk to them. They don't blame others, they help others and themselves to put responsibility where it belongs. They do not get into gossip or spread biased and malicious information. They are so busy living their own lives efficiently that they don't have time to deal with the little things that clutter up many people's lives. The doers do. Critics blame and complain. These individuals do not care much about order, organization, or systems in their lives. They practice self-discipline but have no need for things and people to fit their own perceptions of what things should be. They are not full of shoulds regarding the conduct of others. They believe that everyone has a right to their choices and that those little things that drive other people crazy are simply the result of someone else's decision. They don't believe that the world must be somehow special. They do not care much about order and cleanliness. They exist in a functional way, and if everything is not as they would like, they find that that is also correct. For these people, organization is simply a useful way of doing things and not an end in itself. And it is precisely because of this lack of organizational neurosis that they are creative. They undertake anything in their own unique way, be it making a bowl of soup, writing a report, or mowing the lawn. They apply their imagination to their actions and the result is a creative way of doing things. They do not feel an obligation to do things in a certain way. They do not consult manuals or speak to experts, they simply attack the problem in the way that seems most appropriate to them. This is called creativity, and without exception, they have it. These are people with especially high energy levels. They seem to need less sleep and yet they are energized by life. They live and are healthy. You can summon tremendous bursts of energy to complete a task because you choose to engage in it as a stimulating activity that you do in the present moment. This energy is not supernatural, it is simply the result of your love for life and all the activities it provides. They don't know how to get bored. All life events offer opportunities to do, think, feel, and live, and they know how to apply their energy in almost all circumstances. If imprisoned, they would engage their minds in creative wanderings to avoid the paralysis of disinterest. There is no boredom in their lives because they channel the same energy that others have in productive ways for themselves. They are aggressively curious. They never know enough. They are always looking for more and want to learn each and every present moment of their lives. They are not concerned with getting it right or having done it wrong. If something does not work, or does not achieve great benefits, then it is discarded rather than regretted. They are seekers of truth in the sense of learning things, always stimulated by the possibility of learning more and without ever coming to believe that they are already a finished product. If they are with a barber, they are interested in the problems of that trade. They never feel superior or act superior, bragging about their merits for others to applaud. They learn from children, stockbrokers, and animals. They want to know more about what it means to be a blacksmith or a cook, a whore, or the vice president of a corporation. They are students who learn, not teachers who teach. They never have enough knowledge and they do not know how to behave like snobs or feel superior since they never feel that way. Each person, each object, each event represents an opportunity to learn more. And they are aggressive in their attitudes towards their interests, not waiting for the information to come their way, but instead going after it. They are not afraid to talk to a waitress, or ask the dentist what it feels like to have your hands on people's mouths all day, or ask a poet the meaning of this or that phrase. They are not afraid of failure. They do not equate success in a company with success as a human being. Since their self-worth comes from within, they can observe external events objectively and simply think that they are efficient and positive or inefficient and negative. They know that failure is only an index of other people's opinion and they should not be afraid of it since it cannot affect their self-worth. Thus, they dare to try anything, to participate in things simply because it is fun and they are not afraid of having to explain themselves. Likewise, they never choose the anger that immobilizes. Using the same logic, without having to rethink it each time since it has become a way of life, they do not tell themselves that other people should behave differently than usual or that the facts should be different. They accept others as they are and work to change the facts that they dislike. Thus, anger is impossible because there are no false or exaggerated claims. These people are capable of eliminating emotions that are somehow self-destructive and encouraging those that serve them to grow. These happy mortals are not defensive at all. They don't play tricks or try to impress others. They do not dress to please others and gain their approval, nor do they perform the ritual of explaining themselves. They act with great simplicity and naturalness and are not seduced into making fuss about small or big things. They are not stubborn argumentative, they simply express their views, listen to others, and recognize the usefulness of trying to convince someone to be like them. And they simply say, "That's very good, we are different, that's all. We don't have to agree." And they leave it at that without having to win an argument or persuade their opponent of the wrong position. They are not afraid of making a bad impression, but they don't go out of their way to make one either. Its values are not local values. They do not identify with the family, the neighborhood, the community, the city, the state, or the country. They consider themselves to be part of the human race and for them an unemployed Austrian is no better or worse than an unemployed Californian. They are not patriotic about a special border. Rather, they see themselves as part of humanity. They do not feel joy because there are more dead in the enemy camp since the enemy is as much human being as the ally. They don't follow the man-made rules that describe how to take sides. They transcend traditional boundaries, which is often reason for others to classify them as rebels or traitors. They have no heroes or idols. They look at all people as human beings and place no one above themselves in importance. They do not demand justice every time. When someone else has more privileges than they do, they see it as a benefit to that person rather than as a reason to feel unhappy. When they play an opponent, they want him to do well rather than wish him to play poorly to win. They want to be victorious and efficient on their merits rather than winning on the failings of others. They do not insist that everyone be equally gifted, but look within themselves to seek their happiness. They are not critical and do not take pleasure in the misfortunes of others. They are too busy being themselves to notice what their neighbors are doing. More significantly still, these individuals love themselves. They are motivated by a desire to grow and whenever they are given the option to do so, they treat themselves very well. They have no room to feel self-pity or self-rejection or to hate themselves. If you ask them, "Do you love yourself?" you will receive a very loud and affirmative answer, "Of course you do." They are actually rare birds. Every day is a delight. They live it entirely, enjoying all their present moments. It is not that they have no problems, but they are not emotionally immobilized because of their problems. The measure of their mental health is not in their slipping, but in what they do when they slip. Do they stand there lamenting their downfall? No, they get up, dust themselves off, and go about their business with life. People who live free from wrong zones do not run after happiness, they simply live, and happiness, when it comes, is their reward. This quote from a Reader's Digest article on happiness sums up the attitude conducive to an existence lived positively and efficiently, which is what we've been talking about. Nothing makes happiness more unattainable than trying to find it. Historian Will Durant describes how he sought happiness in knowledge and found only disappointment. Then he looked for happiness in travel and only found fatigue, then on money and found discord and concern. He sought happiness in his writing and found only fatigue. Once he saw a woman waiting in a very small car with a child in her arms. A man got off a train and came over and gently kissed the woman and then the baby, very gently so as not to wake him up. The family then drove away, leaving Durant shocked by the true nature of happiness. He calmed down and found that all the normal functions of life contain some delight. If you use your present moments to maximize the fullness of your fulfillment, you will be one of those people and not just an observer. It's a wonderful idea, to be free from wrong zones. You can make that choice right now, if you choose to make it. End. Your erroneous zones. Wayne Dyer.